It's working. It's working. Very fun. All right. So I need to mess with my audio a little bit. Huh. Because I'm feeling a bit quiet, but you know what? That'll do. Alright. Y'all can hear music, yeah? Where's my tier list? Oh? Oh? Ads? That it's perfectly covered by chat. Yo, what's up? Nothing much. I am present. Oh no. Uh-oh. Tier list. Oh no! The tier list seems to have glitched. No, you made a new run. Let me refresh the page and see if that fixes the problem. Ah! It is my unfortunate news to bear that everything below the C- tier has gone. Unfortunate. I have an idea. Do we just do it from here? I think we just do it from here. Very unfortunate the tier list bugged out. Ah. It's people are mad about Dragonite. I don't get it. Yeah, I think we gotta kind of have to do it from here, unfortunately. The tier list bugged. No. Okay. Gudra? Yo, is this literally everything? This is like 7 Pokemon. I think this is everything, though. A little unfortunate. Bro, where's Gumi? Right here. Gumi is here. Alright, well, if we only have this many Pokemon, we can do all this. Alright, Chespin. Chespin is sick. It's a cool looking starter. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Forgot to start the recording. Okay, I didn't forget to start the recording. Unfortunately, the old tier list glitched out and lost all our progress. Rather unfortunate, as Confucius would put it. Chespin! Can't find the 4th gym. S tier. Chespin is sick. It's very cool. I was originally gonna go with Chespin as my starter in X and Y, like when the first trailer was revealed. And then we got the Koro magazines, and then Quilladin was revealed. I've grown on Quilladin over the years. Am you late? No, you just arrived. Quilladin, where's the 4th gym? It's in Lava Ridge. I think it's the name of the town. The Lava Ridge. Chestnut. Quilladin, yeah, it's just ugly, but I think it's better than people give it credit for. Chestnut. Really cool? Not as cool as Chespin, though. Fennekin is S tier, above Quilladin. Fennekin is a very sick design. It's a very pretty Pokemon. I think it has the best middle stage by far as well. Braixen's just awesome. I was a hater at first, but that's just because I was like 12 and it's feminine and I was like, ew, girls. But I've grown up. Braixen's a very sick design. Not as cool as Chespin. Yes. How do I get to Lava Ridge? I don't know route names at the top of my head, Porygon, to be frank. You gotta go through Mount Chimney, I think it's called. Gotta go up and down. You gotta go up the escalator thing. Delphox, I'm not a big fan of at all, though. I think Delphox is ugly and I hurt the line. Here, Falarbor. Gotta do the Meteor Falls thing. Chestnut is a really cool design. I mean, sorry, Delphox is not as cool as Chestnut, to be frank. I feel like this is a letdown. I don't like how much hair there is. I prefer when it was like smooth and sleek like Braixen and Fennekin, as opposed to Delphox. Why do people like Delphox? It's ugly. Froakie, I think, is definitely the weak link of the first stages. I'm gonna put it at the top of cool tier, though. It's fine, but there's nothing really too special about it. I'ma be real. I am a Frogadier not liker. Frogadier is ugly. It is big lame. Frogadier is probably gonna be the lowest Pokemon in Kalos, to be frank. Greninja. It's Greninja. What do you want me to say? It's literally like the best Kalos starter of all time. Frogadier is beautiful. I'm Fortnite. So, you know, you have to fight your time with the type disadvantage. That varies per game. Either way, you know, good old Greninja. It's a very cool Pokemon. One of the best hidden abilities in the game. Introduced a bunch of nonsense. Good old Gunk Shot, push it over the edge in Oris. Gotta love him so much. Next on the list, Bunnelby. Bunnelby is a good design. It's a very cool looking bunny. It's more interesting than Baniri because it actually has opinions. Bad take. Oh, I'm so sorry I put Greninja in S tier. One of the most popular Pokemon of all time. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I almost lost my inner piece of the Frogadier shot. Frogadier's ugly. It is. It looks dumb. Frogadier, like, okay, so originally when the initial starters were revealed, right? I was Team Chespin. And then the middle stages were shown, and then I was Team Braixen. And then the final stages were shown, and then I was Team Greninja. You're kidding. Okay, good. Because I'm objectively correct 100% of the time. Trust. Anyway, Diggersby's kind of ugly. I think it's below Quilladin, to be honest. Diggersby is kind of lame. Not gonna lie. Following on top of Frogadier, yes. Diggersby's kind of ugly. It's just like, how do you go from this cute little bunny with a lot of personality and then you go to this? Like, why? I mean, it's a fun Pokemon competitively, but what's its purpose? Fletchling? Sick design. Fletchling's so good. It has the perfect design for an early route bird. It's a very simple design, and it's just cute. I don't really have anything to say. Fletchinder is a downgrade, though. Mostly because it's not very different. Like, it's such a small difference from Fletchling to Fletchinder that sometimes, like, from a glance, I can mix the two up, to be honest. Watch where you're putting Fletchling. It's really cool that we finally got a regional bird, though, that wasn't normal flying. The fact that it became a fire type here, it even learns Ember before it evolves, I'm pretty sure. Which is so cool. I love it. Talonflame. It's very awesome. Not quite on Chestnut's level. But Talonflame is a very interesting Pokemon competitively. It's gonna eat Chespin's fine. Chespin's too big to be eaten. Like, the Chespin's larger than the bird. It can't be eaten. Anyway, Talonflame is such an interesting history competitively, because, like, you could talk about it pre-Gale Wings, you could talk about it pre-Oris. It's definitely fallen off since the launch of X and Y. I'm pretty sure when people replay X and Y games, it's not really brought all that much anymore. And it's definitely not, it wasn't nearly used as much in Oris as well. And then in Gen 7, they nerfed Gale Wings for no reason, and then it just kind of, it really fell off hard. Nowadays, it's actually ran as a special attacker, which is going to be surprising to people who played Gen 6, because they always associate it being a physical attacker. Scatterbug is actually a really cool design as well, and I think I'm going to put it above Chestnut. Hold on. I can't pause a recording while I'm streaming. I'll answer your questions after the tier list, Porygon. I want to get through this. Alright, anyway, Scatterbug looks really cool. I like him. It's a funny little design. I don't really have much to say. It's one of the more interesting Caterpillar Pokemon, because it has, like, all of the, like, the fluffy things around him. It's pretty cool. I'm a big fan of it, to be honest. Scatterbug over Frogadier. I mean, yeah, when you're at the bottom of the list, pretty much everything's going to be above Frogadier. Read the questions carefully. Spupa is kind of lame, though. I think it's an ugly bug. Funnily enough, Spupa was first revealed from some kind of Mexican leak, if I remember correctly. Can someone answer Porygon's question in chat? I'll get to it later. Spupa is just kind of lame. I don't like... It doesn't even look like a cocoon, like, at all. Like, thank you, Marvin. Thank you for siding with me, Marvin. Like, it's probably my least favorite of the cocoon Pokemon, just because, like, it doesn't even look like one. Why does this become a butterfly? Anyway, Vivion's sick. No, it's the top of B. Vivian is going to be chilling at the top of B. It's a gimmick that has so many wing patterns is sick, but unfortunately they're hard to get access of because there's so many of them, and it's usually based on region. And it's just like so many of these are lame, and I don't like how the default one was pink because pink wasn't even that good looking. To be frank, it's just kind of lame. Cocoon, it's silk. Well, I mean, it's a bug that becomes a butterfly at the end of the day, you know? Litleo is awesome. You're unsmart. He's playing Gen 3. Litleo is dope. In fact, I'm gonna put it in S tier. Litleo's another really sick design. And I was an unfortunate victim who believed that one leak, well, leak in quotations, of that ice-type Litten. Like, there's gonna be a fire Litten and an ice Litten. I thought that was the coolest thing ever, and then, unfortunately, it just wasn't there. I didn't know what to do. It's just like... Now, Fire Litten on its own is still very cool, and I like how you can get it early game. That's something that Gen 6 does pretty well. You get a lot of the Pokemon early, and that's dope. Pyroar is a downgrade. Male Pyroar is definitely better than female Pyroar because it actually has more of a personality. But, like, at the end of the day, it's the same Pokemon. They're above Delphox, though. And they're above Froakie. They're just fine Pokemon, to be honest. The Litleo evolutions were stronger. Yeah, it's actually really surprising the Pyroar line did not get any Megas because it's the ace of the main villain. Like, it's Lysander's Pokemon. So it's like, why did they not give him anything special? They just gave him Mega Gyarados. It's like, why? Pyroar is right here and it needs a buff. Flabebe is aggravating. Not a big fan of it. It's kind of just ugly. It should be a grass type. It's also like a really tiny Pokemon. I could take this one in a fight. I could beat it in a single punch if we're being real here. It's frail. I can eat it. Its flower gimmick is nowhere near as cool as Vivian's wing gimmick either. It's just kind of like whatever. Its shiny is hard to see. I actually didn't have any issues shiny hunting small Pokemon in Scarlet and Violet just because I can see, I guess. It really does need a Mega in ZA. I hope it gets one. In fact, it'd be cool if the male and female ones actually got different forms to help separate them a bit. That'd be sick. Floette, though, is an upgrade. Also, I don't see AZ's Floette on this list. AZ's Floette is S tier. Floette is going to go to S tier. There's a lot of awesome designs in Gen 7. I want to talk about AZ's Floette for a minute here. That design is sick, and we had better get some lore about that thing in Legend Zaza. Because if we don't, that's going to be the biggest disappointment of all time. Like, you can't just... They designed an entire Pokemon and gave it a signature move, but they never put it in the games. Like, you can hack it in. We know its stats. We know everything about it. It's just never released. They need to finally release it in Legend ZA. Like, please. We need to get some AZ lore. We really need it. Florges is also very goated. Gen 6 is going to have a lot of S tier designs, I'm pretty sure. I love Gen 6. It's so cool. Florges is a very big special defense stat. I think it's 154. This thing is a special wall and it gets Wish. It does not die to special attacks. It's just so tanky. It's a girl boss. It's goated. I would have had one on my first team. Actually, I think I did have one on my first team and it was great. I liked it. Skidoo? A tier. Above, it's the top of A tier. It's not as good as Litleo. I also had this on my first team. And it's so cool that this was the first ride Pokemon if you ignore Rhydon. I forgot about Rhydon when I started that sentence. But it's just so fast, and we better be able to ride this thing again in Legend ZA, or at least let us ride Go-Goat. Go-Goat is better than Skidoo. Not by a lot, though. Not enough to put it in S tier. Also, it bothers me that this thing gets acrobatics and milk drink. This thing does not look super duper acrobatic. And why does it have milk drink? I know goats produce milk, but this just scares me, man. The Kung Fu hand attack. Skadoosh. That's so based, actually. So I can come back without my mom knowing. Hey, so long as you don't get in trouble there, buddy. I don't want you to get in trouble. We must ride them in Zaza. Yes. At least one of the two. Assuming that wild Pokemon return like they do in Arceus, Skidoo better be like the Stantler equivalent of this game. Pancham, I'm gonna be real, it's kind of lame. It's better than Quilladin. It's just panda, and I don't like pandas. Pandas are honestly one of the worst animals of all time. To be real here, they're just so lazy. They would have gone extinct without human intervention. Just, you know? Like, what's their purpose? Hope they show up the shiny show thing again. The shiny show. You forgot about Pancham existed. True. That's some of the worst designs. That is a hot take. Because that's some of the best designs of all time. Aegislash mid-A. We'll get to Aegislash soon. Pangoro is better. But not by a lot. It's funny JoJo Pokemon. And that gives it a boost all the way up to the B tier. Funny JoJo Pokemon is a good reason for it to rise. I don't really have much of a deep story for Pangoro. It's kind of an annoying evolution method. You have to have 3 dark types on your team, I'm pretty sure. Which is like, you're almost certainly not going to have 3 dark types on your team naturally. So you have to go out of your way to do it. And then you can continue your adventure. It's kind of weird. In Legend Zaza, Pangoro should smoke weed. Hey. How do you know that's not what that stick is? Furfro. Big Furfro fan. It's another S tier design. I'm sorry, I like dogs. This was my first Gen 6 shiny. It's a really cool one, so it has a little bit of nostalgia for me. It was also a 6 IV shiny, so yeet. I like Heliolisk because it's a gym leader's ace, and I used one at my first run, but I know your point. Also, the fact that it had 6 different designs was really cool, and it would have been amazing if they decided to keep that in the future games, but then Game Freak forgot. So this is literally just the default design forever and ever. It should come back in Zaza, because if it's going to come back in any game, it's going to be that one, right? Esper's cool. Esper is cooler than Bunnelby and Fletchinder. I like Esper. I don't know why, I just find it to be a very interesting design Pokemon. It's a fun guy to use. He's just a goofy little dude. Also, why is there no male Meowstic, but there's male and female Pyroar? What were they thinking? Where is my boy Meow? Did Minecrafter give up? Porygon, I don't know, this is Ruby as well. Alright. So next up, I think this is a better design. Alright. Meowstic is a high rated A. If there was Boy Meow, I don't know where Boy Meow is. I can go get Boy Meow real quick. Hold up. Meowstic Meow. I know I have the female one downloaded because I had the okay, here's Meowstic Meow. Meowstic Meow. Let me throw that in Pokemon folder. Save. Then I'm gonna upload it. Images. Pokemon. Also, there'd be a thing today. Oh, that's Meowscarada. Oh, I already have a Meowstic male. Okay. Meowstic male is not as good as female. All that effort just to roast Meowstic male. It's not as pretty. I wish I knew where you should go. KALOS mom by a mile. Really? A whole mile? For me, it's more of a kilometer, but yeah, I get that. It's a fair take. Of course it's A tier. Its name begins with A. Honedge is amazing. It's amazing. I'm gonna be real. It's a high-rated Pokemon. It's not as high as these two, though. It's a slightly overrated Pokemon, I say, as I put in S tier. Doublade is just not as good. So we all had, like, a Honedge in our first playthrough, right? Because it's awesome. Actually, in fact, I'm gonna lower Doublade further. Down to about here. Doublade's one of the few middle evolutions that's actually good competitively. Never played KALOS? I mean, hey, with Legend Zaza, you'll have a method of playing it. Not the same thing, but, you know. It's the soccer ball that Cinderace play with. Yo, I love the idea of Quilladin just being kicked, so I like the idea, W. I like that creativity. Aegislash is a top tier, but it's also overrated. In fact, I think I like Honedge more than I like Aegislash. To be completely frank. Also, that reminds me, is Aegislash even in Gen 8? Yes, it was. Leon had one. The best champion of all time with the best Pokemon of all time, Charizard. Anyway, Spritzy is stupid. I don't have an opinion on Spritzy. I think it's just stupid. It's ugly. It's a dumb bird. Aromatisse is worse than Frogadier, though. It's kind of bad, to be honest. I don't like Aromatisse. What do you want me to say about Aromatisse? Why do these two have, like, a trade evolution item? Is it a trade evolution item, or does it work like a stone? Like, did we really need a signature item to evolve them? Would anyone be upset they evolved by level up? Also, it's like, no. Why? Why did this evolution happen? It's so ugly. No, that's Spritzy, Aromatisse, Swirlix. That's this thing's name. Also, why are there so many mono fairy types in Gen 6? Not gonna lie, it's kind of lame. Most of the fairies are mono type, aren't they? 3 for the Floette line, 2 for this line, 2 for this line, and then Sylveon makes it 8. 8 mono fairies. That's kind of wild. Slurpuff, I'm gonna be real, it's also pretty ugly. I prefer Spritzy. I mean, Swirlix. Goodra should be part poison. Yeah. Or water. Or bug. All of those are good secondary typings for this line. They all fit so well. And then they picked Mono Dragon in the gen that introduced fairies. Why is it Mono Dragon? Did they want it to fail from the start? It says you do not need Surf to get to the 4th gem. I guarantee you that. Inkay. Inkay is cool. It's a funny little guy. I'm gonna put him above Froakie. Also, I feel like I'm the only person who does not hate its evolution method. You're taking advantage of the 3DS's gyroscope stuff, which does make it awkward if any future Nintendo consoles don't have gyroscope. But it's an interesting evolution method. You just flip it upside down. There you go. You got a Malamar. Malamar is a cool Pokemon. I'm gonna be real. I'm not rating it higher purely out of spite, because this thing has swept me so many times with its stupid contrary set. Especially when I was like 13 years old and I was not smart and did not know to just switch into a ghost type. I just didn't know how to stop a Pokemon from clicking one move. The flipper set up upside down. Yes. You know, I've actually never considered how you're supposed to evolve it if you're emulating. I guess I gotta flip my desktop upside down. Sorry, gamers. Binnacle? I'm gonna be real. I was a huge Binnacle fan when the games came out. But nowadays, it's literally just like one of the most whatever Pokemon of all time. It's so forgettable. In fact, no, I gotta move it down. I can't say it's forgettable and put a B tier. It's better than Quilladin. I had one on my initial team. On my X playthrough, I'm pretty sure. No, or was it Skrelp? Because Skrelp in this thing is regional exclusive. No, I had a Binnacle. I'm pretty confident. You're worthless. Words. It's just, Binnacle's just kind of forgettable. I'm sorry. Barbaracle is a demon on competitive because it's got Shell Smash and it scares me so much. I'd rather use Barbaracle than most other Shell Smashers because this one feels like the most honest version, to be honest. Who loves Barbaracle? Hey, Barbaracle's gonna go like here. It's an A tier design. It's really cool. I'm a big fan. A big metal fan, you could even say. It's pretty dope. Why does it look like it's off color despite it being its base design? I mean, I think it looks fine. This is color-wise. I've never had any issues with it. Skrelp is sick. I love him. He's a cute little design. Top of A tier. He's not S tier, but Skrelp is so cool. Poison Dragon is a really cool, it's a really cool typing. It's just a cute little guy. I just wish it was a little bit stronger because it just does not hit hard at all. It's annoying the train. Dragology fixes that though with adaptability Draco Meteors. But I'm going to be real. I don't think it has nearly as cool of a design. In fact, I think I'm going to lower it down to almost the top of B. Just because I think it evolves late. And it's also not strong if you don't have adaptability, which can suck on an in-game playthrough. Give it grass. True. In fact, it's a lot of flowers. It should be super grass. It even has like little petals growing out of its feet. It really should be a grass type. It learns a lot of grass moves. Clauncher. Oh no, I was incorrect a second ago. I'm pretty sure it's Clauncher and Skrelp that are the version exclusives, not Binnacle. I like Clauncher. It's a cool Pokemon, but I don't have a lot to say about it. Mega Launcher is a dope ability, and they gave it to Mega Blastoise, which completely outshined Clawitzer. I think Clawitzer's ugly. But not that ugly. Same tier. It's gonna go right below Delphox. I just wish that Mega Blastoise waited a generation, because otherwise, like, it's just completely outshadowed. Blastoise is the exact same thing, except better. This is a big shame. Also, the fact that it, like, only gets Mega Launcher kind of restricts what it does every single game, which is a bit of a shame. It should get a signature move. I feel like it doesn't, but it really should have one. Heliolisk, my boy De Luigi. He's so cute. I had this on my original team. I was a big fan. I'm gonna put him right below Talonflame. It's a very cute design. I don't know why it evolves with the Sunstone. I mean, I get it. It's supposed to be like solar power Pokemon, but at the same time, I'd rather just evolve by level up, because this thing is so weak. And unfortunately, Helioptile is also not that strong. Actually, I think Helioptile is this one. Heliolisk is this one. It's just so weak, man. Why is it weak? It'll never be good. I don't even know what you can do to buff this thing. I think it needs another evolution, because otherwise this is going to be completely outshined forever. Anyway, Tyrunt is S tier. What happened? Tyrunt is S tier. Absolutely. Not top 3, but it's sick. It's literally a T-Rex. Oh, Fire Electric. I like that. It's a T-Rex, guys. What do you want me to say? It gets Strong Jaw, and it gets a lot of the Elemental Fangs. It gets Rock Head, so you can run Head Smash. It's just sick. What is there to add? Tyrantrum, I think, is ugly. I'm gonna be real. It's ugly, so it drops a few tiers. It's also just really weak competitively. And that's a big shame. I had to put Tyrantrum all the way down here purely because it's an ugly Pokemon. Amara is a beautiful design. You are struggling to get to the 4th gym. Amara is cool. I'm gonna put it above. Actually, you know what? It's the new king of A tier. It's a sick and beautiful design. This was also on my original team. Amara, an ice rock type. Very cool. Interesting type combination. Unfortunately, this thing is really, really weak. And it also has a strange evolution condition of high friendship during the nighttime. And since I was a literal child who had school, I only played during the daytime, which means this thing did not evolve until after the 8th gym for me, and that was a pain. Rocket Claw. I feel like it has to be a water move, though, because it's a water type, you know, for big damage. Aurora's hot take, I think, is a downgrade. I think it's not as pretty anymore. I liked the cute rainbow design, and it gets in the rainbow design when it's attacking, but it should be in its neutral art. It's better than Tyrantrum. No one is helping. I'll get to you after the first tier list is done. Or you can Google it. That works too. Sylveon I already rated, but it's S tier. Sylveon's gonna go above Greninja. Sylveon's sick. What do you want me to add? It's one of the best Pokemon designs of all time. It's so pretty. It's a literal crab. I would be okay with it, because you know what? That actually helps it stand out from Kingler, giving it a steel type. That'd be pretty nice. Hawlucha! I like Hawlucha. I wish it was stronger. I feel like it should have an evolution or a pre-evo. Something's just missing about it. That's why I can't put it any higher than the bottom of A tier. I want to like it, but it needs something. It needs just a little extra. Dedenne. Big fan. And by big fan, I mean I don't really care about it. I'm gonna put it like the bottom of B. It's like the most irrelevant Pika clone. Like, who thinks of Dedenne when you're thinking of all the Pika clones, right? Because, like, Puzzle and Minun come up. You think of Pachirisu because Agent Park. Emolga's too common in black and white. Togedemaru had, like, a totem thing, I think. Also, it's just a lot more unique compared to the other ones. This thing just sucks. I don't like it. I think it was Gen 7, though. Dedenne was Gen 6. Togedemaru was Gen 7. Carbink is a very pretty Pokemon. I wish there was a way to evolve Carbinks into Diancie. They might do that in Legend Zaza. There's definitely going to be a Diancie quest where a Carbink turns into one. There's definitely going to be one of those. I don't really have much of a deep opinion, though, on Carbink. It's pretty and cool. I like it. Body Press is such a funny move to run on it. Probably the only one that evolves. Yeah. Goomster is S tier. I can't put it above Greninja in good faith, but the Goom is high. Goomy is amazing. It's a pretty Pokemon. This is the little goober. I liked it. Sliggoo is not as good. I'm gonna be real. It is an unfortunate downgrade. Very sad. Sliggoo is just ugly. I'm sorry. I can't rate it too high. Goodra is another S tier design. I would say it's not as good as the Goomster, but it is still high. I like it. It's a pretty Pokemon. We already went over it a little bit earlier, but why is it not dual typing? We're pseudo. It is true from a competitive standpoint, unfortunately. Furfrou needs an evolution. I'm not against that. That could be interesting. I don't know what they would do, though. Maybe just give it more hair. I just wish this thing was stronger. Like, why does it not have a secondary typing? Hisui and Goodra does not count. Unfortunately, the Hisui Pokemon are not in this tier list, so we'll have to skip that. That's probably going to be in a Legend Zaza tier list. I'll have to just I'll do that on its side. Klefki's annoying. I've never gone into a battle, saw the photo of Klefki, and got excited to battle it. I like using Klefki. Klefki's one of the few Pokemon well, one of the few. It's a low tier Pokemon that actually has a niche in Ubers. Mainly because it's one of the best checks to Xerneas. That's the thing that carries it. Could get a Mega and Zaza. What does the keyring become? Oh, you mean Goodra. I hope so. Yes, I will. Trevenant. I mean, not Trevenant. Phantump is very pretty. I think it's a cute Pokemon. I don't like that it evolves with trade because what is Zaza? Pokemon Legends ZA. The next Pokemon game. Main one, at least. Phantump is a very pretty design. I like the idea it's a kid that died in the forest. It shows them right. That's what they get for dying in the forest. It's called a flex where I'm from. You become a ghost when you die. Trevenant, I think, is a downgrade, but I loved running the Harvest set in Gen 6. Harvest Citrus Berry with the Protect. It would just never die when you play with people who don't know what they're doing. It's so cool. I love it so much. Why am I saying Zaza? Because it's pronounced Zaza. ZA is pronounced Za. AKA before Kalos. Trevenant is a very cool design, though. I can't put it in S tier. I just feel like something's missing from it. It's not as cute as the pre-Evo, but it's really cool. This could be an interesting regional variant, too. Because like they can make it like a cherry blossom or literally any other type of tree. And it could be a different typing altogether. It's ZA and not Zaza. No, you gotta say the Za twice. I am not big on Pumpkaboo at all. I'm gonna be real. I've never cared for Pumpkaboo. I have no opinion on it, and I think Gourgeist is ugly. It's the top of D because it's shiny, looks like Camilla, but I'm gonna be real. It's just so lame. I don't really have a deep opinion on, why did I remove the old ones? What are you talking about? Oh, no, the old tier list bugged out, unfortunately. And we lost most of the progress, so we have to do it like this now. Rather than Fortnite. They fumbled the bag so hard. Yeah, I don't like the pumpkins. Also, do you guys remember that these things has like 4 different sizes, and they actually have different stats? Yeah, unfortunately, all 4 of them are bad. So, it's not really usable. Bergmite is just a goofy little guy. But unfortunately, being a goofy guy alone is not going to carry it. I don't feel like we need 6 tiers when there's this few Pokemon, to be honest. Avalugg. It's the funny coffee table. I can't in good faith put it very high, but I could put it at the top of B tier. I like Avalugg, but Game Freak needs to understand that bulky ice types does not work. Like you, Duffy, don't say that, man. Don't, come on, don't make it weird. Bulky ice types don't work. Duffy, please delete that comment, actually. Actually, I think I can remove it. Yeah, I can do that. Where does the Sui have? We'll do that when we'll have to do the Sui tier list separate, unfortunately. It's so lame. Noibat? I'm such a big fan of Noibat, but unfortunately it's attained so late in the game. I want to love Noibat, but you get it way too late. And it's also just so weak, and it's a pain to evolve. Noivern is also... It's the same problem as Noibat. It's not nearly as powerful as it should be to justify it evolving late. That's the biggest disappointment about this line. Esper's gonna separate the line between the two. Noibat could have been a pseudo if I had a middle evolution. Yeah, honestly. Or, hot take, give Noivern an evolution. You can, obviously, you can tweak the design a little bit to make it look more middle. But I think Noivern needs an evolution because it's just not that powerful. Xerneas. S tier. It's beautiful. Xerneas is goated. I love it. Just why at 48? Yeah, it's so dumb. The strength does not justify it. Yveltal is better than Xerneas. Competitive Pokemon has proven over time that Xerneas is... Sorry, that Yveltal is better than Xerneas. Yveltal? No. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna say Yveltal. Yveltal. Like Eviltal. But Eviltal sounds cringe, so Yveltal is what I say. In competitive singles, Xerneas peaked in high school. It fell off hard after X and Y. Like as soon as Oris hit the scene, it fell off. Like, everyone just remembers how meta-dominant it was in X and Y, and they just assume that's how powerful it was forever. No. Yveltal passed it. As soon as Gen 7 came out, and Necrozma became a thing, Yveltal carried. It's the name Yveltal. No, it is not. A Zygarde dog is S tier. It's a dog. Although, I'm kind of surprised it's in the Gen 6 section, technically, since it was released in Gen 7. But, you know what? I understand it. It's goated. Zygarde 100% is okay. I'm gonna be real. It's kind of... I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's not as cool as a design as I would have liked. Also, we should get more Zygarde lore in Zaza. Like, we really should. OG Zygarde, I'm gonna be real, kind of sucks. I don't like its design. I like it more than Quilladin, but not as much as a set of keys. Diancie is so pretty. I love how pretty it is. Also, where's Mega Diancie? Why is it not here? It's pronounced never gonna give you up. I think he's right. I think White Wolf has the correct answer. Diancie's dope. I like it more than Carbink, but I'm gonna be real. I don't think I like it as much as Chestnut. Zygarde was introduced in Gen 7. No, Zygarde Dog was in Gen 7. And 100%. Regular Zygarde was Gen 6. That's my point. Yeah, that's why I was confused why it's in the Gen 6 tier list. Because it didn't have, like, other Gen 6 stuff, like Mega Diancie. It's not being consistent, you know? Yo, that's its evolution. Hoopa Unbound is so ugly. I hate it. It's so stupid looking. Also, it's like such a confusing stat spread. When I was a child, I didn't understand that if you just hit it with a physical attack, it falls over. So I wanted it banned from Gen 7 UU, and I complained so much. That's my... Yeah, that's actually a legendary trio, not an evolution line. Hoopa regular is so much better. Also, this thing's like PU in the current generation. Power creep is insane. Also, Hoopa's absolutely gonna be the replacement for space-time distortions, right? In Legend Zaza, its rings are just gonna summon Pokemon from the future or something silly like that, or alternate dimensions. That's absolutely gonna be the explanation, right? It's Hoopa Unbound, Hoopa Regular. Oh, Confined. Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I've never heard anyone call this thing Hoopa Confined. Even if that is correct, I'm gonna be real. Nah. Volcanion sucks. This is like probably one of the most forgettable Pokemon of all time. Let's be real, because it does literally nothing. It has done literally nothing in anything. Except maybe a movie, but like I don't watch the movie. I'm only saying this because I'm playing a game with my friend, but when did we get so far? I'd say after the second stream we got here. Volcanion does stink. Yes, it does. They gave out a shiny Volcanion once. Haven't they not officially released that shiny? I mean, it kind of makes sense because it is weak and all that. Let me grab Mega Diancie real quick, because Mega Diancie is not on this tier list for some mysterious reason. Why is there no Mega Diancie? Transparent. Here it is. Okay. Then I'm gonna upload it. I don't think there's any other Gen 6 Pokemon we're missing, so we'll get the Hisui Pokemon done later. Mega Diancie is very pretty, but I'm gonna be real, it's not that much better than regular Diancie, so I'm just gonna put it right next to it. That's it. And I'm pretty sure we've gotten all the Megas so far. That's the final Mega we have to do, right? Like 99% sure? Because we already did the Primals. What is happening with the music? That was so weird. Anyway, this is the final Gen 6 tier list. It's nothing too crazy. Straightforward. Thank you all for watching. Okay. Did you finish the Meteor Falls event? Porygon. Oh, it uses their Gen 9 models. That's so weird. Or, no, it doesn't. Some of these are just made up. Did you battle the, Did you battle Team Rocket and Magma at, Meteor Falls? Which is to the left of Fall Arbor Town. You have to do that. And then go back to, You can't battle them. Why? Okay, well, if you did the event, then that's fine. That's fine. Now you gotta go to the top of Mount Chimney. So, do you remember that place? You went north of Mauville, and then you went into a fire cave to go to where, like, the desert location is, north of there? Go back to that spot, but instead of going into the fire cave, go to the right. You'll see, like, a gondola. You go up that. I know all 21 digits. True. It do be like that. There's only 21 digits. Yeah. So basically, go back to Mauville City, go north, and instead of going through that red fire cave, go to the right. You can go up the gondola now. No, you don't have to push any boulders to do that. You'll need Rock Smash, but you don't need anything else. Yeah, just basically go back to Mauville. Do not go through the fire cave when you're going north of Mauville again. Forms you already did out of the way. Yeah. I want to be real. I don't remember where I put them, so I think I'm just going to ignore them, to be honest. Why is this so ugly? Okay. Gen 7 time. It's time for Gen 7. I'm not redoing the forms I already did, unfortunately, but I will mix them up just to mess the people who have OCD up a little bit. I think this is the perfect order for the people who have OCD. I think you'll appreciate this a lot. You don't know where you put Alolan Golem? Yeah, I have no idea. Like, the top 3 tier is missing, so I just don't think I can rate Alolan Golem. Just genuinely don't. Rowlet is an S tier design. I was a Rowlet stan from day one. I thought this thing was amazing. It is so pretty. It's a goofy little guy. I love it when we have dual typing starters. It's just, can you make new tiers in this? You can, but when there's only 70 some odd Pokemon, you don't really need that many tiers. Dartrix is D tier. Dartrix is not B tier. It is so ugly. Dartrix is like, this made me question everything. In fact, when all of the Gen 7 middle stages were revealed, everyone hated them at launch. Like, all 3 of them were hated so much. Now, people have turned around on Torracat, but let's be real, these were terrible. People hated them when they were initially revealed. That's a little history of revisionism that's happened lately. Anyway, Decidueye is also an S tier design. Decidueye is amazing. I love Decidueye. And yes, I mispronounced it to see if anyone would react. But I don't really have much to say. It's super cool. The Hisuian variant is not here. I'll have to do that in the Hisui list, but whatever. Litten. It's a cat. It's a fine design. People hated Litten on its initial release just because it was a basic black cat. Everyone hated it for that. But now that Incineroar is mega popular, people love Litten now. So I'm gonna be real. I didn't mind Litten all that much, but it's fine. It's cool. Torracat is S tier though. Bottom of S tier right now. but it's a cool Pokemon. I hated this thing when it was initially revealed as well. I'm not going to pretend like I was not part of that hate train, but it's turned on me. It's a lot more fun to use in game, to be frank. How broken an Incineroar is in competitive. Yeah, about that, Davi. Incineroar is kind of like whatever. Keep in mind, I play competitive singles for the most part, and Incineroar is not good there. Go north of Mauville. Incineroar is not good in competitive singles. It is literally just a VGC thing where it's good. I think it's RU currently in Gen 8. Sorry, in Gen 9, and it's not too fantastic there. Because it turns out, like, Intimidate's not as useful if you're only hitting one Pokemon. Now, I understand that if this was based on competitive, it'd be at the top of S, but... Well, based on competitive doubles, it'd be at the top of S. But I'm gonna be real, Incineroar's kind of lame. I think it's my least favorite of the fully evolved starters design-wise, and it's just kind of like whatever. Popplio. A tier. Very pretty. Actually, there will be, tomorrow's short is about Mega Incineroar Theory Craft. I already have it made and it's already uploaded. So, like, it's coming out tomorrow. Okay, no. Okay, just literally go outside in front of the cave, Porygon. But don't enter the cave. Go to the outside of that cave. From there, go right and up. It'll literally be within a few steps of there. Why do people hate Popplio for a long time? It wasn't that people hated Popplio. It was more so that people hated Brionne. People don't like it when Pokemon tend to be very feminine. I wonder why. Probably because they're misogynists. But a lot of people just hated Brionne and they hated Primarina. Because they don't like it when one starter looks like a specific gender, especially if it's a woman, because there's a lot of misogynists in this community. I'm gonna be real. People don't like Brionne. I think it's fine, but people just use women as an excuse to hate some of the Pokemon. I'm gonna be real. Like, people complain about Pokemon looking too human like Brionne. They complain about Florges. They complain about, Delphox. Those same people don't complain about Incineroar, though. Or Machamp, or any other masculine-looking Pokemon. It's so weird. Anyway, yeah, I do think Brionne's ugly, though. Primarina's S tier, though. I am not a Brionne fan. Actually, hot take, I'm actually gonna drop him to D tier. I don't like Brionne. It's ugly. Primarina's goated, though. I know the irony of me saying, like, all this stuff about people hating Brionne, and then me also putting it in D tier, but I swear to God, I'm not bad. I'm not a bad person. I just put a big target on my back. I just look so stupid now. Either way, Brionne's cool. Primarina's cool. Pikipek is S tier as well. It's such a dope design. I love it so much. Trumbeak is the bottom of D tier. In fact, if we still had the F tier, it would be at the bottom of F tier. I despise Trumbeak. One of my least favorite. Actually, it's probably my least favorite Pokemon of all time. It's ugly. How do you go from Pikipek to Trumbeak? I don't know what they did. Why does its beak work like lips? Like, it can move its beak like a trumpet. It's so ugly. Yo, Toucannon is the bisexual flag. Absolutely true. Because Gardevoir is nostalgia. People like they make an exception for Gardevoir because they're weirdos. And by that, I think you know what I mean when I say that, though, right? Either way, Gardevoir is cool. Let me be real. I like Gardevoir because it has a cool design, not because of the weirdo stuff. Toucannon's okay. I don't really have a big opinion on Toucannon. It does not match the hype of Pikipek. Pikipek reminded me so much of Starly, and I was so happy to see something like this when Gen 7 was revealed. And then these abominations happened. Yungoos is like, it's a funny little mongoose guy. It's whatever. Gumshoes is D tier, and I think we all know why. You already would have lost to Maze Grovyle. That battle's a hard battle. It's considered one of the hardest ones. We're so close to the best bug type. Grubbin Grubbin's actually very interesting for a regional bug. So I'm going to raise it up to B for that. Because, like, most of them are just, like, basic caterpillars and insects. This thing is actually, like, has horns and such. Charjabug, very cool. I like Charjabug a lot. You're outside the fire cave. Go right and then up. You'll see a gondola. There'll be a hiker, man, I'm pretty sure, even. Vikavolt is an overrated Pokemon. It's kind of whatever, to be honest. It's slower than Grubbin. Yeah, it's a whole point slower, isn't it? Like, isn't it exactly like 1 point slower? For whatever reason, Game Freak decided the ALOLA region did not deserve to have a speed stat, and I don't know why. Like, they saw all these Pokemon and said, yo, base 70 across the board. Incineroar is also slower than Torracat, fun fact. I'm pretty sure, I think Torracat's base 80 and then Incineroar is base 70. You're on the cable car. All right, you don't need my help anymore, Porygon. You've got it from here. All right, Crabrawler. I like Crabrawler a lot. It's a funny design. It punches. It's just a punchy little crab guy. And then Crabominable exists. I like Crabominable more than Dartrix. First of all, in the original Sun and Moon, you could not evolve this thing until the very end. Because you have to evolve it on Ice Mountain that I don't remember the name of. But you literally couldn't do that until right before the Elite Four. So if you pick Crabrawler and put it on your team, you could not evolve it for the longest time. Crabrawler over Vikavolt? Yes. They fixed this in Ultra Sun and Moon. However, that's a year too late in my opinion. Oricorio Pom Pom? A tier. It's a very funny design. Hula Hula form? Or a Plow Plow form? Not that great. Sensu is a very overrated Pokemon. Baile goes on top. That's how I'm gonna rate all the 4 Oricorios. Sensu is like the most overrated, like, Oricorio form of all time. It's just Thing Japan all over again, to be honest. IMO. Baile is such a way cooler dancing style in both real life and in the Pokemon world. What is this, Cutie Fly? Cutie Fly is kind of like, whatever. What do I have to watch? Just walk around, Porygon. You'll figure it out. Trust me. Cutie Fly is kind of like whatever. I think it's too small to do anything special, if we're being frank. Ribombee is a very pretty design. I am a big fan of how Ribombee looks. I gotta put it higher. It's not as good as Baile, but Ribombee is also very goated. Big fan of Ribombee and its design. It has also an amazing shiny with the red scarf. I love it so much. Your first Pokemon game where you had 3 bug types on your team? Well, one was Vikavolt. A Rockwoodid would also be dope. Rockruff is S tier. I love Rockruff. It's such a pretty Pokemon. It's so cute. It's one of my favorites of all time. I would love a Rockruff plush. I basically already have one, though. Lycanroc is a downgrade, but it's not a big one. At least Lycanroc midday. It keeps the same color scheme and general idea of what the original Rockruff had. Plus, it looks like one of my dogs, and I'm a big fan of that. Lycanroc Midnight is a bit ugly. I'm gonna be real. It's not as cool. It's just edgy for the sake of being edgy. It's a big lame. I'm gonna be real. Actually, no. I like Incineroar more. I can't lie to myself. And then Lycanroc Dusk is just... It's a merge between the two. That's what it is. But I don't like it. It just uses the midday model and just pastes over it. It's so dumb. I don't like it. This is lazy in my opinion. We should have had a Dawn form to contradict it too. But at the end of the day, the line peaked with Rockruff. Wishiwashi is goated. Wishiwashi's sick. It's such a cool Pokemon. I wish this thing was actually like more available in games because I would love to use it. Also, one of the coolest totem battles, but it does get overshadowed by the totem battle in Ultra Sun and Moon. That was actually a really cool twist in Usum. Seems a bit much. 3 was a bit much. We didn't need a Dawn form. Why is this the only Pokemon that got like a Dawn/Dusk form? Like, we probably should have gotten a legendary like that. That would have been interesting. Like, instead of having Necrozma, we could have just had like a 3rd Solgaleo Lunala type of variant. Marini? I think Marini's ugly. I think it's dumb. Also, it becomes the horrifying Pokemon that is Toxapex. Oh god, the king of stall. Ever since Gen 7, this thing became the stall monster. It never dies, it spreads toxic, and it just sits there and it looks stupid. It's got a nice design, but dear lord, do I hate ever having to fight this thing. It's so dumb. Although, I've been using it a good amount in UU lately, and running it with Infestation Toxic is hilarious. And, oh, and what, Chilling Water, so they can't even hurt you? Uh-oh, stream lag. No. I think I'm fine now. Spin on that one butterfly, I forgot. I think Mudsbury is ugly. I don't like it. Mudsdale is so much better, though. It's a lot better. A whole tier better, to be frank. I like the horse. It's a funny horse. Stamina is a really cool ability. I just want more Pokemon to like it. Dewpider. I don't like Dewpider that much. I love the concept. Luigi, this isn't Wii. Oh, no. Anyway, Araquanid is amazing. One of the best Pokemon ever. I just wish it had a higher something. Higher speed would be very cool, but I can understand this thing being slow for being real. If it had higher attack, that would be so beautiful as well, because that way the choice banded liquidations would hit so hard. It's amazing. It's one of the best designed Pokemon. Respond if you see the problem. Looks like multiple people are lagging. Oh no. Huh. Might need to restart the stream. Is it that bad? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let me do an internet test real quick. Oh no. What's wrong with the internet? It should be working fast enough. We are not. I am. I think I'm doing all right. My internet's going as fast as normal. You can hear. Didn't learn my lesson. I didn't learn my lesson. Lighty, please don't. Say a lowland golem. Yes, I will say a lowland golem. I'm assuming that we're back. No idea what happened. I think Felmantis sucks. I hate it. It's so weak. It's not really a fun or interesting design. I think this is dumb, to be honest. Lurantis is better, but I also don't think it's that cool. It's just kind of lame. I don't really have a deep story to say about Lurantis. It's just dumb. Morlul is a very good design. I think it is such a good designed Pokemon. It's so pretty, and then it's a shame that it becomes Shinotic. Shinotic is so dumb, dude. It's such a disappointment coming from Morlul. I just wanted to see a bunch of more mushrooms growing out of this guy, and then it became one big mushroom, and it's so stupid looking. Oh, I mean, Fairy Grass is a cool typing. We finally got one, but at the same time, it's like, why is this thing so stupid? Also, Strength Sap is a stupid move. I hate it. Salazzle is cool, but hunting for a female Salazzle sucks, because I tried using one on my first team, but it was a male. I didn't know the males didn't evolve, and it was a big sad. Salazzle is so cool, but why is it so weak? Also, did you know this thing gets Dragon Dance? Why does Salazzle get Dragon Dance? I don't care if there's a lore reason. It shouldn't get it. Or give it make it a real dragon. Drop the fire typing, make it a poison dragon. I don't really care. I just want to see this thing be good and stronger and not just be a running Focus Sash or leftovers with Substitute, Protect, and Toxic. Because that's all it really does. Stuffle is so pretty. I love Stuffle. Top of A tier. It's a very pretty Pokemon. Beware, though. Beware is a pretty big downgrade if we're going to be real here. It's a lizard, so it gets all those dragon moves. Heliolisk is a lizard. I don't see it getting Dragon Dance. I don't think Turtonator gets Dragon Dance, and that's our actual dragon type. Heatmore is a lizard, I think. Probably. It doesn't get dragon moves. Something being a lizard does not mean it gets dragon moves at all. Bounsweet is ugly. I don't like Bounsweet at all. It's going right below Shinotic. I prefer Shinotic. Beware is on top. Beware is right here in C tier. It is towards the top, though. It's got that going for it. Steenie is probably... Ooh. I think Steenie is very ugly. I am not a fan of Steenie. Could be girls around. What did I say? I don't remember. Steenie is stupid. I don't like it. Serena, though? Goated. They fixed the design with Serena. Dropkick is a cool signature move. Dazzling is a very fascinating... Oh, it's Queenly Majesty, but it's the same thing. It's a very cool design. I think it's a cool Pokemon. Big fan. Comfey is also dope. probably probably a hot take to put it as high as I did. I think Comfey is a really cool Pokemon. Triage is a dope ability. Just priority on all healing moves is so insane. Serena has two different fans. Yeah, I'm of the normal kind. I don't want to do Joker with the Pokemon. That's weird. I burped. Anyway, we got Oranguru, which I think is just ugly. I don't really have anything to say about Oranguru. It's so sad. Because, I don't think Endeavor exists in Gen 3, so no. Passimian's also just kind of lame, if we're being honest. I don't really like this duo of Pokemon. They're just so boring, and they don't really do anything special. Like, why are they a duo? Just because they're monkeys? That's it. They have nothing else in common. Why does one destroy the other if they're supposed to be, like, equal or something stupid like that? Like, I mean, they're version exclusive, so you gotta, like, compare them, right? I don't know. I feel like this is some of the worst version exclusives in the series. C tier is kind of big. Wimpod is kind of whatever, if we're being honest. It's annoying to get access to because you miss it once. You kind of have to wait a few days. There's only 3 locations to hunt for it, too, so it's, like, kind of lame. It's not the easiest to get. Serena's time will come. I'm cool with Serena getting a buff. I don't know why Maractus was more popular for the 34 website than Serena. Why did you fact check that information, Davi? Why would you fact check that? Galisapod is amazing, but it's also a bit overrated. I just wish it had a different ability. Like, I understand why it still has Wimp Out, or whatever its new version is called. But the gimmick is over. Like, we get it. It's a cowardly Pokemon. It's been 2 generations already. Give them a real hidden ability. And while we're at it, do the same thing with Arcan and Archeops. Like, come on. This thing needs fixed. Sandygast, I'm gonna be real. I think Sandygast is ugly as well. It's actually gonna go to the bottom C tier. It's better than Shiinotic. It's a cool design. Especially the shiny is very pretty as well. I like the ability of a sandcastle. It's pretty nice. Give Glisopod Sheer Force? Actually, I don't even think that'd be that useful for Glisopod. Because, like, that'll help with liquidation, but that's about it. Wouldn't really do much else for it. Palisand is better. In fact, I'd say it's a whole tier better. But it's not clear in the funny Salamander person. And it's just slightly better than the bug that you could not really get very often if you're not paying attention. Pyukamuku's cute. It has the gimmick of not learning any offensive attacks. Why did we get 2 water bugs in this generation? That is a very interesting question. Gen 7 was great for bug type lovers, though. You gotta give him that. Type Null is so cool. I love Type Null so much. It is one of the best potentials of a Pokemon of all time. Ever since I saw this design, I was so hyped to see what would happen when this thing evolved. And then, also, its relationship with Gladion's really cool, too. It's just a cool design. Savali is the bottom of D tier, though. If we still had that F tier, Savali would be there. I despise Savali, purely because of how weak this thing is competitively. This is the worst legendary of all time. I don't care if there's technically a couple legendaries it's stronger than. This thing was literally designed to fight. It was made to fight Ultra Beasts. And it can't even do that because it's so pathetically weak. This thing cannot do its one job. It's modeled after Arceus, but it's just as close to the Arceus in stats as it is to cast form. That is a true fact. And I remember on the Hot Takes short, people were giving me crap for hating on Silvally, but this thing sucks. I remember one guy, hold on. One guy was, I think they were making fun of some other Pokemon to gas up Silvally. I think they were making fun of Genesect to gas up Silvally, which is like, huh? Genesect is not only is Genesect insanely cool, it's also insanely powerful. Imagine comparing Genesect and Mewtwo to this thing. This thing, yeah. Someone on that short, it was on the first day of comments on that one short, but someone was gassing up Silvally by making Genesect look bad. And it's like, how do you do that? Genesect is 100 times better. Like, what? Imagine. Savali sucks. Minior is cool. I'm not rating every individual Minior form. This Minior is just gonna represent all of them, and Minior is a high A. I want Minior to get some kind of buff. I don't know what that buff would be. but it needs one. I think it just needs a little more stats. Honestly, Eviolite Minior would go hard. I would love to see that. Minior. Maybe it could become like a fire type as like a crashed meteor. That could be interesting. I would like the idea. Or an Evo. I feel like an evolution is the most realistic, but I don't really know what they could do with it, to be honest. Komala is one of the most disappointing Pokemon of all time because look at this thing. It looks like it should evolve. It looks like it's a baby Pokemon. Why does it not evolve? That was one of the biggest disappointments for me in Gen 7. I had one on my team, but it was just so weak that it wasn't even usable. Also, why did Game Freak nerf this Pokemon so hard in Gen 9? Like, it lost Rapid Spin. That was, like, one of the main things it had going for it. I know it lost some other useful moves, too, but it's like, what did Komala do that Game Freak decided that it needed nerf? And it's mid. Yeah, it's so bad. I don't like it. Turtonator is ugly. I'm gonna be real. It's slightly better than Komala. It's just a stupid design. It's another one of those version exclusives, but the two Pokemon have literally nothing going with each other. The other one's Drampa. Like, why are these two version exclusives? What is the purpose of this? They have no connections. There's nothing going for them. It's so stupid. That's something that later gens just, like, kind of do. Like, why? Why are they weird with their version exclusives in later gens? Togedemaru? Or Togedemaru, as some people would pronounce it? It's whatever. I'm not putting it over the funny sound. Actually, no, it's going below the Sandcastle. It's better than a Wimpod, though. Togedemaru. It's one of the better Pikachu clones competitively, which is pretty nice. It does like the same thing every game. It just spiky shield with the iron barbs, and you just try to be annoying with stuff like Nuzzle, Zing Zap, and go for Paraflinches. But it's a fascinating Pokemon. I like it. It's a cool design. That's about all I have to say. Mimikyu, or Alolan Pikachu, as some like to call it. Very cool Pokemon. I don't know why they nerfed its ability. I mean, I guess with Disguise plus Focus Sash, it was really annoying. Shouldn't count as a Mimikyu clone. It's not. It's not a Pikachu clone. It's just a Alolan Pikachu. I don't know how to evolve a Alolan Pikachu into a Alolan Raichu, though. It's kind of weird. I love Mimikyu, though. It's so cool that it got an exclusive Z move, too, in Usum. Usum really is, like, one of the best Pokemon games. It's just a shame that Sun and Moon released first, so that's what I played first. Therefore, that's my opinion of Gen 7. I've literally never gotten past the first island in Gen 7, I don't think. Just purely because it was so boring. Like, it's the same game, but better. But I've already played it, and I didn't even care for it that much. Well, sorry. I don't like Gen 7 because there's so much story. Like, most of the criticism that people pass on to Gen 8 about, oh, you take 10 steps and then you're stopped for story, that happens in Gen 7. Like, quite literally. Especially on the second island. It's so dumb. I don't know. Some people are just too critical about it. Plus, like, oh, people like to gas up Pokemon stories as if the best Pokemon story isn't like a 5 out of 10. Just throwing that out there. When you compare it to other JRPGs. Bruxish sucks. It's ugly. I'll put it above Beware. Near the top of C tier for a Pokemon I think sucks. Gen 7 is like some of the best and worst Pokemon of all time. A Pokemon having too high stakes. I don't really... I'm gonna be real. I've never heard that complaint. My point is just that Pokemon doesn't have good writing. It's a children... Actually, no. It being a children's game is not an excuse to have for it to have bad writing. Because other children's games are good at writing. It's serviceable. At least. But, like, really, like, compared to almost any other JRPG, the best Pokemon game is, like, they're mids. Like, peak Pokemon writing is, like, mid every other series. Let's be real with ourselves here. Like, Pokemon fans, like, praise very basic character development, which is, like, such a low bar. Grandpa's, like, it's a funny grandpa Pokemon, but I'm gonna be real, that's all it has going for it. Normal Dragon's a cool type combination, though. So I like that. Delmise is such a sick Pokemon that has no reason to exist. Why does it have a 1% encounter rate on the final island on one specific fishing spot? Why did they choose to make this thing so rare? So many people didn't know this mod existed when they played through Gen 7. Because I don't even think any notable trainers have it, right? Also, why does it have a signature ability? Steelworker is so random. Jangmo-O? It's alright. Jangmo-O is fine. I'm gonna put it above Lycanroc. I think it's only Mono Dragon in this form. It gets to the fighting type when it becomes Hakama-O, and I think Hakama-O is just ugly. I don't like Hakamo'o. It's just kind of cringe in it, bruv. Don't you think? Komo-o is good, but it's not higher than B tier, for being honest. People trying to justify new gens being bad, saying Pokemon shouldn't have high stakes and focus on being a champion like gens 1 through 3 did. Gen 3 had an apocalyptic event, and so did Gen 4. Like a world, both of those were world-ending events. Gen 9 was just some random past or future Pokemon coming out of Area Zero. Like, at worst, Paldea is destroyed. Everywhere else is gonna be fine. Like, that's such a weird criticism. Gen 8? Yeah, Gen 8 had high stakes. I'll give them that. But it's like, who cares that the stakes are high? Now, to be fair, Gen 8 didn't exactly have great writing. Like, Rose is literally the dumbest villain of all time. Let's be real here. Rose is the equivalent of the child that when he heard that the sun is gonna die in a million years, he had a massive panic attack. And dedicated his life to stopping it. Like, bro, we can't stop that. Like, he's dead. And then he was upset that people weren't taking it seriously, so he sped run making the process happen so we could all work together to stop it. And it's like, bro, really? He just wants to get the problem out of the way. Which is like, stupid tech billionaires. That's what Rose is. Funnily enough. He's a tech billionaire combined with a 5-year-old. Coco is goated. Tapu Koko is insanely cool. I love it. Cool design. It's the Tapu you interact with in the most in the story. It's really cool. Champion fight is the equivalent of Jeff Bezos. Yes. True. From Mental Spectacle, there's actually nothing happening in the story. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's no actual consequences if you decide to just go AFK for 500 hours. There's no punishment. Like, Coco's just cool. Lele is, I think Coco's the best Tapu, in my opinion. Like, not necessarily competitively, but from a design standpoint, I love it so much. And I like that it's the one you see the most in the story. You know, it's just a bit of bias because you start in the first island and all that cool stuff. Lele is cool. I love Lele. Lele is probably the best competitively, at least in singles, because it just hits so damn hard. Bulu. So many people did not understand that the best legendary group short was me making fun of Tapu Bulu. Like, I don't particularly care about the Tapus overall. I mean, they are one of the better legendary groups in my opinion. But the amount of people who did not understand that that short was literally made to make fun of Tapu Bulu is a little astounding to me. That was literally the only thing about it. Yeah, Rillaboom's the real 4th Tapu. A lot of people don't know this, but Tapu Bulu destroyed that town on the 3rd island, right? The other Tapus went to go have an intervention, the Tapu Bulu, because he's not defending the people or the region. He's just got out of control, and they need to calm him down. But when they arrived, ready for the fight, they felt a sudden surge of grass appear, and confusion spread, because Bulu's terrain was already set. And then the hero, Rillaboom, appeared, and proceeded to dominate Tapu Bulu in a fight. The other 3 Tapus saw Rillaboom fight Tapu Bulu, and they hired him on the spot to replace the fraud. And then Fraudlu, no longer a Tapu, was banished to the desert. That's the lore. There's some lore. I wanted to include that lore in the future short for Rillaboom versus Tapu Bulu, but I didn't have time to explain it there. Anyway, Tapu Fraudlu's lame. I don't have any explanation for it. Finny's also kind of boring, to be honest. I really like this sprite, though. The 2D sprite's pretty cool. Happy World lore. Yeah. A lot of people think that Rillaboom can't be a Tapu just because he was introduced in Gen 8, but like, bro, he was so good. They had to let him cook for 3 more years. See, this is why Game Freak needs to delay their game so they can cook for a few more years. Rillaboom is the best example of that. Cosmog, I love Cosmog. It's so pretty. Cosmog's going to go above Coco, but not above Rockruff. It's such a pretty Pokemon. I wanted to use this on my team so much, but then unfortunately I realized it was Lily's Pokemon, and then I realized I'm not going to be able to get this until endgame, and that made me depressed. Cosmoem exists. I think Cosmoem kind of sucks, to be honest. Bottom of C tier. It's not bad enough to be a D tier, but I don't have an opinion on that guy. Solgaleo has a sick design, but it's also one of the weakest Ubers. One of the weakest box art legendaries ever, which I'm gonna be real. I only learned recently that this thing's extremely weak. Like a month or 2 ago is when I found out. I didn't know it was that bad. Like, I knew it was completely outshone by Necrozma Duskbane. But I didn't know it was like as bad as it is. It's being a few months ago. Finchnator and the rest of the OU Council announced that it was actually being considered to be dropped down into the OU tier. And I sat down and thought about it for a while, and like I got to thinking that honestly, I don't think it's gonna be broken. Go back to ranking. I am ranking. I've been ranking Pokemon for like 40 hours. By 40 hours, I mean 1 hour and 15 minutes. I hope it is. I kind of hope it does drop. I think it'd be cool. Lunala, I think, is overrated. It's an overrated Pokemon. It's still A tier. But I think it's just funny Dark Moonbat. I think Solgaleo's design is so much cooler. One of the only box art legendaries to be weak to its counterpart. Yeah, it is. It's kind of weird. I mean, to be fair, it does... Actually, no, wait, does it learn knockoff? I know Duskmane gets knockoff, but does regular Solgaleo get knockoff? I'm not sure. It probably gets crunch, right? Because it's a... It likes to bite. I actually have no idea. I mean, Solgaleo sucks. Lunala is not that much better. Actually, no, it is better. I can't say that. It's just flat out better. It's not that insane, though. Nihilego is very pretty. I like Nihilego. It's at the bottom of S tier for me. I should look at the sun Pokemon being weak to fire. True. You know, Solgaleo is kind of a fraud. I did not mute myself fast enough. I failed. Buzzwole is that guy. I love Buzzwole. Buzz. He flexes all the time. I wish this thing was strong, but it's so weak. It's so bad competitively. It's OU because it's too strong for UU, not because on its own merit. It sucks. It was actually kind of decent in Gen 6 though, because Max Airstream and Dual Wing Beat. Pheromosa is such a pretty design. They killed it with the Ultra Beasts. And if we ever get like a Gen 7 remake or Legend Zaza type of deal for Gen 7, we really... The one Pokemon show where first thing Buzzwole does is flex. Yes. Also, oh, that reminds me. Remember those special trailers they showed off for the Ultra Beasts? Like the IRL trailers with real life actors, and they had like those all the Ultra Beasts in them, and they were attacking the real world. Those were so cool. And I'm so sad those never came back. Those were some of the coolest things Pokemon Company has ever produced. Dips into analog horror. Pokemon has a lot of, like, if they wanted to make horror Pokemon films, which if they did, it'd have to be PG. There's no way Pokemon would make an actual, like, rated R and go hard into the horror. But Pokemon as an IP has a lot of cool things you could do. But unfortunately, I feel like a Pokemon horror film will just battle down to battling the evil Pokemon, which would be kind of lame if we're being real here. It would be very interesting. Yeah, they were analog horror. They were so cool. Except Buzzwole. I think Buzzwole's just funny. Imagine you're being approached by a flexing mosquito. Like, I remember Nihilego was so mysterious. Xurkatree's was insane. I loved Xurkatree's trailer. In fact, Xurkatree's probably my favorite Ultra Beast. It's so cool. Those were just so Cleo's normal cat behavior. True. I'm trying to remember. Kartana. Yeah, because I remember Kartana's, because like you were watching like this footage, right? It was a replay of like some footage that a camera caught. And they had to like slow down the footage and freeze frame just so they could see Kartana, because it's so fast and they cut something down. It's so cool. Also, Kartana has this really cool niche in the anime where it actually speaks in Japanese, but it's played in reverse. Fun fact. It's one of the few Pokemon that actually speak a human language. It's just backwards. Yeah, it's backwards. Oh, it's backwards English? Is that in the English dub? Because I know it's Japanese somewhere. Kartana is so cool. The Gen 7 anime got way too much hate. All because of the art style change. Well, let's be real here. It was pretty good. Like, it's overhated. Absolutely. Kartana is sick. Also, this thing was a literal demon in competitive as well. Like, such high attack. It's like base 181 attack. Like, it's not real. I remember looking at, like, some of the Ultra Beast stat lines and then some Mega Pokemon stat lines, and the fact that these are coming back is scary to me. Called everything it cut worthless. True. Buzzwole screaming. Buzz. Amaburia Celesteela is very bad for me, though. Because back in Gen 7, I was not a good battler, and I did not know how to beat Celesteela. So I just suffered the entire time. I was a bad battler. I hated it so much. Same thing with Hoopa, even though like they're both kind of, well, Celesteela is difficult to deal with, in my opinion. Buzzwole Scream is so, why does it sound like that? If you know what Buzzwole Screaming sounds like, it's like, you would never think it sounds like that. Guzzlord's kind of going down. Also, do you guys remember the theory about the Ultra Beasts being based on specific humans? And they were like, it was kind of like a Skinwalker theory, to where like Lusamine is secretly an Ultra Beast, and then Lily was secretly an Ultra Beast because they kind of look similar. It was like people were speculating that Xurkitree was Xurkitree? No, Guzma was Xurkitree. Lusamine was Pheromosa. Lily was Nihilego. That theory, like, I actually was a fan of it. Like, it was obviously not true, but it was funny to speculate about. See, I was the person who claimed that the player's mom was Guzzlord. Obese brother, true. It truly is. I thought the player's mom being Guzzlord was the funniest bit of humor of all time. It is kind of wild, though, how many Pokemon... I mean, obviously, Lusamine styled herself after Pheromosa, and then styled Lily after Nihilego, so that's why they look similar. And Lusamine probably liked Guzma because he looked similar to Xurkitree, which is why those three actually look like Ultra Beasts, probably, from, like, the lore story perspective. It's pretty cool. I like it. The FEMA Crusher rolled with it. True. Necrozma, I'm a big fan of Necrozma. Gen 7 got its legendaries. I'm counting Ultra Beasts as legendaries for the sake of this conversation. They got its legendaries so right. It's such a cool Pokemon. Arguably, Necrozma is the strongest Pokemon lore-wise. You could argue that it's over Arceus, and I would support it. I don't know if I'd agree with it, but it's a valid argument. Because we know for a fact that Necrozma has at least one universe under its belt. And since Pokemon's a multiverse, each universe has one Arceus. Which would imply, if it took down one universe, it took down that universe's Arceus. So you could argue that it's above Arceus. You could. Actually, we don't even know if each universe has an Arceus, because, like, who knows if the Ultra Beast worlds have it. So, you know what? So I can maybe retract that statement. But Necrozma's cool. You could argue it's one of the strongest Pokemon of all time. You could, from a lore perspective. Because what other Pokemon has that level of a feat? Like, nothing does. Like, besides Arceus. It's literally the only two Pokemon up there. And if anyone says Ditto, no, stop. Duskmane, can it beat Goku? No, of course not. Cannot beat Goku, of course not. Duskmane is so sick. I'm a big fan of Duskmane as well. Duskmane's gonna go low. Yo, I'm a big fan of Duskmane, but I can't believe I'm putting it this low. One of the strongest Pokemon we ever got competitively, at least from the singles perspective. I don't know how good it is in VGC, to be frank. But this thing is the second best Pokemon ever. It was the second best Mon in Gen 7. Because nothing is beating Primalgroudon. In Gen 8 is either second or third. Calyrex Shadow. Actually, no. Yveltal is probably number 1. Top 3 for Gen 8 is kind of debatable because, I mean, Calyrex Shadow is so insanely meta impactful, but Yveltal is the perfect counter to it. Literally, Calyrex, Duskmane, and Calyrex Shadow have over 80% usage rate. I'm pretty sure all 3 of them do, and then the next Pokemon before that is like 30%. Like, literally every single good team in Gen 8 has all 3 of those Pokemon. At least 2. And because, anyway, I don't know. Back to the subject at hand. Necrozma Duskmane is insane, and if this thing had Terrastalization... Actually, it does have Terra. I take it back. No, it's one of the best Pokemon in Gen 9 again. It's so good. Shadow Shield is cool. I don't like Dawn Wings as much as I like Lunala, but I'm going to put them side by side. Actually, I prefer Guzzlord. I don't know what it is. It's just the armor doesn't look as good on Lunala as it does on Solgaleo. I love Necrozma, though. It's like the body snatcher Pokemon. It's so cool. Shout out to Eternatus. I hope if we get more Gen 7 games, we get new... I want new forms for Necrozma. I want to see it body snatch more Pokemon. I think that would be cool. He's also used a lot. Yeah, Eternatus is very bulky. I love Eternatus. It's so cool. If we had Eternamax Eternatus in Gen 8, that thing would have been insane. Probably ban-worthy. Assuming it had the same stats. But actually, it's not probably. It definitely is. Yeah, why does it turn blue? It's kind of weird. Like, I mean, Duskmane kind of gets more yellow, but the sun's yellow, right? The moon's not really blue. I don't know blue moons are a thing, but it's like, I just think OG Necrozma looks better than Dawn Wings. I think it's a downgrade. Ultra Necrozma, I think, is actually a kind of overrated. It's still S tier. I'm gonna be real, though. I'm gonna put it right below Solgaleo. I think it's an overrated design, but it's also really cool. Why is Eternal Flower banned on show? Is that... You're talking about Floette, right? Eternal Flower Floette. It's banned because it was never released. And since it never released, it's officially, like, not a real Pokemon in the eyes of the Pokemon community, basically. Well, in the eyes of Game Freak, at least. It's also not allowed in VGC for the express purpose of it was never actually released. It's not really that complex. It has stats, it has a whole signature move and everything. It's just, since it never released, we can't use it. It's the same deal with, like, Petrarunt, for example. Like, we already knew what Petrarunt's stats was, like, a month before it released, but since it never released, it wasn't allowed to be used. Also because Game Freak was, like, taking down YouTube videos and such. Oh, no, it's not that ridiculous. I need to look at its stats, admittedly, but no, it would not be banned from Ubers. Magearna is a cool design, too. Pokeball Magearna's not here, but it would be in the exact same spot. It's also another ridiculously powerful Pokemon. I thought it was Gen 7 and... Sorry, I thought it was UU in Gen 7 for some reason. Absolutely not. This thing is a demon. It could be a physical attacker or a special attacker, or it could even be a wall. It's insane. 7B... I actually have no idea what its stats are off the top of my head. But it better be in Zaza. Also, wait, was that a Gen 6 mon? Yeah, it was technically a Gen 6 mon, but I don't know. I mentioned it when I was doing the Gen 7 stuff. Magearna and Dancer are part of a duo. I can kind of understand why. I keep thinking that Magearna was a Gen 6 Pokemon, because I swear we saw it in Gen 6 somewhere. Like, I thought it was Diancie, Magearna, and Volcanion. I, for my mind, completely forgot about Hoopa. I could have sworn those three were revealed together. Notice how Dragon, what he did in Magearna, he died to Magearna. That's what happened. I think Magearna's a bit overrated. Marshadow is goated, though. Marshadow, remember when I had the top 3 thing? Marshadow is the 3rd Pokemon in the top 3. I love... Yeah, it's a Mandela effect, except I don't think it's really a group of people. I think it's kind of just me. I don't know why. I keep thinking that Magearna's Gen 6 for some reason. It just never released. Maybe that's why, because the Volcanion movie, it tripped me up. Either way, Marshallow's my 3rd favorite Pokemon of all time. It has such a cool, cute design. It's cool and cute, right? I love the Shadow Boxer idea that can blend in with shadows. It's so cool. It's also one of the most... I don't want to say annoying, but funniest gimmick Pokemon of all time in Ubers, because its signature move steals stat changes and then it attacks. So it with a Choice Scarf can counter so many funny steps. Memory of the nearly dead community I'm still in. No, be careful, Marshtomp, don't die. Marshadow is so pretty. I just wish it had a much better shiny. Could you imagine this thing with like a white body and blue flames for eyes? I think that would be so cool. I'm going to say something. I don't care about Poipole. I don't like... I mean, Ultra Beast being able to evolve makes sense, because they're just alternate world Pokemon. That's all they are. They're not particularly special in that world. But it still kind of rubs me the wrong way. I don't like it when legendaries evolve. Like, I've gotten more used to it now, but I hated that on the release of Gen 7. Was the other form of Marshadow? Porygon? No. I'm not rating them separately. It's the same Pokemon. Let's be real here. Yeah, technically, it does have multiple forms. It has this as its default form, and then when it has its hood on, it's technically a new form, but it's not really a new form. It's just kind of dumb, you know? Naganadal is overrated, to be honest. It's cool, but I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna put it, like, just below Sarena. I don't really have deep opinions on Naganadal. I'm pretty sure you get it early in Ultra Sun and Moon. I wouldn't know, because I never finished them, because I did not like Gen 7. I say that as I put, like, half the decks in S tier. But we need more Wasp Pokemon. I love how it's not a bug type. I'm so happy that it's actually a dragon type. It's so much more unique this way. Stack Attack is a very funny Pokemon. This Navalm was a demon in Gen 8 RU. I remember that. But I'm going to be real. I don't care for Stack Attacka. It didn't do anything wrong. It's just that it's kind of lame. I don't really have anything to say about it. Steel Rock is historically a really bad defensive typing. This thing with Terra would actually go hard. 2 of your top 3 are from Gen 7. Yeah, it is. It's weird. I don't like Gen 7 as games, but I love its decks. I love everything about it except the story pausing you every 2 steps. That's why I hate Gen 7. If Pokemon introduced a skip button like Fire Emblem has, or pretty much any game nowadays, let's be real, it would be the best generation to play. Undisputed, in my opinion. Because Gen 7 has so many, Gen 7, I feel, is the first game to have a really wide Pokedex available for you from the start. Like, there's like 20-ish Pokemon that you can get on, like, the first few routes. And that's insane for team building. And it even includes, like, so many types. I really want to like Gen 7 because it's good it's really good. Like, it is. But the story pausing you every 2 seconds is so annoying. Yo, Blacephalon is one of the GOATs. Blacephalon is insane. I love its design so much. I love my Pennywise Pokemon. You're going above Lycanroc, above Pheromosa, above... You're not above Coco. This is where Blaze is gonna go. All the Fire Ghost types are shiced competitively. I love them so much. They're all frail and they all hit really hard. That's all they do. The random Pokemon of the wild. Yeah, that was just a dumb gimmick. Yeah, not really useful at all. Finish Ruby or else it resets, not the restart. Oh no. It's just... Blacephalon's so cool. It hits hard. I love it so much. Zeraora is like the most forgettable mythic of all time, to be honest. I never remember this thing exists. I'm only putting it in D tier because of how forgettable it is. And it's not even like particularly strong. Its signature move is effectively useless in singles because it turns all normal type moves into electric moves for the rest of the turn. But it's like... Oh yeah, wow, normal moves. That's what you're super concerned about. Where's my music? I want it back. It's so weird, you know? A lot of people say Zarude is the most forgettable mythic, but I'm gonna be real. I remember Zarude a lot more because it's actually really good in RU. Actually, it got banned. Oh yeah, you even commented Zarude is right there. Zarude is forgettable. I'm not gonna pretend like it's not, but I'm gonna be real. Zeraora did nothing for me. In fact, I don't even... If Zeraora has a movie, I genuinely don't remember it existing. At least I know Zarude had a stupid movie with a child and a monkey in data form, which is also like the most stupid form of all time. Meltan is cool. I like Meltan. Very funny Pokemon. No, it's not 8. It's actually A tier. Bottom of A tier. It's a cute Pokemon. Has the worst evolution method of all time because I'm not going to play Pokemon Go no matter how many times Pokemon Company tries to get me to. It's OP in Unite. I have not played Unite yet. I do want to do a Unite stream though. One day, I definitely want to do Unite. Maybe soonish, because I'm kind of getting tired of Rogue. I don't know. I do want to play Unite, though. It sounds fun. Melmetal. Okay, one of Blunder's favorite Pokemon. I love Melmetal. It's cool. It's going to go at the very bottom. Actually, it's going to go to the top of A tier. I just wish it was a lot more accessible, because I don't want to play Pokemon Go. It's it. I underestimated how powerful this thing would be competitively because I saw it was slow and its signature move paralyzed, but it's like, hey, if you paralyze a foe and you click double Iron Bash, Blunder mentioned. Mr. Thunder Blunder. Agency, yes. One day, I'll sack the feature mod just as good as the GOAT. Also, Blunder's biggest choke. Melmetal's Gigantamax form. I don't like the Gigantamax form. I'm gonna be real. It's another one of those weird cases of, like, why does it get love after the generation's done? Like, they did it with Zygarde for 6 to 7. They did it with Melmetal from 7 to 8. Did they do that from 8 to 9 with any Pokemon in particular? I can't think of one. Unless you want to say giving Zamazenta Body Press counts as love, which, I mean, I guess so, because it made it, like, the best restricted mod in Worlds. Or Indianapolis, specifically. I don't think Indianapolis was Worlds. Anyway, this is the end of the Gen 7 tier list, because we already rated all these Pokemon in the previous part. Terra Steel to KO's Pex. What? Oh my lord. Yo. This thing would be Uber. This thing would be Ubers. If it was in Gen 9, it'd be Ubers. Absolutely. Melmetal with Terra? That would be insane. Trick Room, or even just like spreading paralysis support with like Dragapult, or even like Grimmsnarl. Dear lord. Anyway, that is the Gen 7 tier list. Gen 8 tier list. Let's get a Gen 8 one. With Galarian G-Maxes and all that fun stuff. Okay. Generation 8. Atrocity. This tier list is atrocities to humanity. You know what? We're going to put all the Pokemon we already rated in the atrocities tier. This is not me saying they're atrocities. I'm just saying we've already rated these, so we're not going to do them yet. We've already rated all these Pokemon, so it's like, we're not going to redo them. I'm just going to do that now. For the most forgettable... actually, hot take. Gen 8 actually has my favorite regional Pokedex. Oh, it has my favorite Pokedex. I love Gen 8. Let me get all these guys out of the way here. I've already rated Funny Crab. Caparaja has not been rated. Also, why is it... I mean, I know why, but why does Gen 1 get all the love? Can other generations get the love that Gen 1 gets? It'd be so cool. Yeah, hot take. I actually think Gen 8 has one of the best Pokedexes. I really loved Sword and Shield. It makes me sad that people hated it. Already did Garbodor. Corviknight has not gone. Orbeetle, no. Hydrappa. I think it's all just Gen 8 ones from here. Okay, yeah. Slowbro, Glowking has been rated. Gyapdos has been rated. Actually, did I rate the regional birds? Yeah, I did. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, you. And you. I think I rated everyone else, though. Green and the other region care for Galar. Funny Pokemon. Already rated. Professional start to this video, by the way. I already started the recording. I think I got everything. Okay, Grookey is so cool. You know what's funny? Is that when the initial 3 stars were revealed, I was such a huge Sobble fan. I wanted to style myself after Sobble on literally everything online, and then when Gen 8 came out, I didn't even pick Sobble, I picked Scorbunny. Rank Hisui. Yeah, oh yeah, thank you. Remind me after this tier list is done. I gotta do Hisui as well. I just wish the tier list did not delete all my progress, because I had everything there, and I was big sag. Thwackey is also goated. It's not as good as Grookey, but I love the rocker aesthetic. And then Rillaboom. We already know where Rillaboom's gonna go. Rillaboom, the best Tapu of all time. The best Tapu. So good, they waited 3 years because he needed to cook. The best Tapu that he's able to protect Alola remotely from Galar. And he has a work visa just in case he needs to get over there. The best Tapu ever. The real best Tapu. I can't wait for that short to come out. Because I revealed his true and full name, and it took me 9 seconds to verbally say out loud without tripping over all my words. I like Sobble because you want to hug and comfort him. I actually no, I already rated Inteleon, so he also goes here. Even though I re-rated Sylveon, I already rated Inteleon. He was B+. Scorbunny. It's cool, but it's A tier. It's not as good as Grookey. Grookey's so pretty. And speaking of good, Reboot, S tier. I'm going to put Reboot above Thwackey. I don't know what about it is so good, but Reboot looks so cool. The only thing I wish is that it was just a little bit bigger. It's just a little too short, you know? It's so cool. I like Reboot. Cinderace is overhated. People hated the Gen 8 starters so much because they all look humanoid, and I'm like, who cares? Like, people give a pass to other humanoid Pokemon just because they like them personally. It's kind of like the 4-legged versus 2-legged starter thing. Like, people will complain about 2-legged starters all the time, and then their favorite will be a 2-legged starter. It's so weird. People are so hypocritical about stuff like that. It's just, why? Why are people so weird? Sobble? Sobble's fine. I think it's overrated, though, if we're being real. Even though I was an insanely big Sobble fan. Drizzile is a disappointment. I don't like Drizzile at all. It's ugly. Like, I liked the funny, cute Pokemon, and then it became emo, goth, nerd. Then Inteleon happened. Chewmonk exists. I like the squirrel motif. It took this long to get a squirrel Pokemon, and I just remember that Pachirisu exists, so I retract that statement. But, if you did not know, red squirrels and brown squirrels are a thing in Europe. Shocking news, I'm sure. But, in the real world, red squirrels are the energetic ones, and brown squirrels are the lazy, stupid ones. And they swap the lore around. Greta gets all their food and stuff stolen by the Squavets.
That's why Greedent and Squavit are cool. Also, Greedent is an insane monster in Rambats. They were going for Fire, Water, Grass Stars with Protean. They did do that. That was pretty cool. Now, I don't want to get... Now, let me be clear. I do not want a single starter to ever have that ability ever again. We're good. But Cinderace and Greninja cooked so hard, they had to nerf it for Meowscarada, and Meowscarada is arguably the best of them all. At least from a Protean perspective, because obviously Cinderace with Court Change made it insane. But Rookidee is insane. I love Rookidee. It's fire. It's a cool design. One of the coolest early route birds we've ever gotten. Corvisquire kind of sucks, though. I'm gonna be real. It's better than Drizzile, but it's not as good as Squavit. Corvisquire is kind of like boring. It's not even bad. It's just kind of like whatever. It's not really a fun or interesting design to look at. Corviknight, get up here in S tier, bro. Get up in S tier. Corviknight is so cool. You gotta respect Corviknight. It looks so pretty. They cook so hard. Yeah, you're right. They cook so hard, and the fact that it's one of your starting Pokemon. It's an early route Pokemon that's not normal flying. I love it when they do that. It's so cool that they've started to branch out of that. Blipbug is a cute Pokemon, but I don't have anything to say about it. Dottler, I'm gonna be real. I don't care about Dottler. A lot of people like Dottler because it's cute, but I'm gonna be frank. I have no opinion on it. It's kind of like whatever if we're being real here. Orbeetle is nice. It's better than Incinerate. I'm a big fan of it. Because every has a mid. Kinda. Maybe. I'd have to look at all of them. Unfortunately, I don't have my big list anymore. Orbeetle's sick. Huge fan. I like it. I could punt Dottler so hard. You couldn't believe it. I believe you, my friend. Dottler looks very kickable. You know, it even kind of looks like a soccer ball with all these dots, you know? If you were colorblind and saw this in the wild, I wouldn't blame you for thinking it's a soccer ball. Nickit is nice, although it has a very forgetful name. I can never remember Nickit's name. Thievul is very pretty. I like Thievul. Both these Pokemon also have a very cool shiny. Gossiflower ended up being very forgetful, if we're being honest. I never remember that Gossifleur exists. And it's more interesting than Eldegoss. It's weird because Eldegoss is one of the first Gen 8 Pokemon revealed, if I remember correctly, and it's like not even... It's not strong. It's not particularly cool. They gave it a signature ability for some reason. Let's figure out how to make a middle Evo. Yeah, I kind of get that. But there's some middle Evos that cook like Grovyle. I mean, I guess Grovyle does overshadow Sceptile completely, though, for being real here. Wooloo had the internet taken over by storm. Let's not pretend like that didn't happen. Every white woman loved Wooloo because it is so cute. All of them loved her. I don't know why I specified white women. Everyone loved this thing. It's like the generic cute Pokemon that gave people brain rot. Dubwool was a big step down, though. Let's be honest. Dubwool was not that cool. It's actually the best support Pokemon in Unite right now. Really? Apparently the evolutions are all broken in Unite, but I wouldn't know. I don't know enough about Unite. Wooloo is so cool. Well, like Elwool, true. Dubwool is kind of lame. I'm gonna be real. Wooloo is so cool. Also, there's a little bit of character development with teams with Wooloo. Because if you remember Hop, when he was like, he loved Wooloo, right? Wooloo was on his team for a while. But after he started going all tryharding and losing faith in himself, he dropped the Wooloo from his team. But then when he refound his confidence, he put the Wooloo back on his team. Even though it's weak, he loves it. That's basically some little character analysis they did with him. I don't know. Choodle's... No, it's not D tier. Choodle's kind of ugly. I don't like Choodle. Dreadnought? It's okay. I like Dreadnought. I don't have a story to say about Dreadnought, though. Like, why is this Nessa's ace? Like, who looked at Nessa and said, yo, this fish? Absolutely. Popular insult. Wooloo hoo-woo-hoos? Hey, yo, Tommy. Okay, I'm kind of trying to be a family-friendly channel, man. So I'm going to remove that comment. But that is very funny. That is a very funny joke. Yamper is cute. I like Yamper. High B tier. It's very cute. Unfortunately, Boltund is the biggest disappointment of all time. Why is Boltund so ugly? It doesn't look... It's the meth dog. Why do we have a meth dog? It's not even good competitively. Also, why does this line have a signature ability called Ball Fetch that's like completely useless if you're holding a held item, which is most of the time? Boltund's dumb. I don't like Boltund. I'm a bit unsubbed. Okay, sorry, dog. I am unlikes. Reverses every comment. Carkol. Actually, I found 2 Carkols back to back in Gen 8, and that was really cool. So I really like this Pokemon so much. This should have gone for fat, but fast. Yeah. I mean, we don't have many thin dogs. I mean, we just had Lycanroc in the previous gen, but Boltund looks unfinished. It needs an evolution. I think Carkol is also very ugly. This is an abomination to all Pokemon. It's so dumb. Colossal is cool. It went back to being cool. It doesn't hit the peaks of Carkol, though, if we're being real. Insulted my mother. Okay. They can make a Mega for make it crypto. Yo, that would be cool. I remember, there's this movie called Wonder Dog, I think. And I think it was literally supposed to be Superman's dog. But it was a live action. I loved it so much. I thought it was sick. When I was single digit aged, that was one of the coolest Pokemon of all time. Diplin is very awesome. It's above Cinderace for me. I remember, Marvin, yeah, you were here early in the stream. I thought Diplin was cool. A really cool shiny Pokemon as well. No, there was like some superhero dog, and it was really the Superman. There's this weird movie I liked as a kid, but I don't remember much about it. I only remember that Superman showed up at the end. Yeah, that might be true. But when you're 9, you don't care about ratings. Underdog? Maybe it's Underdog. Maybe. Flapple is a low-tier demon. This thing with Hustle and Choice Band hits so hard that you can ignore the accuracy drops. And with Terastallization, there's like no switching in on this thing. You have to quad resist to be reliable. You gotta go to bed? What in the... Oh, you must not live in America. I was gonna say like... Bro, it's like 1:45. But, hey, enjoy your time though, Marvin. Thank you for stopping by. Appleton. Appleton is pretty cool. It's not as good as Flapple, but it's a funny Pokemon. I like that it can't see without attacking. It's very cute. Also, the fact that people peel off these little patches on its back and eat them is, kinda makes you think. But question, is it vegan to eat an Appleton? Because it's implied that it's basically pie, right? Hydrapple? Absolutely it does. It's implied that this is pie, right? And pie, in and of itself, it can be vegan, right? I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on what's vegan and what's not. But, like, it can totally be vegan, yeah? So, but it's an animal, though. It's a living creature. So if you eat Appleton, can you still consider yourself a vegan? That's an interesting question. Also, I would definitely eat it if given the chance, if we're being real. Silicobra, I love it so much. I love Silicobra. It's such a pretty Pokemon. Nah, it's going above Wooloo. And Sandaconda is insane. If it's not a part of its body, then no. I mean, it's something... It's got... Okay, it grows on his body. So I guess it technically is, but since it comes off naturally... I guess its peels here is like hair and fingernails on a person, right? You can cut it off and the person's going to be fine. Like, you can cut off your fingernails. Like, you can trim them all the time, and you cut your hair all the time. So I'm guessing that's kind of like that. Like, you wouldn't call someone a cannibal if they ate human hair, right? Or if they ate fingernails. So I guess, by extension, you wouldn't be... I guess you could still consider yourself vegan to eat Appleton things. And you're not, like, culturally bad. Obviously, I mean, literally, children in the Pokedex do it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you can call them weird because, you know, hair is disgusting. But apple pie, though. That's an American classic right there. Anyway, Cramorant, I'm rating 1 form. And it's going in A tier. Top of it, it's not S tier. But Cramorant's such a goofy little guy. I wish its ability worked with all water moves and not just surf and dive. Because it basically limits this thing to being a special attacker, but it could be both. It has good attack and special attack. You can run it mixed, but then you have to sacrifice its speed. It has such a funny cut. It has superpower, Brave Bird, Hurricane. I don't remember anything else, but this mod is so cool. It's called wait, what? Wait, what is this thing's abilities called? It's Gulp Missile, isn't it? If it uses Surf or Dive, it eats a Pokemon, and it's either going to be Arrokuda or it's going to be Pikachu. It's Pikachu. It's under half health. And what happens if you attack it after it has a Pokemon in its mouth? It'll deal 25% of maximum HP of the Pokemon that attacked it. And then if it's Arrokuda in the mouth, they'll also take -1 defense. And if it's Pikachu, they'll be paralyzed. So this thing actually is a really cool ability. It's like you could get a lot of shenanigans done with this Pokemon. It's a really unique take. Arrokuda, I love Arrokuda. This is also one of the fastest shiny hunts I ever did. It took 27 encounters to get it. I got a lot of shinies in Gen 8. I liked it so much. I was a big fan of Gen 8. Did not get the DLC at all. True, it is the throat goat. Look at all the things it can eat. Imagine being that poor Pikachu in its mouth. Also, it kind of sucks though, because like if Cramorant is in a game, it's literally forced to be in the same game as Arrokuda. I would eat an Arrokuda too. I think Barraskewda's a downgrade compared to Arrokuda. It's just a less of an interesting design. It's still A tier though. I don't like it as much as Sobble, but I like it more than Score Money. Actually, I do think Arrokuda is pretty cool. I liked Arrokuda. It's the reason I beat Nessa without having to lose. Arrokuda carried me through Nessa. Toxel, I think, is overrated. I think it's just... Actually, I don't even think it's overrated. I don't have no idea what the opinion on Toxel is, but I think it's stupid. Poison Electric's a cool typing, but it's just so ugly. Arrokuda and Veluza are cool. We will get to Veluza. Barraskewda is pretty cool. I like it. It's also based on a Arrokuda. I think low-key form for Toxtricity is the worst of the two. And then amped up form is the next best. But I'm gonna be real, I don't like these Pokemon. Also, funny story about Toxtricity. Back in early Generation 9 UU, Iron Hands was allowed in the tier, and there was a suspect test for it. I was playing just on the ladder normally. I personally wasn't using Iron Hands because I thought it was broken and shouldn't be used, so I didn't use it myself. And then I got into a battle with one of the tier leaders. And she was using Iron Hands, and then she had like a group of people with her, and they were talking so much smack to me because I lost against an Iron Hands when it's one of the most broken Pokemon of all time. And that battle changed my perspective on competitive so much, because from then on, if a Pokemon was getting suspect tested, I would constantly use it if I thought it should be banned. Because I wanted people... So basically, from that battle onwards, every single UU team I had always had Iron Hands. Because I wanted people to realize how stupid overpowered that thing was. And when the suspect test was concluded and everyone, like, you know, voted, of all the council leaders, she was the only one that voted do not ban. And she had, like, this... It felt like 2-page long essay on why it shouldn't be banned, right? And I remember one of the reasons was Choice Specs Terra Normal Boomburst from Toxtricity, which, by the way, was an RU Pokemon. And we're talking about UU here, so that's not really a good argument. It also completely fails the Iron Hands' Assault Vest, by the way, which is like the second most common item on it. Anyway, that person left a huge essay on why Iron Hands should not be banned. And then literally... like, every other council person didn't provide an explanation, or their explanation was literally like, yeah, this should have just been a quick ban. This thing's overpowered. Like, everyone want Iron Hands gone except that person. So, I felt a little validated. Obviously, they're a better battler than I am. But the fact that someone went so far to defend Iron Hands in the tier, especially like nowadays. Nowadays, it's so obvious that Iron Hands should have been banned. Yeah, I know. I know, Gambit. I have no idea why they unbanned it. Like, they said the basic, like, oh, new Pokemon are in the tier, so there's going to be more counters to it. But it's like, what specifically was added in the home expansion that made you think that Iron Hands would be healthy in the UU tier? And the same thing goes with the Teal Mask DLC, and the same thing goes with the not Crown Tundra, whatever the second one was called, Blueberry Academy or whatever, Indigo Disk. What was added that made it think they would become a healthy presence in the metagame? It got banned again. And that was like what was the UU Council thinking? It just never dies. I remember cheesing so many, like, go back and watch some of my old Smogan battles. I remember so many times that thing would just clutch victory from literally nowhere. Because I was running, like, for example, I remember this one guy who was running this Moltres. I clicked Swords Dance as he switched in his Moltres to counter my Iron Hands, and then I Terra-Fired and Swords Danced again. And this was a booster energy set too. And he went for a Will-O-Wisp. So I have a +4 Iron Hands versus the rest of his team. And I had Drain Punch. He literally could not stop me. I won, flat out. Yes! Iron Hands and Staraptor are the Pokemon with the most amount of bans in the generation... Oh, not in generation anything. Over the entirety of Smogon. It has the most amount of UU bans. The difference between Iron Hands and Staraptor, though, is that Staraptor got banned 4 times over the course of 15 years, while Iron Hands got banned 4 times over the course of 15 months. Iron Hands is just... It's such... I don't know why they kept bringing it back in UU. When will they learn? At this point, I want Iron Hands back just so we can ban it a 5th time. I think it's funny now, but it's like... I will never forget... I think... I don't remember their name. But I will never forget that tier leader I had to go up against. And the people they were with were dicks. They were so mean to me. I know I'm family friendly, but they were rude and had massive egos. It's so fun. Yeah, they literally just didn't want to ban it because they just liked using it. Let's be real here. I should have saved that rant for Iron Hands, but oh well. Toxicity reminded me of, because, like, literally the only reason I remembered this story is because I saw Toxicity. And they said Toxicity is one of the counters to Iron Hands. Terra-normal Toxicity, by the way, on the fighting type. That was a competitive rant about a Gen 9 metagame in the Gen 8 video. We're 21 minutes in. Anyway, Sizzlipede's okay. It's a funny bacon Pokemon. It's whatever. I don't have a deep opinion on Sizzlipede. Snouse. No, that's... Wait, is it Sizzlipede? Wait, what's the name of this Pokemon? Oh, no. Centiskorch. Centiskorch is sick. I love it. A lot of people... I remember when Gen 8 came out and everyone, like, online was hating on the Gen 8 decks. But every single one of them specified, though, that Centiskorch is sick. Because it is. And everyone who was ending on Gen 8 was a anti-Dexit person, by the way. They were boycotting the game, and then it became one of the best-selling games in the series. Which, I'm gonna be real, high game sales does not equal high game quality, but that's a discussion for another time. Centiskorch is very cool. I think it's overrated. Clobbopus is a Pokemon I want to like, but it sucks. It's just so weak. It's gonna go in the D tier. Grapplock, I like the design, but honestly, not enough to put it above Clobbopus. It has a signature move, doesn't it? It's like Octolock, but I don't even know what it does. Fake water fighting, true. Actually, I kind of like the idea of it not being a water type, because I feel like we need more Pokemon that live in the water that's not water type. Just makes it a little more diverse when you're exploring the route. But at the end of the day, it's like... I just wish this thing was good. It's just like the most whatever Pokemon of all time, to be honest. Sinistea, I'm a big fan of its design. But it just sucks. Also, why is there no fake form on here, huh? It's just the real Sinistea here. You know how I can tell? It's because I'm a real Pokemon fan. I don't need to look at the bottom sticker to know it's real or fake. This thing is the bane of Shiny Hunter's existence, and I find that hilarious. Poltegeist is going to go in the low D tier. I think it's ugly. I felt it should have had one more evolution. And I hate running into this thing online because Shell Smash is such a stupid thing to fight. I hate it. It's such an annoying Pokemon. Like, also, size spam teams are just so lame. I hate this. This mon's so dumb. And Terra makes it stupidly annoying to fight as well. I say in the Gen 8 tier list. Hatena? I think Hatena's cute. It's going in B tier. Right below Blipbug. Above Yamper. I don't really like Hatena. Hatchram, I don't actually have a good opinion on. I think it's ugly. It's better than these guys, though. It's better than Corvisquire. Actually, yeah, this is where Hatchram's gonna end up. It's kind of whatever. Hatterene is the best of the line. It's like Deidre from Fire Emblem, so that's why she goes up here. She's also, like, pretty fun competitively, but at the end of the day, I don't really have that good of an opinion on this Pokemon. It's kind of like, whatever. it's just the mod that fills up the decks for me. Also, fun fact, did you know that, like, the Hatena line and the Impidimp line are supposed to be, like, rivals? Did y'all know that? It's like one of those weird Pokemon that are supposed to have rivalries, but it's like, they really don't. The Pokedex doesn't even go into it that much. Dark Fairy is a very cool typing. I like Impidimp's design. Right here, right below Thievul is where it goes. Morgrim is also very cool. It's a Redditor. This is the depiction of a Redditor. Unkempt hair, barely wearing clothes. You could tell this thing is, like, stinks. And it has skinny arms. They perfectly encapsuled what a Redditor looks like. So that's why you gotta respect them for that. Morgrim's kind of cool. But it's gonna go to the bottom of A tier. Grimmsnarl is sick, though. I love Grimmsnarl. Not enough to put it in S tier. I want to put it right before Orbeetle. But Grimmsnarl is also very cool. I love it. It's just a funny, bulky prankster Pokemon. It just completely outranks Sableye in pretty much every single way, purely because Parting Shot and better bulk. Even though it doesn't have recovery, you can deal with that. I mean, you got Drain Punch. I think it's Leech Life, too, if you're really desperate. Obstagoon is S tier. I love Obstagoon so much. I'm gonna put it right below Rillaboom, probably. Obstagoon is so cool. Galarian Zigzagoon is one of my favorite Pokemon of all time. And Obstagoon kind of like is peak of the line. I loved how much love it got over time. Big fan of Obstagoon. Next up we got Berserker. I'ma be real. I like Berserker, but it doesn't look different enough from Galarian Meowth for me to particularly care. I just wish I had something else going for it. It just doesn't look different enough for me. Belly, true. It is such a shame. Why did they take away Extreme Speed, those cowards? Obstagoon with Extreme Speed would be insane. Belly Drum would only make it even more broken, too. Was it, like, solidly UU in Gen 8? I'm not sure. Definitely a criminal of some kind. Yeah, this guy doesn't follow the law completely. There's no way it does. Cursola. I think it's worse than Galarian Corsola. But I still think this is such a cool design. I'm going to probably put it at the top of B tier. I loved Galarian Corsola as well. Especially you can give it... It's an annoying Pokemon to battle because Eviolite plus Strength Sap. But it's really cool. I like this mod so much. Sirfetch'd is funny meme bird, but I don't particularly care about it. So I'm going to put it like right here between Impidimp and Dreadnought. What rank is Greedent? It's C tier. That is where the Greedent is chilling. Sirfetch'd is goated. Also, slightly off topic. My local high school is getting out next week. On the 22nd. That is insanely early compared to more recent years where they've gone all the way to June. So good for them. School's about to release, so hey, more time for streams in the summer. That could be fun. Mr. Rhyme, hot take, very cool Pokemon. I'm putting it above Grimmsnarl. This is where Mr. Rhyme goes. It's a cool Pokemon. This is probably a hot take. I feel like people online don't care for this Pokemon, but I think it's really cool. Just ignore the stomach, and then it's really good. The stomach lowers it from S tier to A tier, to be honest with you. Just got out of school. Wait, you're on summer vacation already? No way. It's the 15th. How are you free? I mean, I guess that explains why you're not in science class right now. No internet class. Dang. That's wild. Out on Monday. Dang. Why did they change the entire theme from screen setters to screen cleaner? I mean, honestly, I think it makes sense, making it kind of the opposite of what it normally is. I'm not against that. You know, it helps them stand out. Runerigus is so cool. Okay, so a common criticism I've started to see pop up lately is, oh my, that's actually still kind of late if we're being real. We've always started like the first week of August and we got out like late May, early June. Lucky you. Then again, I live in the Midwest, so like, you know, school days and winter and all that fun stuff. Runerigus is very cool. The most common criticism about this Pokemon is that it should have been a Rock Ghost. I'm gonna be honest, I don't care enough, but at the same time, it's kind of surprising we don't have a Rock Ghost. I feel like we can get a regional, what's that? Stonejourner? A regional Stonejourner or a regional Trevenant that could be Rock Ghost. And that could work out pretty well. Like, just imagine Trevenant made of rocks. It's basically that Mario Galaxy boss. South Midwest. I mean, if it's the southern part, then yeah. I can understand why you don't get as much cancellations and such. What was I going to say? Runerigus is very cool. I don't think it really should be Rock Ghost. I'm not against it. Being the inverse of, yeah, Wandering Spirit is just Mummy, but better. I think this is such a cool Pokemon. Its design is sick. It's just like based on Viking runestones. I love it. Galarian Yamask is kind of whatever, but Runerigus makes it worth it. A lot of people complain about its weird evolution method. And I'm gonna be real, it kind of makes it complicated for how it's gonna evolve in future games, but at the end of the day, it's not hard to do. You just take 49 damage and go stand under a rock. That's not difficult. Like, I'd rather do that than do, like, Basculegion's take recoil damage thing. Or do the 1,000 steps thing. Milcery. I'm actually a big fan of Milcery. This is the first shiny I hunted in Gen 9. Ground type does make sense. Runerigus is made of clay, not rock. Very true. I think people just want Ghost Rock because we don't have it. And then as soon as we get a Ghost Rock type, they're going to forget about it and demand whatever typing we also don't have. It's just current thing, you know? So, oh yeah, I didn't even talk about why I love Sandaconda. Sandaconda is so cool because you can run it with... I was actually running Sandaconda in Gen 9 OU for so long. Because it's actually a decent check in the Great Tusk. Unironically, because this thing has such high defenses. I was running Glare, Earthquake... What was it? Glare, Earthquake, Rest, and then some other move. Probably like Stone Edge or something. That's a fun set. Also, running this with Scale Shot and Rock Blast and low tiers is insane. Sandaconda is a slept-on Pokemon who evolves at 1,000 steps. Pawmot, Relor, and I think one more person. It's so stupid. It's not good competitively. Like, offensively? Yeah, offensively, it would be insane. Defensively, it kind of sucks. Yeah, he's a bulky ground. He was a menace in RU at one point, but I think he fell all the way to PU. It's good. I like running the offensive set with Coil, Scale Shot, Rock Blast, and fourth move, Earthquake probably. Or Rest, because, you know, Rest plus Shed Skin's pretty nutty if you can get lucky. But it's a cool Pokemon. Very cool. Next up, Alcremie. I am a huge fan of Alcremie. It's so pretty. I love the shine. Okay, I understand why they have one basic shiny design, because if you had to design a unique shiny for 64 different Pokemon, I would go Delusional. But Alcremie is goated. I love it. I shiny hunted for it first for a reason. It is very pretty. I did a lot of shiny hunting in Gen 8. I did a lot in Gen 9, but I prefer the Gen 8 ones because they all felt so much more special. Phalanx, I am not a big fan of Phalanx. No, it's better than D tier. I'm putting it right below Greedent. I don't like it when there's... I'm not a big fan of group Pokemon like Execute and this. Also, genuine question, I don't play Pokemon Unite, but how in the world can you go from announcing Miraidon to a few seconds later announcing Phalanx? Who evolves at 1,000 steps? Relor, Pawmot, and I think one other Pokemon. I'm not sure, though. It's such a stupid evolution. Because you have to walk the Pokemon, but those Pokemon walk so slow, so if you walk too far, they'll turn their Pokeball, and you have to redo the steps. I think there's 3 Pokemon that do that. I know those 2 do, but I'm like 99% sure there was a 3rd. Next up, Bramblin. That's who it was. Thank you, King Gambit, for answering the question. Pincurchin. Pincurchin is so cool. I just wish it was good. On the one hand, I thought this was actually a regional variant of Pyukumuku when I first saw it, but then I saw its name and realized it was a unique thing. I feel like if this was introduced in Gen 9, they would say it's a convergent Pokemon of Pyukumuku because they look so similar. Like, they really do. It's kind of like wild. I feel like they're gonna... I feel like they need to add another one, to be honest. I like Pincurchin. It's just Tapu Koko, but horrible. Like, rest in... Also, like, Tapu Koko should have been Gen 9 because future Paradox teams are suffering. Like, past Paradox teams, you got Torkoal, you got Ninetales, you got Groudon, and you got Kyogre. But future Paradox, you got Miraidon, which means you have to play Ubers, or you got Pincurchin, which means you have to have a bad Pokemon. Yeah, before he was the only E-setter. Yeah. But it's like, let's be real here. If Tapu Koko existed, not a soul would use Pincurchin. Like, let's be honest with ourselves here. Like, if my GOAT was in Gen 9, Rillaboom's out here carrying the Tapu reputation in Gen 9. Also, it's kind of weird VGC players underestimated Miraidon, because, when's the short about Iron Bundle? I don't have one planned for Iron Bundle, to be honest. Like, the next two shorts is Mega Incineroar, and then making fun of Tapu Bulu Part 2. Because I'm very surprised. Oh, looks like the stream might have crashed. I don't know. I'm very surprised a lot of people didn't get the joke of me making fun of Tapu Bulu. I genuinely don't really care about the best group thing. I kind of just made up half that information. Well, I didn't make it up. It's all true, but I just, like, I'm not really too hard of a belief on it. Snom, I think Snom is the most overrated Pokemon of all time. Snom is overrated. This is the hot take. Like, don't get me wrong. I think the Tapus are one of the best legendary groups, but at the end of the day, like, I made the short to make fun of Bulu. Yeah, the Tapus are cool. I like them too. I'm gonna be real. I don't care about Snom. It doesn't give me the same cute vibes as all the other cute Pokemon that I love. Snom's overrated. Frosmoth is the more like Fraudmoth. Everyone thought this was going to be the next Volcarona just because it has a bad typing but access to Quiver Dance. But as it turns out, when you have a horrible defensive, like Firebug, it's quad weak to rocks. But besides that, it's a good defensive typing, generally speaking. But Icebug is completely not defensible at all. Like, and I think the fact that despite it being in Gen 9 with Terra, and it's not nearly as broken as it should be, is proof that it was a failed Volcarona clone. What Pokemon do I consider cute? Togepi, Marshadow, Galarian Ponyta. I like small, cute Pokemon like that. Like, stuff like that's some of my favorite stuff. I don't think Snom is cute. I just think it's ugly. And not the cute ugly. It's just bad. Stonejourner is so stupid. I'm gonna be real. Why is Stonejourner and Ice-Q version exclusives, for one? They have nothing in common at all. Why are they version exclusives? Why does one of them have two forms but the other one doesn't? Why did they decide that Stonejourner should not as an Undertale character? Ooh, interesting. Why did they decide that Stonejourner should not have an ability? Like, its ability only works in doubles. Why does it not work in singles? 99% of battles in a Pokemon game are singles-oriented, so why would you give a Pokemon one ability that only works in doubles? That is, like, one of the weirdest things about Pokemon for me. Especially, why is VGC the official format if you're not going to promote it in your games? I want Gen 10 to focus on doubles. I want it to work kind of like the Coliseum games, where they're doubles-focused. That's what I want. Like, I want a doubles-oriented game. I don't want just one gym leader. I don't want one DLC that releases a game afterwards. Also, and the doubles is useless. Yeah. Power Spot, it's just too weak to be useful in doubles. I like doubles too. It's just that I'd like it more if they made the game focused around it. Like Game Freak, if you want more people to play VGC, promote VGC in your games. Make a doubles-focused game. That would be cool. Imagine if Gen 10, there's two groups of starters, and you can pick one from each group. There you go. And you know what? Let them learn the pledge moves by level up. There's a huge focus right there. Gen 10, do it. Focus on double battles. That would be awesome. Please. Like, I want to make VGC content. The main reason I don't make VGC content is because I've had people in my comment section complain that I talk about smoking, and if I make VGC content, they'll think they won. So that's the only reason I haven't done it yet. But, like, it's just so, man. Stonejourner is so lame. It's also, yeah, and the fact that it's not even going to VGC just lowers it even more for me. Ice-Q, I think this form of Ice-Q is just ugly. It's better than Carkol, but not by a lot. This form of Ice-Q, though, is cool. I like the noise form. Or wait, or is this the noise form? Yeah, this is ice form and this is noise form. This Ice Cube is cool. I like it. He should never have lost the head. He's so ugly. But this Ice Cube, A tier. Absolutely. I love it. Indeedy, and it only has female. So, I'm gonna be real. This is my competitive bias showing, but I hate Indeedy. In doubles, it's a lot more healthy, but in singles, it's just set up psychic terrain for Psy spam teams. It's dumb. Just sacrifice yourself with Healing Wish so we can get the others in, or just run Encore to be annoying. I hate Indeedy. It's annoying to deal with. More Pico! Got Shadows of Heart since Indeedy has tricked. Wait, what? Oh! Yeah, I always forget they actually have different movesets. Like, I know they have different stats, but movesets are so weird. I always just make mine female just because it's just like, that's the one everyone else uses, so I just assume it's better. More Peko. I'm not going to rate them separately, so I'm just going to rate it here. I like Hunger Switch as a concept. I don't find it too useful in execution, but its uniqueness kind of raises it up to the top of A- for me, or the bottom of A for me, to be real. Qfant is a Pokemon I wanted to love so much, but I was one of the people that thought that Poltegeist would evolve into a porcelain elephant. Like, you go from one antique to another, but now they just stuck with the T theme, which is kind of a shame, to be honest. Copper Aja is so bad. Why did they nerf Copper Aja so hard in Gen 6? Didn't they take away Power Whip from it? I know they took away some moves from it. And then it lost its, like, one unique thing, the Steel-type Stealth Rocks. It lost that. For what reason? Why? Like, I know the G-Max move is gone, but couldn't they just given it a signature move like they did Como in a previous gen? Like, I feel so bad for Copper Aja. I do. I want to like it so much. Also, it's Rose's signature Pokemon, which is interesting. Like, I don't look at this thing and think of villain. Anyway, next up on the docket, we have the fossils. I love the Gen 8 fossils in concept, because it's based on the Bone Wars, where scientists were purposely putting together mismatching dinosaur bones, so they claim they found a fossil. That way they can get more funding. It was basically just, I don't want to say money laundering, because it's not money laundering, but it's just like free money, and they were all faking it. But anyway, that's what it's based on. Purposely mismatching dinosaur bones to get more money from the government to justify your own research. Fixing the typo for anyone who complains in chat. Well, not in the live stream, but in the video. Dracozolt, I like it. It's cool. I love how the Pokedex all gives reasons for why they went extinct too. Also, these Pokemon are hard evidence that the Pokedex is lies. The Pokedex is written by 10-year-olds. It is. These Pokemon prove it, because they literally did not objectively exist in the past. And I do not care if they retcon that and show them in the past in the anime or in the games. They objectively did not exist. Objectively did not, based on their own lore. And it proves the Pokedex is full of lies. This form, Arctozolt, is ugly. Below Phalanx. I don't like this form at all. Dragovish, aka Funny Fish number 1. They clean the money, don't worry. Oh yeah, true. It's not illegal if you wash your money in the washing machine. I like Funny Fish. It's so funny. You have one move, you click it, and the opponent dies. Such a hilarious Pokemon. And then this is the most boring fossil, to be honest. But it's not bad, like Arctozolt. I'm gonna put it right above Nickit. I think this is where it goes. Duraludon, hey, my favorite little cup destroyer. The funniest comment I have ever seen on the channel. Why bullying children is everything. AKA the Duraludon theorem. I love this Pokemon so much. I'm gonna put it right above Wooloo. Arcaludon's such an inspiration. It inspired his father, Arcaludon, to assault his co-workers of the OU tier. I love this man so much. Dreepy? I'm gonna be real. I'm not that big on Dreepy. It's not bad, but it's also kind of boring. I think Dracloak is ugly. I'm gonna put it like above Hatchrim, but below Eldegoss. I don't really like it when other Pokemon appear in a Pokemon's design. Dragapult is the best. Also, I'm like 99% certain the Dreepies are not in Gen 9 anymore, which is sad. Also, Dragapult got hit the hardest by the Gen 9 models changing because its Gen 9 model is so gross. Like, compare the Gen 8 and Gen 9 side by side, and it's just depressing. Dragapult's going to go pretty high, though. I'm going to put it right below Reboot. It's the GOAT competitively, and it has such a sick design. One of the coolest pseudo-legendaries. Also, Ghost Dragon is such a cool typing. I just wish we stopped. We need to get less Dragon-type pseudo-legends, by the by. Game Freak, if you're watching this, stop doing it. Yo, give us a normal-type pseudo, you cowards. Zacian? Goated design. I love it. I like it more than Dragapult, personally. Zacian in this form is actually kind of ugly, to be honest. Not a big fan of this. Zamazenta? I prefer Zamazenta's design to Zacian's. I bought Pokemon Shield day one, and I'm very happy that Reg G has given Zamazenta some love. Back. Also, I remember when I made fun of... I'm surprised that the old short of me making fun of Zamazenta does not have a bunch of comments now calling me out because of its performance in Reg G. Just keep in mind, that short was singles focused. But Zamazenta competitively is still a flop. Also, I think Zamazenta this form looks better than Zacian this form. But I'm going to put it towards the bottom of A tier, though. Like, rest in peace, Zamazenta. It's not beating the fraud allegations, in my opinion. A lot of people are saying it's the most broken Pokemon in Gen 9 OU, which, nah. I don't think it's broken, to be honest. Not at all. It's kind of just whatever. Eternatus is sick. I love Eternatus. Also, it's not pronounced Eternatus. I don't care what the Pokemon company says. Eternatus is how it's really pronounced. You can't just take a Latin word and then claim that's how the Pokemon is how it's... You can't just take a Latin word and change the pronunciation, call it a day. No, it's Eternatus. That is how it's pronounced, and it will not be debated. End of statement. Eternatus. It's a really cool Pokemon. I love how alien it looks. You know what? You could argue... Doesn't Eternatus canonically come from an alternate dimension? I don't remember that exactly. But you could argue that Eternatus is an Ultra Beast. I feel like there's a fair argument for that. Unfortunately, it is behind some of the... The Darkest Day was just poorly written overall. But it's so cool. I love how alien it looks. It's sick. Now we're finally on the final Pokemon, aka the G-Maxes. Corviknight's cool, but it's literally just Corviknight again, so I can't really rate it much higher. I think the shiny looks better, though. Also, I'm surprised Dragapult didn't get a G-Max. Orbeetle looks amazing as well. The quote of Jeff Bezos. Yeah. You mentioned that earlier, but it's still so true. Bigger equal better. Yeah. G-Max Orbeetle is amazing, but I don't like it as much as Carkol. Dreadnought is kind of just Turtonator, but it stands up. So I can't really put it... I'm going to put it above regular Dreadnought, but not any higher because it doesn't really change that much. It's barely any different. Colossal, I'm going to be real. It's also going to go right next to OG. It's basically the exact same. This sucks. I hate that they both have the same exact form. It's just such a lazy design. Big long neck. Does it really have a long neck? I mean, it has that weird coat thing, but it's supposed to be like a turtle, you know? Alright, hold on. I think someone's at my door. I might have to go run and check that. I'll be right back. I think someone's at my door. False alarm. I don't have to do human interaction. I am safe. The animated shown stretching its neck far. Ugh. Hey, YouTuber's not here. Tell him he owes me 16 bucks. I'm not present. Nice try. I was here before you commented that. I'm not that big on Gigantamax Anaconda. I like the shotgun nose, but this is like one of the few Gigantamaxes I'm going to say is worse than the original. Toxtricity is pretty damn cool, though. This is going to go way above regular Toxtricity. I think this is honestly going to be like A tier, right above Mr. Rhyme. I love this one so much. Then G-Max Centiskorch is cool, but I think it's overrated. Where did I'm thinking it's going to go this right above OG Centiskorch, to be honest. It's a good design, but it's nothing too crazy. G-Max toxicity is me when I walk up the stairs. Same. Same. Hatterene. I don't like... This is also one of the ones I think is worse than the OG design, and it's not even that much different. Like, I like Pokemon, but big, but at least give them a slightly different design, like Toxtricity. Grimmsnarl is actually one that's worthy of being S tier. I like it so much. It looks sick. Unfortunately, it's not that fantastic. Felix should have gotten a G-Max. What would it be, though? Just a million tiny ones? Probably. Yo, Gen 10, give us Phalanx. And give us, like, 20 more of the guys. That's what I'm wanting. G-Max all creamy is insane. I love it. It's so beautiful. I can't really put it much higher, though. Right below Zacian. I think this is where it's going to... A Trojan horse? That would be so funny. That would actually be really cool. Fits more for a Mega. Yeah, I can see it. Do you have to give each individual Phalanx a Mega Stone, though? Think about it logically for a second there, you know? What do? It's strange. Copper Aja, I like the design, but I'm going to be real. It's not different enough for me. It's just, again, another thing but bigger. It's more square, though, so it's got that going for it. I think it's kind of an overrated Pokemon. Flink I'm not pronouncing that, Brody. I'm sorry. I can't believe Gen 8 took this long, despite it not being that big of a dex. 51 minutes, dear lord. It doesn't help that I went on like a 10-minute rant about Iron Hands. Arcalodon, it's based on the Shard. I'm a big fan of this design. And by Arcalodon, I mean Duraludon. Melmetal, I'm gonna be real. It's kind of just worse than regular Melmetal. I don't like its design at all. It doesn't look like it should be able to stand, and it should fall apart when it attacks. I'm gonna put it like kind of like here. No, Mr. Rhyme's better, and you're better. Not a big fan of Gigantamax Melmetal. Also, what does its signature move do? Almost certainly, it's worse than It's based on a Knight. I can kind of see it. It's almost certainly worse than just regular D-Max Steel. I don't know what it does. Does it just like they take more damage over turns? Probably. I don't know. It's a foot. Gorilla Kaboom. I'm gonna be real. I'm not a big fan of D-Max Gorilla Boom. I think it's kind of boring in concept. I'm just gonna put it above Pincurchin. Same thing with Inteleon. I'm gonna put these two side by side because they're kind of lame. I prefer Inteleon because at least it's a little more creative. It's just big tail, and then it gets a sniper rifle. I was thinking about using this in that one Garganacl short, but I figured I should probably use the rock type, considering it's a rock type versus a water type war, so I couldn't have the water type fighting on the rock side. Bit of a shame, not gonna lie. It's based on a Knight, I mean it's a foot. G-Max's Cinderace, though, is on top. It's insane. I don't even like Naruto, but this thing is sick. You gotta love it. G-Max Meltdown, but what does it do? Urshifu is the same exact G-Max. Disables you from... Oh, it's Torment? That's not... I can't help but feel like the +1 defense would be better, but... Yo, they should give Melmetal Recover. It makes sense. He should get Recover. I'm gonna be real, I'm not big on the Urshifu's designs. I think they're kind of like whatever. And it's the same exact thing. I prefer the red form. I think that's Single Strike. But they're not really that special, to be honest. I feel like they're kind of ugly. Like a jelly-filled donut. Yeah. Alright, that's a weird way to end the video. The yawn. Anyway, this is the final list. I already rated all of these Pokemon in a previous part. That or they have alternate forms. I did not feel was worthy of being rated a second time. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, that's everything. That's the Gen 8 Dex rated. Alright, Hisui tier list. Hisui Pokemon tier list. Okay. Paldea time. Nah, we gotta do Hisui. We're doing Hisui. This won't be long because I've rated a lot of these Pokemon already. Like we're gonna change D tier to already rated. And that is you, 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 you. Everything else is good. We've already rated most of the Pokemon. I think this Sliggoo is better than the OG Sliggoo. I don't know if this is going to be its own standalone video, but it won't be long if so. Sliggoo is not all that crazy. It's just kind of whatever. I didn't like regular Sliggoo. I put it in D tier. Hisuian Goodra, it's good. It's just not as good as OG Goodra. I'ma be real. OG Goodra looks so much happier. OG Goodra's better. I think Hisui Goodra is that big of a downgrade from the original one. It just looks sad and sick. Shale Sliggoo is cute. It is cute. But I can't see it moving or doing anything. Hisui and Avalugg, it's pretty cool. I like it. It's A tier. I like it more than Goodra. The only special defense steal. I hate how true that is. I mean, doesn't Heatran have decent SPDF? Hisuian Decidueye is cool, but it's also a downgrade from OG Hisui. From OG Decidueye in both competitive and design, to be honest. Triple Arrows is a nutty move. Like, could you imagine how broken Decidueye would be if it actually had a speed stat? Like, because that signature move is crazy. Like, Triple Arrows lowers defense, flinch, and high critical hit ratio. That is insane. Like, seriously, Hisuian Decidueye would be a monster if it had a real speed stat. Because isn't it even slower than original Decidueye? Which is already impressive. Weirdier is so cool. I think Weirdier's design is awesome. This would be like an S- Pokemon, to be honest. No, they're both PU. Both Decidueyes are PU. Kleavor is also a very sick Pokemon. It's cool. Stone Axe is an amazing signature move. This man is a very pivotal part of UU. I think he's technically RU now, though. I might be mistaken, though. Paradox Pokemon went back and stole Alolan Speed. True. Ursaluna. Top tier design. Blood Moon better be in the Gen 9 tier list, because otherwise we're in trouble. Ursaluna is amazing. I love it so much. Annoying evolution method, but otherwise, oh well. What grass type does to a Pokemon. Yeah, no, you can't be fast with a grass type. Not without chlorophyll. Illegal. Is Kleavor better than Scizor? The one thing that Kleavor has over Scizor is Stone Axe. But the fact that Stone Axe isn't perfectly accurate and the fact that like it doesn't have too much else out of it, Bullet Punch adaptability, Scizor still puts it over Kleavor. If we're talking competitively, yeah, Scizzor's still better. Because I think, didn't Kleavor actually fall to NU? I feel like it did. Also, I'm so sad that it's still down. Add Pokemon. By NU, I'm at RU. Yeah, it fell to RU. I'm assuming it's really good down there, but the fact that Stone Axe is only 95% accurate is so sad, too. Like, Kleavor being weak to rocks hurts it so much when compared to Suigudra. Plus, it has, like, no bulk. The Basque Legion forms, I like the red one more. White's gonna go right below Sliggoo. Red's gonna go right above. It's gonna be the bottom of A. I feel like the color and facial expression changes it enough for me. I like how one's a physical attacker and the other is special attacker as well. That's such a cool, unique thing, too. Yeah, it's literally just like Ivy Cudgel and Mighty Cleave. I mean, Rock's a very good offensive typing. Like, and good old Iron Fraud, too, aka Boulder, is like... Boulder went from, like, the 4th most used Pokemon to dropping to UU, and then it got banned in, like, 6 hours. It's so weird. Boulder's such a fascinating Pokemon. Also, it led to Terrakion falling to PU, and the fact that it got banned... Didn't they let it in the series for 24 hours? Everyone knew it was going to get banned from PU. But it's like... they let it run amok for a little bit of time, just for funsies. That was so funny. I got into an argument with someone in the comments section about that once. Terrakion did not fall to PU because of power creep. It fell to PU because of new toy syndrome. It fell to RU because of power creep. Or NU, I think it's where it currently is, right? Or is it UU? I'm not sure. Let's just fact check this information. No, I don't want to mess with that team. I don't care about this team at all. Where is, Yeah, it's RU. It fell to RU because of power creep. It didn't fall to PU because of power creep. There's a difference. It's new toy syndrome. Sneasler is cool. I like it. I feel like its design is just missing something for me to put it any higher, but competitively, this thing was the GOAT. Also, unfortunately, due to this mon getting banned in singles, I can't run Terra Ghost Garganackle as much freely anymore, because Terra Ghost Garganackle made this thing set up fodder. And you could just cheese so many things with the Iron Defense Body Press set with Terra Ghost. Especially since Zapdos is used a lot less in OU. But unfortunately, this thing being banned, my Garganackle got worse. Fortnite. I feel like I already rated Garganackle. Am I stupid? I don't know. Overquill is a cool design. In fact, no, it's A tier. Yeah, it's actually here. That's where Overquill is going to go. I like Overquill. It's really good. It hits hard. Who actually decided Sneasler should get a busted signature move? Yeah. Do you think Dire Claw is going to get spread in Gen 10? Have you considered that? Because after a generation, a bunch of signature moves tend to get spread out. So, I hope you're ready for Dire Claw Toxicroak. I hope not. Yeah. But let's be real. Like, Toxicroak, logically speaking, should learn Dire Claw. It should. And there's a lot of Pokemon you could say could get it, I'm sure. It's going to be horrifying if that move gets spread. If it gets spread, it's almost certainly going to get nerfed, though, in some way, shape, or form. Enamorus is pretty cool. I like the Genbu Turtle, but I'm going to be real, it's only C tier for me. Enamorus original form, Incarnate. I like. Top of B. It's kind of whatever. Enamorus is annoying to go up against competitively, but the fact that it has no defense stat means it just drops to Scizor. Enamorus, this form is always just used by people who wants to use cheese sets with like stored power or just Draining Kiss, Calm Mind. Actually, I don't know if it gets stored power, but it runs just Iron Defense, Draining Kiss, Calm Mind nonsense. It's dumb. Better hair. I think the hair's fine. I don't really have an opinion on it. Also, rest, like, why is Enamorus so weird and different from the other genies? Like, why did it just, like, go extinct or go into hiding? It just doesn't even do anything. It's so weird. It just hangs out with Kogita, which is honestly kind of based. Kogita seems chill and cool. Anyway, that's the Hisui Pokedex done. It was very fast. 7 minute long. I don't even need the scroll. You can see everything here. And it's time for the final tier list. Paldea tier list. Oh, according to YouTube, I don't have any viewers right now. Big shame. They kind of showed up to be zesty for a minute and dipped. All right. We're going to need an F tier. Oh, you go back down. New Adro below. Adro below. Perfect. And this tier will be red. And then you... Okay, you're also going to be red. You're going to be the already rated. And then this will be F. Because this generation actually does have F tier designs. I'm going to be real. I like the Gen 9 Pokedex at first, but not a lot of it aged well, to be honest. It's kind of lame, if we're going to be honest. Oh, we'll get to King Gambit. And we already talked about the Tauroses. We already talked about Pooper. I think that's it, though. I think I can rate everything else. I should be good to go. Yes. Oh, this doesn't include the Kitakami. Are you kidding me? Oh, hold up. Upload. Hydrapple. What about Diplin? No. Terapagos. Okay, here's Terapagos. And then Ogerpon. I have those two downloaded already. Let me go get Diplin. Alright. I already have our Caladon, almost certainly. Hydrapple. Okay. Back to the tier list. Let's add them. Hydrapple. Upload. I think I got everyone. Those were all the Pokemon added, right? Diplin, Hydrapple, Ogerpon, Terapagos. Oh, no, the other ones are Caladon. I know I have him. The legendaries, like Walking Wake. Gouging Fire. Raging Bolt. I know I have all of those, because they're all cool. And then I don't know if I have Iron Crown. I do have Crown. It's probably Leaves I don't have. Iron Boulder. And then lastly, Iron Leaves. I think that's everyone, right? Ah, Petrant. I'm confident I have a Petrant. Petrant. I misspelled Petrant. Here he is. I need to get Iron Leaves. That's all the DLC Pokemon, yeah? Ah, oh, you're right. I think I have some of them, though. Like, I definitely have, Monkey Dory and Okidogi. No, I have all three. Yeah, I totally do. Is there anything else? Pheasantipity. Craig? Who's Craig? I got Petrant right here. Arcalodon was added. Then there's the legendary paradoxes. I guess there's Blood Moon Ursa Luna. Ursa. I guess I'll count it. Ursa Blood Moon. Part of the Loyal 3. I think I got all three of them. Any other new Pokemon? There's a lot of new Pokemon about the DLC. Wow. I don't think there's any more, though. I think that's all of them. Craig Houston? Alright. I think we're good to start the Paldea Pokedex. Sprigatito? S tier. I love Sprigatito. Floragato? Overrated. Floragato is an overrated Pokemon. It's still A tier, though. Meowscarada? I'm actually going to put it right below Sprigatito. Meow is cool, but it's the third time we've seen a starter with Protean. I never want to see it again. Also, it's definitely the most popular Gen 9 starter. Let's be real here. It ain't my boy Dirge. Voicoco has no thoughts in his head. I love him. Crocolore is a B tier mon, but he's still very cool. He's very goated. Very pretty. Skeledurgiano Dravitsky. Probably my favorite Gen 9 starter. It's insane. And by probably, I mean it definitely is. Quaxly's definitely the most generic. Quaxum or Quaxwell, I have no idea why it exists. Why is Meow so popular? I'm not sure. I think people just really like its flower color. I think that's why. Quaquaval is so funny. It's so based. I like him so much. He's just a funny dancer Pokemon. Craig. Wait, what? Respect the JoJo bird? I like the JoJo bird. I like the final form. He ain't my boy Josuke. No, he ain't. Not at all. Remember when Lechonk had the internet having brain rot for a little bit there? Remember when the internet had literal brain rot? He's so good. Then we have these two D-tier Pokemon. I hate Oinkologne so much. I don't even know which one I hate more. I think I like the female one more than the male. It's just like, ugh, ugly. Literal demon and Rambats, but like so dumb. The Dunsparce is funny. I love this Pokemon so much. Every generation should have an evolution on the same level as the Dunsparce, where it's just slightly bigger and the name gets a little longer. Like Zazazatu, like I mentioned in that one short, I want that. I unironically want Zazazatu. Plus, Eviolite Zatu sounds hilarious, even if it's Rock Week. Oh well. Just remove the rocks, numbnuts. What's his name? Tarantula. One of the best shinies in Gen 9. I love it. But it's such a shame. Spidops is such a cool Pokemon held back by having the worst stats of all time. I think Spidops is probably the weakest Gen 9 Pokemon overall. Quaxly's just Caesar. Oh, you mean Caesar from JoJo? Nah, he's more Caesar Clown. He's ugly. Yeah, it's truly one of them. It gets spikes, too. I'm like 99% sure. And it has Circle Throw to cycle people out. It just sucks that it's so weak. Like, it's definitely the weakest Gen 9 Mon, right? Gen 9 was insanely power crept, but this guy has, like... He just needs stats. Everything about this guy is cool except its stats. Nimble, I'm a huge Nimble fan. I like it more than Quackaball. I'm being honest with myself. And then Low Kicks is the GOAT. Even though the bro is like mid-usage in the UU tier itself, it's still one of the top-rated UU Pokemon because it keeps so many nonsense Pokemon in check. Tinted Lens first impression goes so hard. I respect the Low Kick so much. It's such a cool Pokemon. Relore is funny. And then Rabsca has a cool design, but it has literally nothing going for it besides a Revival Blessing, and it's outdone by the stupid ugly Pikachu. Who is calling me? I have to accept the phone call real quick. Be right back. Guys, I'm a woman named Miss Coxland now. Isn't that so cool? It was a scam call. Is this not in Pokedex order? I refuse to believe that Greavard's this early in the dex. This can't be the Pokedex order. This is so weird. You're just long. Yo. Yeah, I'm a Miss Coxland now. That's coming out. I am not trans. Actually, I remember in high school, 5 girls in 1 week asked me if I was gay. And I don't even know where that came out of. Which is weird. I just have a high-pitched voice for a dude, but it's like, I'm not. Obviously, I'm cool with LGBT. I am. And if you're not, and if you're watching this, go away. Like, we respect. Yeah. No, I'll throw a Ferrothorn in a microwave. Don't worry. But, homophobic Ferrothorn is some of the funniest Pokemon memes of all time. But yeah. I don't know why. That reminded me of that. It was a very confusing week. I wasn't even, like, offended. It was more so confusing of why did so many people think I was gay in such a short time frame. It's weird. Anyway, I love Funny Dog. I love Funny Dog. It's so cute, and I love how the candle's actually, like, bone-shaped. It's so cool. You're not? No, I'm not gay. I'm just a straight guy. I support the LGBT community. Absolutely. I am huge into that, into supporting them. But I'm not actually, like, gay at all. It's weird. Fictional characters don't count. Anyway, Greavard is amazing. Actually, no, it's ugly. I think it's a downgrade. I don't like how I like it aesthetically, but I'm gonna be real. It's just something about execution that I don't like. I just think it's a pretty big downgrade. I thought you were for the longest time. You're not the only one. A lot of people think I am. IRL and out of IRL. Even a couple of gay co-workers I had thought I was gay. I guess I just give off the energy. There's nothing to apologize for. Either way. Flittle. I don't like Flittle. I think it's ugly. And then a Spothra is a... Actually, first of all, Flittle's going to F tier. So you get it? I get the energy. I guess I give it off. Anyway, Espathra actually has a good design, but I have to keep it low tier due to the literal war crimes this Pokemon committed. First of all, it's an emu. It's not an ostrich, it is an emu. An Australian person said it, and I trust an Australian to know the difference between an Australian and an emu. They went into war with emus, they were not aware. Google the emu war if you do not believe me. Anyway. It's the Lady Gaga emu. Yeah, it's such a random Pokemon. Why do we have a Cleopatra emu that evolves from this weird little fluff ball thing? Also, Espathra is the perfect encapsulation of why terrestrialization is a broken mechanic. I'm not saying... Yeah, BGC versus singles usage rate is so insane. It's also so weird when you have people who play one format exclusively go to the comment section of people who play the other format and then insult them for not using certain strategies. Like, I was playing, like, on the Pokemon That Deserve Love video, right? That short? Someone went into there and was making fun of Smogon players because they don't know how to use Goodra. Because Goodra's PU, if you were not aware. It's the worst pseudo-legendary. And they assumed Smogon players were all bad at the game because they didn't give it Kyogre support. They said Smogon players were bad because Goodra is broken with Kyogre support. I didn't know how to correct him without coming off very rude. If I'm playing Ubers, Goodra is not being considered. Also, do you know what set he suggested? Terra Normal Facade with Flame Orb in the rain. You heard me right. Flame Orb Goodra in the rain with hydration. They said that the Flame Orb would prevent you from getting other status. And I need to specify, he said it to do it in the rain. Hydration cures your status effect if it's raining, if you were not aware. And Facade, you need to have a status effect to go off. This is like the most like... I didn't even know how to respond because he was like doing his best to make fun of singles players, and it's like, buddy, that doesn't even work at VGC. If I'm gonna use a Guts Pokemon, Ursaluna is right there. Yeah, it's like, I didn't even like want to be like, usually I get like, I tend to become like smart, and I become a smart aleck when people are like, oh, one format sucks. Here's a stupid set to prove that why all X format players are stupid. But it's like, why? Both formats are cool. I just prefer Smogon. Like, I don't know. It's usually children who do that, because I can't imagine grown adults making fun of people for playing a children's game differently. But anyway, Facade Goodra. The new Heavy Slam Whale Lord, everybody. Anyway, Farigiraf is cool. I love Farigiraf so much. I'm happy this thing's insane in VGC. Why is it so good in VGC anyway? Is it literally just because... What? What's it called? Armor Tail? Blocking priority? What makes it so good? I'm not even sure. It gets Wide Guard, doesn't it? And I feel like it gets Helping Hand, but I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know what makes it so good in VGC. All I know is that it is. Blocks priority. Yeah. Is that really just it? Just because it has like free Quick Guard and Trick Room? Oh yeah, Trick Room. Trick Room's huge in VGC. Yeah. Oh, it's not me. I'm just gonna put this here for you to read. Thank you, Black Prism. Insane support, Mom. Yeah, is it? Yeah. Although, I do want to point out, though, I know technically Rambats isn't Smogon. I'm gonna read that in a second there, bud. Despite it not... I know Rambats isn't technically Smogon, but this thing is a literal demon in Rambats. With this time, you flourish to achieve your ambitions, breaking through any obstacles that try to hold you back, and you are amazing, and have a nice day. Thank you, Black Prism. I mean, that kind of came out of nowhere, but those are very kind words. Thank you. Also, kind of fitting since we did hit 2,000 subscribers today, so that was pretty fire. Don't know what time, because I was asleep when it happened, but that's cool. By the by, I may or may not have a new logo starting tomorrow. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, hey, chicka, bump, bump. But Wiglet is funny. Wiglet's a funny Pokemon. Top of B tier. I feel like Wugtrio's a downgrade. Wugtrio below Spidops. It's a downgrade. I don't like it. I like the red noodles, and I like the rock, but something about it just doesn't scream enough Dugtrio for me. Specs Sunflora. Yeah, I know. It's wild. Porygon 2 apparently is the Pokemon with the highest win rate, and it's consistently at the highest win rate of all time. And Tropius is also a demon, even though I think it only has like a 45% win rate. Tropius is so weird. Also, I'm shocked that Showdown's been down for so long. Whoever hosts the servers must be having some big issues, because it's like, I'm assuming who owns the Showdown servers? I don't think it's Cloudflare. I don't know if that information's public, but at the end of the day, it's kind of something's up. Dondozo is funny, but I can't rate it too high due to its... First of all, it's a stall Pokemon. Stall is evil and demonic. Is the most evil playstyle. And unfortunately, this is a very strong agent of stall. You do, sorry. I don't even know what that's referring to anymore to V, so you're forgiven. Also, this thing cannot be forgiven for its crimes it committed to the VGC early in early regulations. I'm pretty sure it fell off hard, but Dondozer was funny. Veluza is going in F tier purely because this is the most evil Pokemon. Why does this thing move at 1,000,000 miles per hour? Do you have any... Oh, you own Showdown, sorry. Oh, sorry, Devi. Why does this thing move at the speed of light in the water? For fat... Yeah, I hate... Well, okay, I'm okay with it being used in balance. I just hate stall. And when I say stall, you know I'm already talking about that Blissey, Gliscor, this thing, probably an Amoonguss in there. I just don't want to waste 100 turns in battles because it's shed skins. Like, Veluza's a demon. I have lost more than 3 shinies specifically to Veluza. And why does it only have 70 base speed? The most clickbait Pokemon of all time. Sharpness with like so many sharpness boosted moves and a Flayaway, which is like a side grade to... It's a side grade, but really it's a worse version of Shell Smash. Veluza's such a disappointment. It should have been way more powerful than it is. Also, it took us 9 generations to finally get a Dolphin Pokemon, and they cooked. This is cool. Palafin's gonna go right next to it because it's just the same design, except it has a heart now, and I think that's so lazy. I get what they were going for, but I don't like it. And I'm gonna be real, I don't like Palafin's design that much. I prefer the cute dolphin. But Palafin's so cool competitively. Also, I remember back when Finchinator was talking about dropping Palafin and Annihilate back to OU. That was a really funny joke that they should not ever consider ever again. At least not until Gen 10. Annihilate is a demon. You love me, Jet Puncher? Yeah, my boy. Remember when this thing wasn't banned in the first waves of bans? In Gen 9? Somehow. And then the bulk up set became oppressive. A non-hero. Yeah, we need to get an evil version of Palafin in a future generation. Make it Water Dark, super villain. We gotta get it. Absolutely. We gotta get a regional variant. Palafin's cool. Smoliv, one of the earliest Pokemon revealed, had a huge fan base. Then it fell off. Dolliv, I think, is ugly. I hate Dolliv. It's stupid looking. It's not F tier, but it's stupid. Arboliva. Very fascinating design. I wish it was better. Just check the Discord. You check the Discord? What's in the Discord? Arboliva needs buffed. I don't know what to give it, but it needs something new. You have notifs off? Oh, I don't blame you. I don't have notifs on either, I don't think. Because I hate hearing the noise when I'm doing stuff. You miss so much. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's probably just Sapphire. Just telling you I have uploaded videos and I'm gone live. Capsicum is such a disappointment. I hate Capsicum. It's ugly. Scovillain needs an evolution. It doesn't look complete. And I'ma believe. Okay, that's I like that a lot, actually. Skullvillain is such a disappointment. It's one of the worst Gen 9 mons. You have to run it on Sun because otherwise it just sucks. It's not bulking up the Subseed. It doesn't even hit hard enough outside of Stun. It needs an evolution. And honestly, if they want to make it Grass Dragon, that could be cool, but I feel like they got to stick with the Grass Fire for the unique typing and the pepper stuff. So it's just kind of a shame. They're limited with what they can do. Skullvillain's kind of like a fail from the design standpoint because, like, it should become a dragon, but, like, they won't do that because they got to keep the unique typing. Tadbulb is a demon. This is probably the only shiny that I'm gonna have I ever had a hard time shiny hunting. I've never shiny hunted for it, but if I did, it would be difficult. I feel like this is the single most difficult Pokemon to shiny hunt. I have not had any issues with other tiny Pokemon, but this one I feel would be the one to get me. Bellibolt is a goofy little guy. Go to Gen 9 Pokemon. He's just fat. I love him. He's just a fat guy. He vibes. And he has 2 pairs of eyes, and one of them's fake. I love him. The 2 bulbs on its side, by the way, are the fake eyes. It's the tiny little yellow dots that are his real eyes. Just in case you forgot. This thing's really cool. I like him. He's just like me, for real, for real. Yo, when I grow up, I want to be like this guy. Actually, I want to be Tapu Koko when I grow up. How do I apply to be a Tapu in real life? Can I be the Tapu of my state? My job's just to go around beating up birds or something. Varoom is such a disappointment. I don't like Varoom. The first poison steel type and it sucks. Revaroom is better, but it's like, this thing sucks. We should have been able to have like weaker forms of the Team Star versions as like variants that we could unlock. Because technically it has like 5 signature moves, like the various torque moves, but it's just so bad, man. Also, why does it not get Rapid Spin? And why is its signature move just horrible? It's like 90 base power, 90 accuracy, and then it lowers your speed by 2 stages. Like, what? I mean, I know this thing's... I think the thing's actually strong in whatever tier it's in. Because it has shift gear and gunk shot and iron head. And high horsepower. It's like, it has good coverage. So I'm pretty sure wherever it is, whatever tier it's in, it's good. But it deserves so much more. It needs rapid spin, first of all. That's like the real big sin. Why does it not have rapid spin, but it has stuff like... Also, why does it not have U-turn? It's literally a car. Is it a RU? Let's fact check this information. What's a team I don't care about? This is Gen 9. I need a Gen 9 team. Here, this will do. Reveroom. You are right. It's RU. It has to be good in RU. I'm pretty confident it is. I almost just closed the stream on accident. Earthworm is a Pokemon I wanted to love. And I swore on everything this thing had Regenerator at the start of the generation. I would have bet my bank account this thing had Regenerator, but it turns out it just has like Earth Eater and some ability that's not even worth mentioning. And the fact that it took people to use this PU Pokemon to then realize that Shed Tail was broken is sad. Not gonna lie. Yeah, why? It's so fast in Synchro, but it's not even fast in-game. Earth Eater is such a cool ability. Also, I feel like they should give it to Heatran because it would be so cool. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool if Heatran had Earth Eater. That'd be fair and balanced, right? Completely fair and balanced. Also, I'm sad this thing is PU because I loved running the Iron Defense Body Press set on this guy too. I love it. Actually, no, I think I was running Coil with Iron Tail and Body Press. I don't remember. But at the end of the day, this is such a fascinating Pokemon. It just sucks that it's so bad. It needs... I don't know what it needs, but it needs a kind of buff. Ability combo. Oh, yeah. Fire Steel with Earth Eater. That would be beautiful. Let's buff him. Alright, you got Tandemaus. Tandemaus is funny. It's a funny Pokemon. High A. I love its design. A lot of people thought it was going to be a Psychic type because it gives off the vibes of the girls from The Shining. But nah. Wormy should... Wormy? What's Wormy? Am I stupid? You mean Burmy? I don't know. I like the idea of Zazazatu. Phalanx could work very well for that too. Why did Mousehole get... It did? Population Bomb. Oh, Tidy Up isn't exclusive because Furret and Cinchino got it. Alright, we got... I'm not going to rate both Mousehold families. I'm going to do the... I'm going to do the funny tier 3 version. The one child just went missing. Unfortunate. This is, the fun fact, the only Pokemon that can evolve without an evolution screen. It can literally just evolve in your party without you knowing it. And that is the funniest evolution method of all time. And that honestly raises it up to being above Mousehold. I can't put it that much higher than Mousehold because it's literally just the same guy with just baby. But it's so cool. I love it. It's so funny. Red? Red Worm? You mean Wurmple? I'm busy. Yo, I've been doing yard work for the past week. By the way, that yard work is why the content's been a lot slower. Just because I've been doing it for a while now. It's almost done. I'm almost free from my suffering. Steel. Oh, the worm! Earthworm. Yo, Earthworm worm? What would it be called? Orthy worm? I'm down. Why is Dummy tweaking in chat? What are you talking about? Let me open up live chat. I don't see anything. I'm not seeing a difference. Oh, Citadel is so cute. I love it. Unfortunately, it's so bad. Playing a game, sorry. Off his mids. Who are you talking about? I only see you and... Oh, Dummy Dodo. I see what you mean. Nah, Dummy's... Dodo's fine. Dodo is fine. I just didn't understand what they were saying. I love my White Boy album. Can't type well. Same. I love it when I'm trying to insult someone online, but then I keep mistyping things and I look dumb. So Titan is so cool. It's just held back by pretty much everything. Terra Water with this thing in the rain is funny. Slush Rush is more consistent, obviously. I want Titan to be good, but it's an ice type. It's slow. You know how that works out every single time. White Album. Not White Boy, but that's funnier. Frigibax. Okay. It's time for the one that people are not gonna like. Frigibax is good. Frigibax is so cute. But it's gonna be low A. The bottom of A tier. Archibald has such a personality. It's very nice. It's not that much better, but it actually has a cool personality where I'll rise it. And the thing that people are gonna like, Baxcalibur is F tier. It's the top of F tier. This thing, we've already had so many Godzilla Pokemon, Godzilla-like Pokemon. Why did we need another? Its design looks so boring. Like, Glaive Rush is such a boring exclusive move. Yes, it's really powerful, but it's really boring from a competitive standpoint because it's just, it wasn't even broken until it got, until Ninetales came back, right? It's literally just a Pokemon that sets up behind screens and goes hard. It's just such a boring way for a Pokemon to be broken. It's not a good design. I think it's just the worst looking pseudo, honestly. It's F tier. It's definitely the worst pseudo in my opinion. Dragon Dance and Wind. Yeah, it's not fun. At least like with Dragonite. It's clicking a fun move in extreme speed. That's a lot more unique than just powerful dragon move and going burr. It's kind of like the worst parts of Gen 5 competitive, to be honest. Like, it also just doesn't have that interesting of a design. We already have Tyranitar who basically has the same exact build, and we just had our Caladon in the previous gen, and this just looks so bland compared to those. Also, why does it get its name from Excalibur? Which, like, it should be in Gen 8 if it's based on Excalibur, you know? Thermal Exchange is also huge, too. Like, it not being able to get burnt reliably sucks. Actually, I don't think you can burn it, period. It's just... Baxcalibur's an F. Thank you! I was figured I would get roasted for this. And I know people are... like, when this gets uploaded, and I'll probably make a short out of some of these to advertise them a bit more, but, like, I feel like this is gonna get a lot of pushback whenever this gets published. Because it's like... Yeah, I like Goodra. Goodra's one of my favorites. If not my favorite. I think, yeah, it's my favorite pseudo. But it's like, I just hate Baxcalibur. It's so boring. It's like, that's why it's part of the reason why I gas up our Caladon as a pseudo. Well, yeah, sure, technically it doesn't meet the XP requirement. Who cares about the XP requirement? Literally no one cared about it until Baxcalibur, until our Caladon came out. No one cared. Back in the day, it was literally just 600 BSD. And then some people talked about 3 stages, but like even if you got rid of the 3-stage requirement, nothing new was added to the thing anyway, so it's like, oh well. I don't know. Also, it's kind of like, I don't know, people are weird. Because like the requirements for being a pseudo changes pretty often. It's just based on what people wanted to have. Because like based on what it's weird because some of the people who are arguing that Arcalodon should be a pseudo because it doesn't match like the trends other people set, like following some of the rules that people had back in the day, then Goodra shouldn't be a pseudo, right? Because Goodra wasn't dual typing, so it shouldn't be a pseudo. But then people started to ignore that rule because that was a rule that some people had. I don't know. I don't want to get into that discussion right now. Yeah, Metagross didn't follow. It wasn't a dragon type, so should it not be considered a pseudo? Same thing with Tyranitar. Should it not be a pseudo? Basically, if someone wants to count something as a pseudo or not, kind of boils down to whether or not they like it or not. Or if it doesn't contradict something that they do like. And that happens a lot with, like, fan-based terms. Also, apparently, there is a canon name for pseudo-legendaries, and it's called Late Bloomer, and that's hilarious. Isn't a pseudo? He's just Arcalodon. Arcalodon is better than a pseudo. He is beyond a pseudo. Absolutely, yes. We need more non-dragon pseudos. It sucks. Anyway, Tatsugiri, I'm not rating all 3 of them. Congratulations. Nah, we're rating the homophobic form. Yellow Tatsugiri. If you see it's official, hold on. Let's show it real quick. Tatsugiri yellow. Look at this. This is a homophobic stare. This is a homophobic Pokemon. I don't know if you all can see my mouse, but this is homophobic. Tatsugiri goes in D just for that. Literally any typing that's not dragon. That's all I want. But based. Tatsugiri is homophobic. Yes! And he is a tier 3 sub. He is a tier 3 sub to Tatsugiri, to Ferrothorn. Absolutely. It's competitively, it's kind of fun. I was using it as a walking weight counter with Terra Fairy until I realized, oh yeah, they also run flamethrower and it just drops to that. So yeah. Remember when everyone thought Walking Wake was good? Yeah, absolutely. Tatsugiri Yellow or Stretchy. I don't know what the specific flavor is called, but this is a homophobic Pokemon. Let's be real. It's homophobic. The only reason it's not F tier is because the other forms are okay. Homophobic. Yes. Cyclozar is cool. I hate its shed tail nonsense. It's very strong in like every tier. Walking Wake is cool. We'll get to Walking Wake though. Pawmi. Pawmi's fine, in my opinion. I'm gonna put it below Wiglet. Pawmo is one of the most forgettable Pokemon of all time, specifically because it looks just like Pawmot. Why is Ferrothorn homophobic? It's literally just based on an r/Smogan post. I don't understand. Someone made a meme about Executor and Slowbro dating, coming out as gay, and then Ferrothorn was publicly against it. It's also where the "how does this affect the meta" joke came from. Also, Magnezone being a defender, LGBT defender, came from there as well. Also, the second highest rated comments is on that. Sorry, the other huge Pokemon meme, the Kyogre surrounded meme, came from that too. It's just so funny because it was Reddit glitching out and posting a comment on the wrong thread. So the Kyogre being surrounded meme came from that same exact thread. That was an amazing thread, and it was huge for Stinkboat Sunday for r/Smogan. It's so cool. Anyway, Pawmot it's fine, but Pawmo just sucks because it looks the exact same. Also, it's one of those Pokemon with a stupid... I want that requirement removed in Gen 10. I never want to have to count steps. Like, why? Like, and if you have to count steps, make the Pokemon walk as fast as you so they don't disappear when you walk too far from them and have to restart all your steps. You think I'm going to count how many little tiny footsteps this guy does? No, I'm just going to walk for 5 to 10 minutes, and that's going to be so boring because I can't battle because that resets your steps. I can't walk too fast because that'll reset your steps. If you walk too slow, it's going to take forever. This evolution method sucks. I think Red Lore actually moves kind of quick, but everything else is just so lame. Wattrel sucks. I hate Wattrel. In fact, you know, it's top of F tier. I think Wattrel's such a stupid design. I remember a lot of people didn't think that this was the regional bird, purely because you get it kind of late compared to all the other ones, but it is the bird. Actually, you could say that Squawkabilly is the regional bird because it literally is outside of your house at the start of the game. A lot of people don't know that. It's literally on your roof when you turn around. It's level 3. But it's Wattrel. Everyone's accepted it as Wattrel, and Wattrel's just lame. I think it looks ugly. Kilowattrel's a lot better, but I don't like how big it's like, I guess, chest. Its tummy. I gotta show its official artwork to... Look at this thing. Why is it's like... Why is this so big? I don't like that. It's a fun Pokemon competitively, but it's so weird. I remember when this thing was amazing in UU, because Rain was dominant early generations, and then we got the expanded Pokedex, and now it sucks. Oh yeah, I remember one of my first video was the Kilowattrel plus all 4 weathers, running it with Weather Ball, so I can guarantee hit something super effectively. That was such a fun team. I loved it. Bombardier is a cool Pokemon. I'm gonna put it at the top of B tier. It sucks that this mon is weak. I think it's actually really good in the either RU or NU tier. Rocky Payload's a fantastic ability, but it's also like, why? Why is this thing associated with rocks? I guess it drops rocks like it's a baby and it's a little stork thing. I don't know. It's just such a weird Pokemon. It feels like they're doing so many things, but it's like, it's just not interesting, to be honest. I don't like it. I wish it was better. Like, I want to like this Pokemon. Also, I hate its shiny. It doesn't look different enough. Gen 9 shinies overall are kind of a step back compared to previous gens. I don't know. The Paldea Pokedex is not fantastic overall. I'm not rating all 4 Squawkabillies. I'm not rating all 4. We were rating the green one, and it's honestly just okay. They have cool lore. They're all in different gangs, and they fight each other. And they all have different rarities, too, which is pretty cool. But this mon kind of sucks. Yeah, the saturation's kind of... I don't know what saturation... I know it when I see it, but everything's just so dull. It's just so lame, you know? For every single unknown form. That deserves its own tier list. You know what? That's so true. Flamigo. I'm gonna be real. I'm a Flamigo defender. Right here under Archibacks. I'm a Flamigo defender. A lot of people hate it because it's literally just a Flamigo. And a Flamingo, but I honestly thought that at first too. But it has boxing glove motif. It's got that going for it. And honestly, I think it looks Pokemon enough. I think it's fine. If this thing was in Gen 1, everyone would love it. That's my take on Flamigo. That might be a hot take, but I think if this Pokemon was introduced in Gen 1, it would be considered one of the greats. It's just people showing bias towards more recent gens. Hey, bro. Hola, Adarfa. Sing. I'm sorry. I don't think I can pronounce your name very well. Atharva. I'll go with that. Oh, there's an L? No, that's a T. Love the vids. Thank you. Don't know what vids in particular, but thank you. Actually, wait. Do I recognize your name? Were you the Pokemon who watched like a person who watched a VOD? I think I remember that. I don't know. Flamingo sucks as a name. Yeah. It's Flamingo without an N, but it has amigo to represent the Spanish word for friend. I think Flamigo's kind of just whatever, if we're being honest. Also, I hope I don't sound too loud. Do I sound fine, guys? Flamigo, it's like, if it had something a little more unique, it'd give people less of an excuse to hate it. Favorite is Skeledirge. So far, it is my favorite Pokemon in Gen 9. It probably won't stay there forever. Cloth is a Pokemon that deserved an evolution. I want to love Cloth, but it's not. It has great abilities. It has great move pool. It's just its stats hold it back. It needed an evolution. I want to love Cloth, but it's just not strong enough. And I don't really like single stage Pokemon, to be honest. Pokemon are a lot more interesting when they grow and change over time throughout the journey, and Cloth just doesn't do that. I don't have any statistics behind this claim, but I feel like most people like 3-stage Pokemon. It would just make sense to me, and I agree with that too. I like 3-stage Pokemon. It didn't. I thought it evolved until the Elite Four. Yeah, because it looks like it should. It kind of looks baby enough. Why is Baxcalibur at F? I hate Baxcalibur. Competitively, yes, it's strong, but it's also like the most boring competitive set of all time. It just gets behind screens and spams Dragon Dance. Baxcalibur will definitely not be Ubers in Gen 10. Because it is a Terra abuser. Just throwing that out there. But anyway, it's also just such a boring design. Like, we already have Tyranitar. We already have Archaludon. We already have it. Like, it's just not unique, you know? I just don't like it. It's so lame. I do like the designs of Frigibax and Archibax, but I feel like it lost its personality when it evolved from Archibax to Baxcalibur. That's part of it as well. Like, yeah, everything about it is just so boring. Like, Glaive Rush is just boring outrage. And then, like, Thermal Exchange is cool. It's just a strong ability, though. It's just strong and not fun and interesting. Knackley is amazing. I love Knackley. It's S tier. It's not above Sprigatito. I love it. I feel like that my Baxcalibur take is going to be one that gets a lot of pushback when eventually the video comes out, and I'll make shorts on this. But, like, Knacklestack. I like Knacklestack a lot, too. And then Garganacle's my favorite Gen 9 Pokemon. I love the Garganacl. Gargasalt is my favorite rock type. It's such a fun Pokemon. I think people still sleep on Garganacl. I remember when when it dropped to UU, and a lot of people on r/Smogan was saying it's so bad in UU. And I was literally so confused that I literally made 2 videos specifically starring Garganacl, and it did amazing in every single battle, even against Rain, because I was running Terra Water. Like, Rain really can't do a lot. Like, I ran this, every single Garganacl video, every single Garganacl battle, I run the same exact set. Salt Cure, Recover, Iron Defense, and Body Press. The Terra typing changes depending on what the meta is, but Terra Water in UU was so insane until Zapdos fell down. Like, Rain really can't do much against specially defensive Garganacl with Iron Defense. Should be S. I'm kind of thinking about it. The Dunsparce is either a Pokemon you think is hilarious or you despise it because it's not what you wanted as a Dunsparce evolution. I think every single generation should give us a Dunsparce-like evolution. Like, Zazazatu is like what I'm going for. Yeah, Salt Cure is amazing. I love it. Actually, I really want to submit... So, you know, like BKC and Jimothy Cool, they talk about old generations a lot, and sometimes they do theory crafting, particularly BKC. I probably have to donate on Patreon or something. I want them to do a hypothetical, what if Garganacl was in Gen 3? And there's a lot of ways you can interpret that question. Like, do you, like, imagine Garganacl without its signature move, its signature ability, and then only give it Gen 3 moves. How good would it be in Gen 3? Because it being a rock type and not taking a Sandstorm chip is huge. That's huge in Gen 3. And it has recover, and it would be a 32 PP recover because it's Gen 3. So it would actually... For now, I would say no. Like, for now, let's pretend it does not have Salt Cure and it does not have its ability. And only give it access to Gen 3 moves. It would definitely be OU. Farigiraf? I actually like Farigiraf a lot. It's fascinating. He's not that good. It's about how much I like them, not competitive stuff. It would definitely be OU. But then it's like, okay, now let's give it Purifying Salt. Now it can't be statused. It can't be toxic anymore. Which means now it's significantly harder to take down, right? And I think if you give it Salt Cure, it's too strong for Gen 3 OU. And it would be banned. Rock's bad. Not taking Sandstorm chip is huge. Stray Focus Punches? Yeah? But Focus Punch means you can't... I feel like it could take a Focus Punch. Maybe not from, like, Tyranitar. Like, if it did not have Salt Cure and Purifying Salt, I think it would be a mid-Gen 3 Pokemon. But as soon as you give it Purifying Salt, I think it rises to top 10, maybe even top 5. And then when you give it Salt Cure, I think it's banned. Because Salt Cure in Gen 3 would be way too broken. What is the name of the this one where my mouse is? Actually, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but this Pokemon here is Garganacl. I love it. I think if it had Salt Cure and its hidden ability, it would be too banned. Because you can't Toxic it to whittle it down. It has 32 PP recover. Salt Cure would be free damage. I genuinely don't think Salt Cure can be countered. Because first of all, Skarmory would plummet in usage. Because it taking a quarter of its HP at the end of each turn is huge. I genuinely think it would be banned if it had Salt Cure and Purifying Salt. I mean, it would have a limited... what? Give it Salt Cure, Stone Edge, Recover, and I guess Earthquake? Yeah, Salt Cure... No, I think it would be banned if it had Salt Cure in Gen 3. That would be insane. Probably still get it. Yeah, if we give it its signature... Like, I took away the signature move just to show how good it is without it. It'd be mid, probably. And then Purifying Salt raises it up a lot because now it can't be toxic, which means it would never die. Skarmory is typically considered like the second best Pokemon in Gen 3, yeah? Because Tier King Tyranitar can't be topped. Like, you can't ignore its presence in the metagame. And the fact that it's rock type means it's not taking Sandstorm chip. And if it's not taking Sandstorm chip or Toxic chip with 32 PP recover is insane. And the fact that Steel types, one of the types immune to Sandstorm, can now take reliable chip damage is crazy. Swampert doesn't want to switch in on it because Salt Cure would shred that thing quickly. Nothing wants to take all that free damage. Like, nothing at all. Like, this, I genuinely think it would be banned. Is Wiglet? Yeah, it is. It's overrated, absolutely. It's just a funny meme guy. I think Garganacl would be Ubers. Not necessarily amazing at Ubers, but I genuinely think it would be banned from Gen 3 OU. And I would love someone a lot more, like, informed on the metagame, like BKC or Jimothy Cool to talk about that subject. Like, I view it as, like, 3 stages of Garganacl. First, look at Garganacl without Purifying Salt and Salt Cure. And then talk about Garganacl with Purifying Salt. And then talk about it with Salt Cure as well. Those are all 3, like, the different Garganacls you could analyze in Gen 3. It would be insane. I agree. Like, Wiglet's definitely overrated. Anyway, I love Garganacl. There's my weird rants that people like to see in tier lists, allegedly, according to the comment section. Also, yeah, why does Slowking get a signature move? Like, why did it get a signature move at Gen 9? Why did they take away Teleport from its kit just to give it Chilly Reception? Literally, what's the point? Like, no, it's a good move. But why did it get it? Sorry, bro, gotta go. Hey, you're good. You can always watch the VOD. I will upload highlights for this as a video as well soonish, but that could take a couple weeks, to be honest. Because I want to do it in order. Thank you, though. Oh, the Artharva. Are you talking about the regular vids or the shorts, by the by? Or both? Slowking? No. Well, okay, it doesn't benefit Slowking itself, but it switching out is huge. Yeah. It's insane. I hate running weather teams, so Slowking switches for free on all of the weather setters. Anyway, Glimmet is just a Pokemon that exists. It's low B tier. I have no opinion on Glammet. Glamora has a cool design, and it has a very interesting place in OU. I haven't played OU too much, but I'm pretty sure Glimmet has... Like, it's still OU viable, but it's kind of plummeted from where it was at the start of the generation. Because the game a lot easier to deal with, and, like, Galarian Slowking just sits on it forever. A lot of people forget, this thing has like 130 special attack, so you can honestly run it with Scarf and get a sneaky kill if you really wanted to. Glamora's a fascinating Pokemon. Trying to swap specifically into an Ice type. Not really. Setting up Ice is huge for Baxcalibur. I mean, obviously it's banned now, but it was a good Baxcalibur partner, and beating Weather is insane. Yeah, Iron Crown just destroys it. Isn't Iron Crown RU now, though? I know it fell to UU, but I feel like it fell to RU. I don't remember. I feel like it did fall. No, it's still UU. No, I think it would have fell to RU if the tier shifts was monthly still and not 3 months. I think that's what it was. I think its usage this month made it fall. Well, it would have fallen. Oh, is it? Okay, no, I had it backwards. Okay, then. My bad. I was mistaken. Honestly, good, because the weakness policy set in UU was kind of crazy. Shroodle, I love its design. I love Shroodle. It's so cute. I wish it was strong. Treads. Yeah, I think I had it mixed up. I know something would have fallen to RU. I think Meow was very close to falling to UU. Yeah, assuming they still had it. But, like, Meow's kind of falling off, which is wild. Now, if Meow falls to UU, I'm almost certainly I'm certain that Triplaxa will get it banned. But Grafaiai. Okay, let me tell you the funnies of the with the copycat explosion strategy with Alolan Golem. Priority copycat explosion is so cool. Superior is close, and Superior will not last in a UU. I refuse to believe the Superior will stay in UU if it does drop. Grafaiai is cool. I love Grafaiai. It's like low S for me. Okay, we're on to the paradoxes. Yeah, the Gen 9 Dex is weird. This can't be in the order. I refuse to believe that Tinkaton's after the legendaries. Let's say the paradoxes for later. Tinkatink, I think, is one of the most overrated Pokemon of all time. Tinkatuff is ugly. I don't like Tinkatuff. I'm gonna put it above the homophobic fish, but that's all. And then Tinkaton is Gaslight Geeky Girl Boss. She's S tier. I hate battling it in UU because it's one of the best switch-ins to Latios. And I love running specs Latios. Remember if Fluttermane was banned 3 days and it's not... Yeah! Everyone was spamming Fluttermane. Early Gen 9 was insanely different. Yeah, she's a girl boss. Has terrible stats, but its typing just carries it in the UU tier. One of the best specialty defensive walls out there. Has Encore, Knockoff, Gigaton Hammer hits so hard even though it has like 70 base attack. Stealth Rocks is nice. Pickpocket is a very interesting set as well. It's a fascinating Pokemon. Next up, Charcadet was a letdown for me. It's a very boring design, to be honest. Honestly, I think it's the top of D tier. Armarouge has the potential to be so cool, but in singles, it's only ever run on gimmick teams, which sucks because it has such a good move pool, but everyone just wants to run it on Psy Spam or Stored Power. It's so boring. I think in VGC it has more... No, isn't it literally just Psy Spam in VGC as well? Like, that's all it is. Ceruledge, all it needed was Poltergeist, and then it got it, and then it rose it to OU. But I think, isn't it UU again now, though? I don't remember what happened with Ceruledge. I should stop closing this tab, considering I'm going back to it so often. Nah, I like that team. I don't want to change it. This team I don't care about anymore. Ceruledge still... Oh, what? Illegal. Oh, this isn't considered an OU team. Garg stuff? Okay. Ceruledge. Yeah, it's UUBL. That's where it is. I remember. Poltergeist got it banned, I'm pretty sure. Just Psy Spam. Yeah. I hate Psy Spam so much. It's such a cheap playstyle. It's lame. It's boring. I hate it. I don't know how much, if it's considered less cheap in VGC or not. I'm not rating the bike forms of these Pokemon. I'm just going to do that. Put them here now. Toadschool's funny. It being funny puts it at the top of B for me. Toad School? No, wait. Toad Scroll? I love its design enough to put it at the bottom of A. But the fact that it has the worst, one of the worst abilities of all time. Like, why is Game Freak so scared of Fast Spore? Why is it so scared of Fast Spore? I know Spore is very powerful, but it's like, why would you give it such a terrible ability? Just don't give it Spore. I would rather it not have Spore and have a real ability than give it Spore and give it this horrible thing. Just take away Spore from its moveset, please. That's my take. Also, I know talking about Spore and Fast Spore, they literally spec'd Unga to where it's literally impossible for it to get a booster speed from on Unga. They spec'd its stats perfectly to where it'll always have one more attack than speed, so it'll never get the booster speed. And that's a shame. There's a fun fact about Unga for you. Which is like... Also, hot take, I don't think Sleep should have been banned at Gen 9. It didn't get banned until Darkrai came out. And I know Hypnosis Iron Valiant was a lot more popular around that time, but I genuinely don't think Sleep should have been banned. I don't think it should have. But it's oh well. Speaking of complaining about Gen 9, I would love to see a Gen 9 ladder that does not allow Terra, just to see how different some of the Pokemon are. That's something I would love to see that. I'm not saying Terra should be banned. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But I want to see a ladder without Terra, just to see how different mods are. Because I feel like Excalibur would be okay in OU without Terra. It'd be a top tier meta thing, but I think it's okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Volcarona also wouldn't be bad. I feel like Garganacl would be okay in UU without Terra, for example. Yeah. I remember when King Gambit was also banned, and a lot of people were mad. Yeah, Volk could be okay. I remember people still complain about King Gambit to this day, which is wild. I think it was Blunder, or maybe a Swave. I don't remember. I don't know who it was, but someone made a very good point of like, it's been almost a year since the King Gambit vote. Like, get over it at this point. It's called Mycelium Might. It allows like all status moves to ignore the opponent's abilities for affecting its work. So for example, you could Spore a Goldengo. However, it makes all status moves go last, which is really bad. It's literally just for Spore. Yeah, I think King Gambit's a lot more balanced now with the DLC. But like, yeah, if you still complain about King Gambit being broken, yeah, just get good. That's my take on King Gambit. I think it's the best mod in the tier. Actually, no, I think it's the second best. Great Tusk is just amazing. I don't know if... I think Tusk still has higher usage right now. I don't remember. They kind of flip-flop. But, I don't know. I think King Gambit, it's the second best mod in the tier. It's not broken, in my opinion. It's just really good. I don't know. Claude's Eye is just beautiful. I'm not putting it high in S tier purely because Stall loves it and I hate Stall, but... Stall is the least fun playstyle to go up against. Yeah, it's usually either one or two. It kind of flip-flops sometimes. King Gambit's goated, though. I don't think it should be banned. Like, not at all. I'm, like, on the broken scale that, like, what, Finchinator uses, like, on the scale of 1 to 5, I think it's a 2. I think it's good. It's the big three. I agree. Those are the big three. And I'm gonna... Okay, actually, King Gambit, you obviously know a lot about competitive, so I'd love to hear your take on this. Pretend we're at the start of Gen 9. If Golden... Let me even pull out the stats for this. Where are we at? Golden Go. If Golden Go naturally outsped Great Tusk. Because here, Great Tusk has 87 speed, Golden Go has 84. If Golden Go naturally outsped Great Tusk, do you think it would have been banned early in the generation? Because if Golden Go naturally outsped Great Tusk, that would be a huge change. Right? Think about it. Because Great Tusk being faster than Goldengo, I think is a huge thing for the meta. And honestly, I feel like it would have been banned if it was just a little bit faster. I think the fact that Great Tusk outspeeds it is the thing that makes Golden Go balanced. That's my opinion. Yeah, because Great Tusk does not want to take a Make It Rain. And Booster Speed Tusk would have to be so much more common because of it. Because you could justify running less Air Balloon on Goldengo. Because you could just switch it in for free on Great Tusk. I think this is one of those small things that, like, if it was just a little bit faster, it might be ban-worthy. Actually, I think it would have been banned, but then eventually re-allowed in the OU tier later. That's my opinion on that. I was thinking about that. If Goldengo was just a little bit faster, I think it would have been banned, but eventually let back in the tier. It's overrated how broken Goldengo is, in my opinion. I don't think it's broken at all. It does make hazards kind of oppressive, but, like, there's ways to play around Goldengo. Just take it down. Yeah, it can't. Well, it can't without Air Balloon, fair enough. But it can always just come in afterwards, because Great Tusk has to fear the Make It Rain. I think it would have been banned. That's another thing I want to see, like, some actual, like, big competitive people talk about. It wouldn't be a long video at all. But I'd love to see someone, like, actually talk about that and analyze it. Because, like, obviously, I don't think it would be banned right now. But at the start of the generation, with how strong people thought Goldengo was, I think if it was faster than Great Tusk, it would have been banned. That's an opinion I hold. Great Tusk has, like, the best stat spread ever. I love this thing so much. I don't know. I think Goldengo has the perfect amount of speed. Because it's 293, right? At max. No way is it that low. Yeah, 293 at max. It has, like, the perfect speeds here to not be broken. Great moveset as well. Yeah, Nasty Plot. I mean, I may as well rate Goldengo now because I'm talking about it so much. Make It Rain, Shadow Ball, and then your choice of Recover, Trick, Psyshock if you want to be weird and beat, like, Blissey's. Thunderbolt. I was running Thunderbolt at the start of the generation. Choice specs in it against Corviknights. Let me just rate Goldengo now. Goldengo's the GOAT. I love Goldengo. Where's Goldengo? Oh, here it is. It's S tier. I love it so much. Right below Skeledirge for me. Gimmighoul, I honestly don't like. Gimmighoul's kind of whatever. I'm rating it higher because it evolves into Goldengo. It has such an annoying evolution method. Anyway, yeah, while we're talking about Goldengo, I genuinely think Goldengo would have gotten banned at the start of the generation if it was just a little bit faster. Might be a hot take, but that's honestly a belief I hold. And its perception would be slightly different. Now, obviously, I don't think it should be banned, and I never thought it should have been banned. But I feel like if it was just a little bit faster, it would have been broken. Anyway, hypothetical over. Wait, why is Fluttermane so far ahead of all the other Paradoxes? What? Oh, Gimmighoul roaming form. I'm not rating it. It's the same thing. Fido, it's cute. I have no opinion on Fido. Darkspun. Remember when Darkspun was used in OU to counter Chi-Yu? And then Chi-Yu got banned, then it plummeted off the face of the earth. That was so funny. Actually, Darkspun goes to A tier. I like it more than, like, Flamigo. Not as much as Meow. Or, actually, no, I like it more than Florigato. Not as much as the Titan. Darkspun had a funny niche at the start of the generation. Same thing with Houndoom, funnily enough. I don't know. I don't remember. Was Darkspun used before Houndoom? Which one was first? I don't remember. It was literally just for Chi-Yu, but then the Chi-Yu's adapted and took it out. I don't remember. Oh, I love my dog. Where's the gold going? To the OU council to get bribed. Lamau. I love, what is this called? Mastiff? I literally have a Mastiff. She passed away, like, a couple months ago. But it looks Mastiff looks literally like Baby Daisy. Especially the shiny. In my wallet. Based. Mabostiff is insane. I love Mabostiff so much. I wish it was good. It unfortunately sucks. But I love Mastiffs. They're all such good doggies. Bramblin. Bramblin's okay. It's a very forgettable Pokemon. Let's be real here, though. Nah, it's below Arboliva. Right here. Nah. Above Strudel. Bramblegast is just... It's going right next to Bramblin, because honestly, at a glance, I couldn't tell you which one was which. I know it has more of a face, but it's just kind of boring, to be honest. Also has such a stupid evolution method, I can't bring myself to like it. Also, why do we have so many grass ghosts now? I swear, we've gotten a grass ghost like every generation since Gen 6. Like, there's Trevenant, Then insert other examples, because I can't remember any. Maybe I'm making this up. What happened with Grass Ghost? Arvin's my boss to so you don't get the Herba Mist. That is such a mean thing to say. How could you say that? Decidueye. Yeah, Decidueye in Gen 7. I feel like there's one in Gen 8, but I'm drawing a blank on it. Is there a Grass Ghost in Gen 8? I mean, let's just run the team builder here. Grass. Ghost. Sinestcha as well. Trevenant. Poltergeist. No, I guess not. But it's like, why are we getting so many Grass Ghosts now? It's weird. Anyway, my music is not playing. Next up. Is it finally time to talk about the paradoxes? Nope, we're gonna go talk about King Gambit. Am I complaining? Not really. It's more of a, like, a why. Yeah, like, why is there so many Grass Ghosts now? Like, what's the point? It's a cool type combination, but it's like, it got spammed. Gambit's goated. I can't help but feel like you're slightly biased. In fact, it's gonna go right above Dirge. It's probably my second favorite Pokemon of Gen 9. Gambit's so cool. If you think it's broken, nah, get good. King Gambit's so cool. Also, I wonder how King Gambit's gonna be affected when Terra's gone. It'll still be good, obviously. But will it still be top? Will it be like a top 3? I genuinely wonder. Because Sucker plus Swords Dance is always going to be reliable. Gamble Slasher. I'm by it. Yeah, it's bulky. It can live super effective hits. Not fighting ones. Actually, it can probably live some off-focus fighting moves. If it gets knockoff back. Knockoff is the reason why it's banned in that decks, I'm pretty sure. Get it bad? The 4x weakness to fighting is what makes it balanced. Honestly, I think, again, it's like one of those things. Great Tusk is the reason why King Gambit's not broken. Because it can be handled with Great Tusk. It's the most reliable counter. Like, Terra, Fairy, and Flying Gambit exists specifically for Tusk, but when it Terras into those typings, now it has, like, either weaknesses to Goldengo, or just electric types in general. It leaves it open to, like, I think Terra Flying always runs, like, Swords Dance, doesn't it? Well, most King Gambits run Swords Dance. It leaves it open to Encore. Like, King Gambit's well balanced. Either way, Great Tusk really holds the Scarlet Violet OU metagame together. It truly does. It's such a beautiful Pokemon. Annihilate. Also a very cool Pokemon. I'm gonna put it above Meow, below Tinkaton. Yeah, it does. Gambit's so cool. It's such a cool... Like, if King Gambit got banned, so much of the metagame is gonna change. Stuff like, yeah, like Poltergeist from, Dragapult would be insane. Goldengo would be a lot more hard. It'd be a lot more threatening. It's insane. Like, honestly, Bisharp would probably go up in usage. Like, it'd be used for, like, a couple weeks, and then it'd fall off, and everyone realizes it's not that strong. But it would definitely rise up, because people want to use that Sucker Punch Swords Dance combination. Annihilate is cool. I love that they finally brought back older gen Pokemon's evolving. That was one of my favorite things about Gen 4, and then they just stopped doing it for 5 generations, barring Sylveon. But then Gen 9 brought it back. Every generation should have old Pokemon evolve. That's my opinion. And the 4 Pokemon evolving is the perfect number. Also, you see these weird ads. Let's just scroll down a little bit. Annihilate is so cool. Rage Fist is busted. Actually, no. Rage Fist is not busted, because Primeape proved it. But Primeape proved it's not busted. But Annihilate is so goated. It should not come back to OU, though. Finchinator, please take that back. Don't test it, please. Maybe in Gen 10, but not in Gen 9. I feel bad for the OU Council of Gen 9, especially if anyone's new, because this is like this is the most power crept generation, and it has Terra is such an insane mechanic that, like, I feel bad for them. They get a lot of crap. Also, like, then you got really stupid people who, like, insult the OU Council when stuff gets banned in other tiers. It's like they had no say in that. I don't know. Some people. I mean, I mainly feel bad for Finch. People treat him mean. I feel bad for him. I guess it's time to talk about the paradoxes. We'll get to the DLC mons later. All right. I'm actually not that big a fan of Fluttermane. It's kind of boring. Council doesn't want to ban a man mechanic. Yeah, I get it. I don't want Terra banned. But it's hard to argue that it's not a bullshit mechanic. Sorry for the curse word. I know I'm mostly family friendly, but it's hard not to argue that it's not kind of stupid and broken. And I want to see a OU ladder without Terra just to see what it would be like. But I completely understand why Terra isn't banned. And I don't even think it should be suspected anymore. Like, I think it should just stay forever. But I just want to see a ladder to see what it's like, you know? Yeah, I do feel bad for Finch, though. He gets a lot of hate. He's such a nice guy, too. Anyway, Fluttermane, I like it. It's a cool mod. It has a funny stat spread of, like, 135 in, like, speed, special attack, and spin F. Then 55 in the other H stats. Interesting stat spread. Great Tusk. Landorus 2. I love him. Yo. I don't like that the... Obviously, Protosynthesis and Booster Energy are fantastic abilities. But, or Quark Engine, I mean, or Quark Drive, or whatever it's called. I don't know. But, I wish they had hidden abilities. I mean, you'd probably run Proto anyway, but the option would be nice. Like, imagine a Fluttermane with, like, Levitate. That'd be worth considering. And then Tusk with, like, I mean, you wouldn't run Sturdy on Tusk, because it's bulky enough anyway. But, that's the Confederate flag. No, don't introduce that cursed knowledge, Morrow. No. Great Tusk is not a Confederate. Oonga Boongus with, like, Regenerator could be interesting as well. Or Chlorophyll. Oonga Boong. Also, did you guys know these names? These are the few Pokemon that actually have their names different in English and Spanish. Up until Gen 9, English and Spanish always had the same name, but the paradoxes are different. They have real Spanish names. Fun fact. Like, Walking Wake is called, like, Oligoluda or something like that. I don't know. But they have real names in Spanish. And in every other language, they have funny names instead of just word. What's next? Sandy Shocks? Is Sandy Shocks the worst future paradox? Nah, it's too good in UU to say it's the worst. It's gotta be Screamtail. Yeah, I wish they did too. Also, like, Magnet Pull Sandy Shocks would go hard if we gave them regular abilities as hidden abilities. That'd be cool. Because he'd either get Analytic, Magnet Pull, or Sturdy. Magnet Pull on this guy would actually be insane and probably ran over Proto. Electric Flux. Someone's got to set up terrain. Oh, wait, is Electric Flux what sets up terrain? I don't remember. I like this model a lot, though. I think it's the new top of B tier. It's cool. Screamtail? I'm shocked Screamtail's so low tier, because it's actually pretty good. Like, it's Encore and Wish. That's the set I like running. Encore, Wish, Protect, and then Play Rough. I wish this thing had a Moonblast. It would be so much better if it had Moonblast. I like Screamtail, though. I think it's going to be, like, low A tier, funnily enough. I think it's going to go to the bottom of A. Also, the future paradoxes are so much better than the past ones. From everything perspective. I'm not as high on Slitherwing as most people are. I think it's kind of a boring design, to be honest. I like it more than Brambleghast, though. Slitherwing's kind of like whatever. Also, it with Flame Body would be interesting on a defensive bulk up set. That would have been interesting. Roaring Moon with Aerialate or Intimidate or Moxie would go so hard. Roaring Moon is going to be A. I think it's a little overrated. Actually, no, it's S. I'm going to put it right above Annihilate. Remember when I remember when Roaring Moon fell to UU, and then everyone knew this thing was going to get banned so fast. I was at a McDonald's when I saw the tier changes, and it's like, oh my lord, I almost laughed so hard in the middle of McDonald's. Because everyone just accepted it was going to get banned, and it did within like 16 hours or something silly. Iron Treads, please come back to UU. Please come back to UU, Iron Treads. I miss you so much. I'm going to put you right below Golden Go. Treads is so cool. Paradox mods were awesome. I hope we get more of them one day in some Gen 9 adjacent game. Moth, I think, is overrated, to be honest. Treads is as tall as a Magikarp. Magikarp's a tall boy. A lot of people forget that, yeah. I think... Honestly, I think it's going to be the top of C tier. I'm actually not huge into Moth's design. It's kind of boring. You're back. What did you miss? Most of the generations. Yeah. Tread's a C tier? I think it looks really cool. It's just nowhere near as interesting as Tusk, you know? But I put him in S tier purely because I respect him competitively. Unfortunately, our Caladon Rain made it go back up to OU, and I'm just so sad. Yes, I did Hisui already. It was 7 minutes long. It shouldn't be that short. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You'd think it'd be bigger, but nah. Hands. I already went on my rant about Iron Hands. I love him. He should have never been allowed in UU. He never should have been allowed in UU. I told the story of the Gen 8 part of the section. I'm not redoing the story. It was 10 minutes long. I went on a 10-minute long rant about Iron Hands when I was talking about toxicity. This mod is just... I love him. Bring him back so we can ban him again, guys. Jugulus is probably my least favorite feature paradox because it's just... Actually, you know what? He's going to be the top of D tier. That's my opinion. It's just Hydreigon, but more boring, to be honest, at the end of the day. And Tyranitar, it's Mecha Godzilla, so I give it a pass that it's very Tyranitar-like. It's the best version of Mecha Godzilla we've ever gotten, besides the Pokestar Studio one. I think he's going to go right up below the Dunsparce. Also, this is the longest Paradox Pokemon it took me to hunt, because it's in an area where it's also surrounded by other rock and electric types. This shiny was horrible to hunt. It was not fun at all. Also, I don't do shiny sandwiches, so it took a long time too. Delibird. Bro's a high A tier. Actually, no. I'm gonna put him right above Tandemaus. I thought it would be a lot better in Ubers than it was, because, you know, it gets its boost from Hydro Pump Kyogre's Rain. It gets the Quark Drive from Miraidon. It's literally everywhere. Will I finish stream? Yeah, my voice is starting to strain, and I got some work to do outside. But, I mean, I've been streaming for almost 4 hours now. I think that's a fair reason to stop streaming now. I did 5 tier lists. Also, I want to figure out, am I going to do like a randomizer Nuzlocke of Oris, or am I going to do like play a ROM hack like Unbound? I need to have chat decide that. I also have my secret Nuzlocke project I'm working on the side, but I need to finish that short. Valiant, goated. I will lower it some because it's one of the reasons Sleep got banned, and I don't like that. But I can't pretend like Iron Valiant is not such a sick design. Yo, Iron Gender goes hard. Gotta love it. It's so fire. Valiant's just so sick. It has so many different sets. It could be physical, it could be special, it could be mixed, it could be support. It's so cool. Yo, Tinglu is S. Uh-oh. Okay, Tinglu's here. Tinglu is S tier. I love its design. Ace Pokemon routine, they get a buff of some kind. I had an idea for a Gen 10 mechanic. I called it a Tag Team, and it basically allows 2 Pokemon to attack at once. The Pokemon on the back will have, like, its attack will be weaker, but it'll also always have a secondary effect, and it'll be so broken. Why is Bellybolt an A tier? Because they have sick designs, but I love them. Tinglu is such a funny Pokemon. I love it when lower tier Pokemon have niches and Ubers. It's awesome. Qianpao, I also like its design, but it's also a little boring. It's just Weavile, but better. Actually, you know what? Top of A tier. I think it's fair for Qianpao. Whoa, Chisel is low S tier. Nah, I lied. Whoa, Chisel's number 4 in the list. Honestly, Whoa, Chisel's so fun, and you can go watch both of my Wo-Chien videos from back in the day. Wo-Chien was a lot easier to use in OU than it was in PU. Hot take. I will never forget one-shotting a Glistor with a grassy terrain boosted Leaf Storm. That was insane. I loved it so much. That was so fire. I loved it. And then Chi-Yu, honestly, I think Chi-Yu is kind of boring, guys. Hot take. It's boring. It's funny fish. But hot take, it's not that fire. I don't know. I mean, what counts as a legendary has definitely, like, degraded over time. Because these are just regular Pokemon that are just really powerful. That's all they are. But you could say the same thing about... No, Sokolaya and Lunala at least have the ability to travel through wormholes. They got that going for them. I don't know. But, like, yeah, they kind of degrade what it means to be a legendary, especially a box art legendary. They're, like, the least worthy, I'd say, from a lore perspective. Anyway, Koraidon's goated. I'm gonna put Koraidon right above Iron Sheds. And Miraidon is also, like, equally good, to be honest. But I prefer Koraidon just a little bit more. I don't know. I'm of the opinion that Koraidon's stronger than Miraidon. I know that's kind of become a hot take ever since the suspect test, but... You know what Miraidon's doing every single time when you see it. But Koraidon has a lot of different sets, so... That's my opinion on Koraidon. Terapagos was a disappointment. Why is this hidden treasure of Area 0 less important than Ogerpon? Like, bro, what? The DLC was more about Ogerpon, let's be real. Terapagos wasn't even brought up until the very last minute. And it's such a weird trio, Koraidon, Miraidon, and Terapagos, that a lot of people don't even know that they're a trio. They're the Paradox Trio. That's what they are. Terapagos is such... Also, the fact that Terra is never going to get banned is also very unfortunate for Terapagos. Terapagos would actually be decent in OU. Dare I say, maybe even fall to UU. But since its stellar form is obviously too insane for OU, it'll never be allowed in OU. It's a shame. This is a Pokemon that suffers from Terra. Also, it's pretty decent in VGC, which is cool. But I feel so bad for Terapagos, man. Because I want to love it. Like, I'm gonna put it, like, right below Bellybolt. Terapagos is cool. But the fact that it has a form... Yeah, it's strong in VGC. King Gambit. Do you think that Terapagos would be good in OU if it could not Terra? Like, I know it's not ever going to be allowed in OU because of how Terra works. But pretend that we made a special rule that Terapagos could not terrestrialize. Do you think it would be good in OU? I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. I want to get your opinion on that. I think it would actually be healthy in OU. Actually, I think it'd be kind of mid in OU, to be honest. But I'd like to hear your take. Like, it sets up rocks guaranteed. Yeah. It also has spin, which could be useful. And Calm Mind and Earth Power. It's a shame that it's not allowed, man. Doesn't it need to... No, it just turns into the middle form no matter what. You can literally never battle with the tiny form. Because it's immune to Galarian Weezing's ability for some unforsaken reason. I just wish that we could use Terapagos. Especially since it's another spinner, which means less eyes are on Treads, which means maybe Treads will fall back to UU. Like, Terapagos could have been so cool, but and it's not even good in Ubers since you're forced to Terra in Ubers, basically. It's a shame. Like, it could have been so awesome. I love Terapagos. I just wish I was allowed to use it. Here's hoping Gen 10 allows it. Here's hoping we're allowed to use it in Gen 10. Also, do you think Terapagos' stellar form is just going to be completely gone, or do you think you can get it with an item or some kind? If you can get Terapagos by holding a held item in Gen 10, then it'll actually be okay in Ubers. But, yeah. I just wish we can use Terapagos. If we can have Terapagos in Gen 10, it'll be okay in OU. It might even fall to UU, to be honest. Hot take. Because lack of good recovery. Ogerpon, it's a goated mon. Here's my hot take. Actually, I have a hot take. I'm only rating the grass form. I don't think that Waterpon is ban-worthy. I think it's overrated how powerful it is. That's my hot take. I don't think it should be banned. You only hate Waterpon? I think Waterpon is good, but I don't think it's ban-worthy. That's my opinion. Like, And I'll be real. It's annoying, yeah. It's annoying and strong, but I don't think it's ban-worthy just because of that. I think they all need nerfs. Oh, they'll get nerfed in Gen 10 when Terra's gone. Don't worry. She has 4 move slot syndrome. Yeah, because you want spikes, you want encore, you want swords dance. You have to run Ivy Cudgel. You also want U-turn for pivoting. You want player off to hit some things. Stomping Tantrum's funny for Heatran, but I mean, you're not worried about Heatran anyway. That's more for other Ogerpon forms. It suffers from 4 move slot. I can't do everything. I don't think it needs ban. Also, these mods are going to get so nerfed in Gen 10. Fire Pond might be allowed in OU. It still might be too much without Terra, but... And then Water Pond will definitely not be banned. Stone Pond. I think Grass Pond's going to suffer the most when Terra's gone in Gen 10. No, let's do Dipplin first. Dipplin, I don't like Dipplin. It's boring. EVLite Dipplin's fine. But it's not even that great in PU. I think Dipplin's is kind of boring. It was cool that we were able to use EVLite on it before the DLC came out, because that was a cool foreshadow that would evolve. That's really cool. I just wish we didn't know about that from the game's code. Which meant, I wish like someone would have just figured it out over time. That would have been some cool tech. That would have been cool. I like Dipplin, but it's just so boring in my opinion. I don't hate it. That's why it's not D tier, but I mean, it is D tier. It's kind of boring. I don't like it and it's weak. I want it to be good. It's just sticky hold EVLite and it's too passive. Hydrapple, on the other hand, is so awesome. I run the same Assault Vest set every time in UU. I love it. Actually, you know what? It's S tier. Very bottom of S tier. I love him. I put Gimme Ghoul in like D tier. I think it's boring, and I'm not rating the separate forms for Gimme Ghoul. Defies its typing. He's so yeah. I only run Assault Vest, so that it always trips me up when I see someone run Nasty Plot Giga Drain. It's insane. I love this mod so much. And it's not even, like, it's not good enough for OU, but it's solid in UU. Although I'm pretty sure, was Hydrapple falling off in usage? I don't remember. I wonder how Hydrapple would be in RU. No, it does. It does have 7 heads. See these, like, little... Hold on. Hydrapple has 7 heads. It does. You see him when it's attacking. Also has such a... I love how it's signature move. Here, look. Maybe you see... Yeah. Inviability is S tier. Oh, you can't see it because chat. Hold up. Oh, it's also like slightly off center as well. It has 7 heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the tail has 1. And I love how its signature move's animation changes if it's a shiny Pokemon. I love Fickle Beam as a move. It's just, like, rare enough to not be overpowered, in my opinion. But it's so fire. It's so awesome. Hydrapple defies everything. It's so amazing. Holding a stick. I mean, I'd argue that it's okay. Like, the apple is more important to... that family's line to justify it being grass type than just holding a stick. Because the Farfetch could drop a stick. Should it not be a grass type anymore now? And not all of its attacks involve a stick. So, like, I'm okay with it not being a grass type, but I get the justification. Caladon. Caladon is S tier. Caladon was not overpowered. Here's my take on Caladon. It was not overpowered, but it made Rain too overpowered. Because not only is what fantastic on Rain, it was good against some of Rain's checks. Caladon is the thing that made Rain too broken, and that's why it got banned. That is my take on the situation. It itself was not broken, but it made Rain too broken. That is my take on Caladon. If Caladon had recovery, it would have been banned, absolutely. If it had good recovery, it would be insane. But, as it is now, that's my take on Caladon. It made Rain broken. It itself was not broken. I love Caladon. Also, you know, it's the star of my short that blew up, so that was pretty fire. It also made people very angry because I called it a pseudo, and I'm not taking it back. Lol, lamau. Let's go over the lousy 3. Okidogi is my favorite. I used to love Monkey Dory the most, but Okidogi kind of grew on me. Its animation with its tongue out is sick. I'm gonna put it, like, right up above Farigiraf. Actually, no. Above T-Tar. Above Treads, I mean. Treads is such a shame. It should have been stronger. D-Dance with loaded dice pin missile is funny. Monkey Dory used to be my favorite. But it kind of flopped, to be honest. It's fast and it hits hard. That's all it does. It also suffers from forward move slot syndrome. I like running it as an offensive threat, but it's probably better to run it with like fake out and U-turn to try to get toxic procs. Treads looks ugly. Fair. Dragon's Den. Hello there, me guy, Dragon Grotto dude. Hello, Dragon's Den. Welcome. Pheasantipity is such a shame. This is the biggest shame of all time. It has a sick design, a sick ability, an okay move pool. But someone at Game Freak headquarters said we need to give this thing the worst stat spread of all time. Why? Dagon's Den. Oh, it's Dagon's, not Dragon. Ooh. Like my boy, Maroon's Dagon. Dagon, yeah. I saw it. I saw it before you commented. I saw it before you commented. I saw it before your comment. Also, I need to bring chat back. I took it off so you guys can see Hydrapple. You deserve to have chat again. Anyway. Why does this thing have, like, the worst stat spread of all time? Yeah, you know, people just assume Dragon. It makes me think of Marin's Dagon when I see that. Next gen mechanic. Or is it Dagon, not Dagon? Ooh. I'm surprised you saw it. I saw it. A bonus move. That's what I'm thinking. It'll be a backup attack. Let's cover Ursaluna next. Don't insult excellent Tusk. Yo. Tuscany is the best. Ursaluna Blood Moon is so funny. And hot take, I don't think it should have been banned. I think Ursaluna is worthy of a suspect test. Actually, I don't know. Let me think about that a little more. Yeah, no. Ursaluna's on the fence for me, but I'm thinking Dab. So Dagon. Okay. I'm thinking, I love Ursaluna though. Ursaluna Blood Moon is sick. Actually, you know what? Maybe it should be. I don't know. I was kind of iffy about its ban, to be honest. It does nuke everything. And it's not easy to take down. And it has Moonlight for recovery. It basically made Blissey damn. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I take that back. That was not a good take about Ursaluna, what I just said. But it's a cool mod. Blood Moon, it hits hard. It has Calm Mind. It has Moonlight. Earth Power for coverage. And you just wait. Like, you can even on, like, stuff like Corviknight, you can just set up in its face with Calm Minds. It doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about coverage. Just run a defensive Terra type and go burr. Like, this mod's insane. Yeah, I take it back. This thing should have been banned. it should stay banned, I mean. Yeah, it's the Freddy Fazbear Pokemon. I also have, like, the worst pixelated sprite for it of all time. Alright. Let us cover the future guys first. Iron Leaves is such a fraud. I'm gonna put it at the bottom of C- tier because it still has a solid design. But average Tusk. Donphy is adorable Tusk. Cool take. Funny. I like it. Iron Fraud. Ooh, I'm gonna be real. Iron Fraud might be bolder. But this thing is so bad. I'm actually doing their jobs. Thank you. Catfishing people since day one. True. Welcome. Welcome. The Tapu short. I like the Tapu short. A lot of people didn't understand that it was also a joke about Tapu Bulu being bad. I was surprised a lot of people didn't get that joke. Leaves is a fraud. It also suffers from the fact that Electric Train it does not really exist in Gen 9 because no, Pincurchin is not an excuse and you're not running this thing in Ubers. So it doesn't really exist in Gen 9 OU. Psyblade, it's a cool move and all, but you need Electric Terrain for it to really be useful. Like this, where is Leaves at anyway? Where is Leaves? I know it was RU for a while, but is it still RU? Yeah, it's still RU. It's kind of a fraud. It hits hard. It's too fast and strong to be any tier lower, but being quad weak to low kicks is hilarious. It was never going to be good in UU, and it was never going to be good in OU just because OU is just too strong for it. Low kicks is the reason it's not in UU. Hot take. Because it just, low kicks just destroys it any day. Yeah. Yeah, it's a low kicks victim. Low kicks is the funniest Pokemon of all time. I love low kicks, man. The Iron Leaves is a fraud. Iron Crown has an awesome design. Its design's going to raise it to the bottom of S tier for me. I hate battling it because it's just stupid with weakness policy sets or it's run on size spam. But it's a cool Pokemon. Also, have you ever used Expanding Force Hoopa Unbound in Psychic Terrain? It's so hard. No one ever expects it. It's an insane set. Then you just run it mixed too because it has stupid high physical and special attack. But Iron Crown is very annoying in the UU tier. I want it gone very fast. But this thing has such a cool design that it goes all the way to S for me. I remember back when I made when the DLC dropped, I made a video predicting where all the Pokemon would end up, all the new DLC 2 Pokemon. I was mostly right. I called this thing would fall to UU and eventually get banned. I was horribly wrong on Gouging Fire, but everything else I predicted pretty much correctly with where they would end up. So I was right. It murders Glamora so hard. Yeah. Like, Crown is insane. I love it. Lastly, Iron Fraud. I think Iron Fraud looks ugly. I hate how it looks. And it was so good for like a month and then everyone realized that it could be countered. And then it fell off so hard that it fell to UU and then I got banned because of its expert belt set. Nah, Iron Fraud should be lower. I'm gonna put it right above Monkey Dory. It's just cosplaying Gen 5 Fraud. I don't think it's that bad because I gotta respect how strong it was for a while there. Yeah, it's a Terra Hog. Absolutely. It can't sweep without that. Also, can we talk about how annoying the only legendaries that aren't in the Blueberry DLC are the KALOS ones? Yeah, I mean, I guess they didn't want to do it because Legend Zaza was coming out soon, but like, But let's be real. They did not want to give Xerneas Terra. That's the entire reason, because Xerneas with Terra would be insane in VGC and in singles, let's be real. Xerneas with Terra is probably the main reason they weren't there. And Legend Zaza is also a convenient excuse. We're ending stream soonish anyway. Yeah, Xerneas with... Oh, Zygarde. I would love low-tier Zygarde dog. Oh, with Terra at normal extreme speed. Alright. Walking Fraud, or Walking Mid. I actually love Walking Mid. It has a sick design. Actually, am I crazy? Or was Walking Wake gonna fall to UU if the tier shift changes didn't happen? I think it had low enough usage to drop, didn't it? Am I crazy based on April usage? Yeah? Okay, I was right. I remember seeing that. And considering that Pelipper got banned from UU, meaning now, or yeah, Pelipper was banned to UU from the recent suspect test, I'm pretty sure. Which means, I don't even think it's gonna be that crazy, because I can't see, I haven't played UU in a couple days, I'll admit. I can't imagine Politoed rising that high, so I think it's actually gonna be okay in UU. You'll nuke the tier amount, you think so? Let me look at UU real quick. Let me look. Assault Vest Azumarill sits on it. Guja sits on it as well. Latios is faster outside of booster speed. Sun doesn't really... Oh, Torkoal's not allowed in UU right now, and I don't think it has low enough usage. Would people really start bringing Ninetales specifically for Wake? Maybe. Yeah, Azu would sit on it all day long. And Assault Vest Azu is pretty common. Sinistcha is also a pretty good answer to it as well. Assuming no Proto is active, Scarf Rotom Wash is really good like that. Sweep my cousin with a Veltal, go Team Sky, but nah, you don't even need that. Veltal is better than Xerneas, starting Gen 7 onwards. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that. And it's really unarguable in Gen 8. Veltal is definitely better in Gen 8. A lot of people look at how insane Xerneas was in X and Y OU and think it was just like that forever. Yeah, Ninetales is not great. Ursaluna kind of sits on it too. I've been running Assault Vest Ursaluna, and a lot of people don't respect that set. I am not going on the pronunciation train again. I think Walking Wake would be okay. I mean, Zapdos is an okay-ish answer. Tyranitar could actually take hits pretty well with the... I'm biased because I run a lot of Assault Vest mons in UU like Tyranitar. I don't run Assault Vest Peck. Pex is also a good answer. Tornadus Therian's especially tanky as well. I think Walking Wake's going to be okay in UU. Maybe. Because, like, it's got plenty of... There's Azu, there's Pex. There's a good amount of Assault Vest. I think Walking Wake would be okay in UU. And I don't know how it is in VGC, admittedly, but I can imagine it not being that good. Does Walking Wake count as restricted? I think it does. I don't remember. Because if it counts as restricted, it's absolutely not used. No, because Raging Bolt's not restricted. So I would assume it's not. I don't know. Do you know about that? Was Walking Wake considered restricted? Nah, it doesn't. Okay. Okay. Still, I can't imagine it being used outside of a hardcore dedicated Sun team, which just gets shut down by, like, Terapagos. Anyway, let's do Gouging Fire. I think Gouging Fire is ugly. I was one of the people that day one did not think Gouging Fire should be banned. Who was it that got banned from the Smogan for a month because of that? What? It wasn't Swave. It was someone else. CTC. It was CTC. He got banned. Like, sure, he was being aggressive. He was aggressive, but he was right. And I'm happy he convinced people that Gouging Fire should not have been banned, because I never thought it should have been banned. I was right. I was proven. Obviously, I was not vocal. I was not vocal about it at all. So I can't take credit for literally anything. But I'm just bragging because I was a day one believer that this thing should not have been banned. Thank you, CTC, for saving Gouging Fire from being banned. CTC died for 5. Yeah, I mean, he's allowed to get... He was only banned for a month, wasn't he? So he should be back now. I think. But shout out to CTC for showing people the light that this thing was not as broken as people make it out to be. There's no one set that blocks everything. There's always some counter for it, and it's on most teams, hot take. Or a counter on most teams for it. Maybe not a hard counter, but there's always something on your team that can check it if you're not playing like an idiot. Like, it did not deserve to be... The suspect tech was fair. The suspect test was fair, but it should not have been banned, and I'm happy it was not banned. Yeah, it has no initial... It requires setup. Although, I will say, choice banded in the Sun flare blitzes from this thing is so hilarious. Yeah, a lot of people are overestimating the power of breaking swipes. The breaking swipe set, in my opinion. A lot of people thought it was ban-worthy because of that, but it's like, nah. A pure electric Rotom, it gets a levitate. I mean, hey, Rotom fan is actually valid in Gen 9 because of Terra. Blunder Aim's video. Yeah! Like, I remember in their videos and from my own personal playtesting, it was nowhere near as broken as a lot of people. Yeah, Bozo sits on it every day of the week, too. Absolutely. Not even, like, banded with booster attack is going to be enough of a problem for Bozo. So, thank you, CTC, for showing people the light that this thing did not deserve to be banned. Thank you, Crash Tankoom. Thank you, Crash Tankoom. I've always wanted to make that joke. Okay. Anyway, Raging Bolt. I love Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt might be number 3 for me. It's not going over King Gambit, but I love Raging Bolt. It fell off. It did, but I still love it. It's such a cool design. I think it's S tier. I love it. And hot take, I don't think you need to run Thunderbolt on it. Like, I know it's like, obviously it's good with Thunderbolt. I was running what? My favorite sound is Terra Flying with Calm Mind, Thunderbolt, Weather Ball, and Thunderclap. No, not Thunderbolt. Dragon Pulse. Calm Mind, Dragon Pulse, Thunderclap, and Terra Flying. No. No Dragon Pulse with Weather Ball. Maybe. Actually, I don't remember my favorite set on this guy, but he's fun. He's got a lot of sets. None of them are overbearing. He's like King Gambit, but worse, in my opinion. He's special King Gambit, but worse. I love him. He's sick. He's got a cool design. Terra Flying is kind of a cheese set, but it's fun to use. It's not consistent, I will admit it. But that's what I was using as soon as it came out. Terra Flying with... I have a video on it. If you really want to go all the way back, it's not hard to find. It was so fun. I love him so much. I gotta get back into doing Showdown Lives. They were fun. And lastly, the final Pokemon. After this, we have rated every single Pokemon ever created. We have Pecharunt. Ground Fairy is going to be insane when we eventually get that. Dear Lord. If that thing is not OU, it has to have horrendous stats if it's not OU. That is such a good typing. I think the lore is kind of boring, to be honest, for Petulant. I'm gonna be real. I love using Petulant in UU. I run the same set practically every time. Nasty Plot, Malignant Chain, Hex, and Recover. Like, this thing does not have any weaknesses on the physical side. It's not weak to Earthquake. It has too high of a defense to be weak to Earthquake. This thing is actually pretty shiced. I love it. I love using this thing in UU. Sometimes I run Toxic instead of Malignant Chain, but should have either had 100% Toxic or also Toxic Steals. I think that if it could hurt Steel types, that'd be too much. If you're making a Paradox Forms for the... Ooh. A past Paradox Forms for the Tapus. I feel like Shimmer... Oh. Lustrous Fish for Finny. Lustrous Fish sounds weird, but... Yeah, 100% in Confusion's a bit far, to be honest. I feel like it would have been too much if it was anything higher than 50%. I want to use Great for Coco, but it's already been used. I like the idea of Living Legend for Coco. Bulu would be Stinky Fraud. And then Lele would be I don't know, Majestic Butte. I don't know. I can't really think of anything for them. I'm not good with Paradox names. But Iron Chicken, Iron Butterfly, Iron Fish, and Iron Bowl for the future forms is pretty obvious, unfortunately. Confusion's annoying. Yeah. I love Petulant. It has no physical weaknesses. It's going higher than this. Actually, Petulant. It's above Moon. It's above you. Petrolant's actually really cool. I was not a fan of its design when it was initially revealed, but it's grown on me so much. It's a high S tier for me. I love it. And I don't think it's overbearing in UU. I don't remember its usage, but it's a fun mon to use. Stinky Fraud. Thank you. Stinky Fraud. Unless you're talking Rillaboom, then it's going to be like, you have this... Great Apes. If Great Tusk didn't take the great word already, I would love to have Great Monkey. Big Monkey. Big Monkey. If you make... I have a Discord specifically for artworks and memes. So if you want to post it there, that'd be in fire. I'd love that. I'd love to see stuff like that. That's insane. But yeah, Stinky Fraud. Yeah. Guarding Thunder. Yo. Ancient Thunder kind of goes hard too. They're all Guardians, but I don't know if they'd use Guarding for all of them. For Finny. Like, it's hard to come up with a second word for Finny because it's just a fish. But fish does not sound good at all. Oh, maybe they'd say like Ooh, they could use Mer instead of fish. M-E-R. Like mare, because it means sea. Shimmering Mare for Tapu Fini. That could go hard. Flourishing Fins. That's also pretty good. I like Shimmering as the first word, I think. Shimmering could be good. Shimmering Mer. Warding Wave. Oh, that's also really good. That's also really good. I like that. Shimmering. Yeah. Warding Wave also has that alliteration. What would Lele be? What does auspicious mean? What is the definition of auspicious? I like that word. Auspicious. Ooh. Auspicious. And then something. Auspicious something for Lele. What could it be? Shimmering Mer. I like that. Warding Wave is also really good. Guardian Thunder. Great Thunder I like a lot too, but unfortunately it's already used. Auspicious Okos you with Expanding Force. Yo, true. Are you more of a Scarf Lele person or a Life Orb Lele? I'm a Scarf Lele. Scarf Lele, go burr. Scarf, yeah. Life Orb wasn't... What was the other big Lele set? I know Scarf's the main one, but what was the other one? I'm blanking. I don't think it is Life Orb now I think about it. Back in Gen 7, specifically. It wasn't just Specs, was it? Maybe. It might have been just Specs. I know Scarf is the standard, but like... I feel like there's some other set you have to be prepared for. I don't know. I hated Gen 7 when it was the current gen, but I fell in love with it after Gen 8. Tapu Koko, fairy thing. Great thing. Or stinky thing for... stinky fraud for Tapu Bulu is perfect. Stinking fraud, shimmering fins, maybe even scales. I don't know. Lele is the hardest for me to come up with something for. It's basically a bird. It's a chicken. I can go for like 5 more minutes and then I'll have to end the stream, but I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna end the video portion of this because it's been an hour and 44 minutes just for Paldea. So thanks for watching and leave a like if you got that far in the video. I record each tier list separately, so easier for editing. Lele is a butterfly, yeah, but like, I don't want to say auspicious insect because insect sounds insignificant. But butterfly is like 2. I'm not ending stream for a couple of minutes. Yeah. Yo, people did not like my Gen 1 tier. Mainly because of Dragonite and Lapras. B+ is not bad. I wished, unfortunately, the big tier list didn't get reset. Unfortunately, I lost my progress on this tier list, which sucks. Everything below C+ disappeared. And I'm not going to go back and refix everything. I gave Porygon an A, didn't I? Like, Porygon should still be here. It might not be loaded. Oh, look, I put Z and S minus. Porygon 2 and S minus as well. And then Porygon 1 and, like, A, didn't I? It's loading. Or maybe Porygon is kind of low. I don't know. It's rated, though. It's definitely in the top half of the list. I put 1 in B. Probably Porygon 1. I've not seen it. I wish I could have continued this, but I lost my priority. Soaring? Oh. Striking Thunder. Oh. Auspicious Niece? Auspicious Fae? Meh. I don't know. I feel like Auspicious might be too long, though. Elegant is a little basic. Lele is the hardest one to come up for, though. Maybe Mystic. Maybe Mystic. Sensual, maybe? I don't know. Lele is difficult. But yeah, every tier list is done. That's fun. I wish I could compare all these Pokemon together. It would have been so much better. Back to the Gen 9 list. Yeah, but if we ever get another Gen 9 game, like a Paldea and Zaza game, or Paldea and Legends game, we need to get more paradoxes. They're so cool. They are so awesome. Maybe you travel between the past and the future and you see some new paradoxes. That could be awesome. But I think this is a good time to end the stream. Sparkling Spirit. That's pretty... That might be good. I don't know. Lele is the hardest one to come up with, though. For real, though. Say it's too long after Raging Bolt, Burning... Bulwark's the move. Gouging Fire. Pokemon has a 13 character limit. So if you want to include that rule, then Auspicious Niece is too long. A lot of people didn't know that. That's why we knew for a fact it was Gouging Fire, because Flame is too long. It does have a limit. Yeah, it was very easy. I mean, I want to say Great Ape for Rillaboom, but we already have Great on Great Tusk. Also, it's kind of like on the nose, don't you guys think? I don't know. We got a Mega Incineroar short tomorrow. It's a fair and balanced Pokemon. Y'all want to... I'll give y'all a sneak peek, though. Wait, where do I have it saved? Is it in my downloads? Mega Incineroar. Oh, you literally can't even see it very well. It's cut off because it's horribly made. Here's my Mega Incineroar design. You guys like it? Oh, absolutely. Do you like my Mega Incineroar design? I didn't realize Urshifu's head things were here. Dang it. If I noticed that, I would have deleted it. Ah, I just noticed that now. How do you guys like my Urshifu? Oh, wait, you guys can't see it. Darn. Let me switch to, like, screen. Oh, no. No, you can't see it. No. No. Why? Wait, maybe you can if I zoom out. No, you can't. No. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. You can't see it until tomorrow. Alright. On Fortnite. Ah, that's a shame. I forgot you guys couldn't see that. Ah, dang. I couldn't figure out how to show you guys either. Yeah, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to see my Mega Incineroar. It's a very beautiful design. Alright. I mean, I guess you can kind of see it a little bit here, but it's not really visible because I'm not good at Photoshop. I'm not good at documents or Photoshop. But thank you all for watching. I have to go do more yard work now. And I have to cook myself some food. So y'all have a nice day. This is a fun stream. It gets special. Oh, it's a little more broken than that. For my theory craft, it's a little more broken than that. All right, later. Goodbye. Later.